Happy Saturday, Conscious Crew. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. Hope you guys are having a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful weekend, a safe weekend, but a coochie popping one nonetheless. You already know what we're here to get into. And before we do that, I need you guys to go ahead and thumbs up this video until it is absolutely stuck. You know that thumbing up not only helps boost the YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up the YouTube's notification system. So when you literally thumbs up a video, you are knocking on the digital door of another Conscious Crew member and are telling them to get their arses into the sanctuary, okay? Also, make sure that you have your notification bell set to all, and please share the stream out wherever it is you have digital community at, whether that is your YouTube community wall, Insta story, MySpace, Facebook, the dark side of Twitter, or Tumblr, your personal OF. I don't give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them whores know the real loud live. And then color, with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through. Okay.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, you guys. Hey. So I know this was kind of an improv live stream, so I definitely need you guys to hit that thumbs up button, whether you are a part of the replay gang, or whether you are actively in the streets right now, or whether you are a Bush baby. Thumbs up for me. So you guys see what we're here to talk about. This what I'm going to be considered part 2 to the Guevedoces discussion that I had with you all a few days ago regarding a group of individuals in the Dominican Republic who began their lived experiences as girls. They enter the world as girls. They have what is perceived to be a vagina, and they are socialized as women in those communities up until the age of 12, where puberty sets in, and then these individuals make a full-on biological transformation. I'm talking about the deepening of their voices. They grow body hair, bone density, they grow male genitalia, and most of them go on to live as men for the rest of their lives, while there are some Guevedoces who choose to get gender reassignment surgery and to continue to live as the women they entered the world as. Now, you guys know I found this group of individuals to be very fascinating, especially amongst the conversation around gender and transgenderism and everything that we're dealing with in the West around the subject of gender and gender identity. Well, that same live stream led to a panel discussion where we had trans men, trans women, we had same gender loving people on the panel who had varying opinions and perspectives about the subject of gender. Okay, we had our very own Neo X Philosophy and me who joined the panel. I also have dropped her link in the description box below, so make sure that you go over and thumbs up and subscribe to my baby mother, honey. She gets into all of the debates, honey. Okay, she is an intellectual. She likes to intellectually spar. She likes to deep dive into subjects, and she hosts a lot of great exchanges over on her platform, honey. And of course, we have our very own Intersex, so you guys know it's not new here, honey. Okay, and Intersex didn't have an opportunity to actually be a part of this panel discussion, but she's here today because she had an opportunity to watch the replay, and she decided that she wanted to have a sit down with Neo X, and they discussed some of Neo's talking points and views. And so this is what this live stream is going to be based upon today. Now, if at any point Neo X and Intersex would like to open up the discussion and bring in the public, then the link will be dropped and you guys will be able to join the discussion. And you guys are also more than welcome to ask any questions you have from the chat box. Now, before I bring up my two guests to get into this Saturday afternoon's discussion, I just want to go over briefly, super quick, some intersex and trans statistics. Okay, first of all, for those of you who don't know what intersex is, let's briefly discuss intersex. Okay, intersex is an umbrella term that describes bodies that fall outside the strict male and female binary. There are lots of ways someone can be intersex. Intersex is a general term used for a variety of situations in which a person is born with reproductive or sexual anatomy that does not fit the boxes of female or male. Sometimes doctors do surgeries on intersex babies and children to make their bodies fit binary ideas of male and female. Doctors always assign intersex babies a legal sex, male or female, in most states. But just like with non-intersex people, that doesn't mean that the gender identity they'll grow up to have. This brings up questions about whether or not it's okay to do medical procedures on children's bodies when it's not needed for their health. Being intersex is a naturally occurring variation in humans, and it isn't a medical problem. Therefore, medical interventions like surgeries or hormone therapy on children usually are not medically necessary. Being intersex is also more common than most people realize. It's hard to know exactly how many people are intersex, but some of my statistics here say that most advocacy groups estimate that 1.7% of people in the United States are born intersex. That's the equivalent of about 5.6 million intersex citizens. The estimate is based on a review published in the American Journal of Human Biology that looked at 4 decades of medical literature from 1955 to 1998, you guys, okay? There are many different ways someone can be intersex. Some intersex people have genitals or internal sex organs that fall outside the male and female categories, such as a person with born ovary and testicular tissue. Other intersex people have combinations of chromosomes that are different than XY, usually associated with male, and XX, usually associated with female, like XXY. And some people are born with external genitals that fall into the typical male and female categories, but their internal organs or hormones don't. If a person's genitals look different from what doctors and nurses expect when they're born, someone might be identified as intersex from birth. Other times, someone might not know they're intersex until later in life, like when they go through puberty. Sometimes a person can live their whole life without ever discovering that they're intersex. Most of the time, when a baby is born intersex, doctors and the family decide on a sex, either male or female, and raise the baby as the gender expected of that sex. It's pretty common for surgery to be done on the baby's genitals, and also for the child to be given hormones to make them fit into the male-female categories as they go through puberty. But activism by and for intersex people is growing, leading to some changes in our culture, which right now treats intersex as a medical problem instead of a natural, healthy way bodies can be. Today, more and more people believe unnecessary surgery and other medical interventions should not be done on intersex babies and children at all. Instead, intersex people should be able to decide for themselves when they're older if they want treatment or surgery. All right. Also, one more statistic I want us to keep in mind is new studies estimate that 1.6 million people in the U.S. identify as trans people, okay, or transgender. So you have 5.6 estimated intersex individuals and 1.6 transgender persons in the U.S., okay? One more thing I want to show you guys before we bring up our guests for the day, and please thumbs up this video and shout out to everybody on this beautiful Saturday who's in the chat and who will be catching the replay. Gang. This is a map from pbs.org of cultures and societies in the world that have a third gender category or who recognize gender diversity, okay? This write-up says that on nearly every continent and for all recorded history, thriving cultures have recognized, revered, and integrated more than two genders. Terms such as transgender and gay are strictly new constructs that assume three things: that there are only two sexes, male and female, and as many as two sexualities, gay and straight, and only two genders, man and woman. Yet hundreds of distinct societies around the globe have their own long-established traditions for third, fourth, fifth, or more genders. The subject of Two Spirits, Fred Martinez, for example, was not a boy who wanted to be a girl, but both a boy and a girl, an identity his Navajo culture recognized and revered as Na Lihi. Meanwhile, Hina of Kumahina is part of a native Hawaiian culture that has traditionally revered and respected Mahu, those who embody both male and female spirit. Most Western societies have no direct correlation for this tradition, nor for the many other communities without strict either or conceptions of sex, sexuality, and gender. Worldwide, the sheer variety of gender expression is almost limitless. Take a tour and learn how other cultures see gender diversity. On this map, you guys see here Egypt, of course, Tanzania, Madagascar, Australia, Indonesia. You see Nigeria, you see Turkey, you see the Ukraine, you see this map is New Zealand, you see Papua New Guinea. You see, various parts of the world outside of the United States that recognize gender diversity, etc. Okay, so I just wanted to give you guys some groundwork before we get started for those who don't really deal a lot. Now, what I'm going to do is, once again, I'll be taking a back seat for the most part when it comes to this discussion. I'm going to let Intersex and Neo X do their sizzle, and we'll get into it. So welcome to the platform, Intersex, and hi, Neo.
Hello.
Hey.
Peace, family.
I am so happy to have you all here, of course.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hey, baby. Hold on.
Hey, no problem. Y'all know family life, baby, on Saturdays, honey. The house be crunk as hell, okay? So you guys know Neo X. I have her link in the description box. Please check her out, okay? Intersex. So I guess getting started with you, you can tell us why you wanted to have this discussion, and you are an actual intersex woman, so that gives you an interesting perspective on the topic around gender, etc. And I know you frame it as a trans woman who's of an intersex experience. So can you talk about, well, first of all, I'm interested in what your thoughts are on.
Okay. All right, I'm a woman of trans experience who happens to be intersex.
Who happens to be intersexy. I love that wording. Okay. So
only reason why I say that.
You got some feedback in your phone, baby. It's kind of like staticky a little bit. Hey, y'all in the chat.
No.
Okay, you sound like you are. The audio sounds kind of clear now, I think.
That's better.
Talk again. Let me see.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, you sound better. Yes.
Okay, so the reason why I word it the way I do is because even though it took me a long time to accept, all the lives that I lived in, the different things that comes with me with being intersex, I have lived my life as a trans woman or a woman of trans experience and did not know that I was, born intersex, but I found out I was born intersex in the beginning of my transition. So I word it like that because a lot of trans women that I grew up with would not like for me to say that I'm intersex, but that's what I am. So I don't know, just to not offend certain trans women that knows me or knew me for a long period of time. That's how I read it.
Oh no, I think it's perfect because it encompasses both realities and truths. So going into this discussion, I guess the first question I have for you is, what did you think about the subject of the Guevedoces in the Dominican Republic. What were your thoughts on this group of individuals?
My thoughts is you be educating me about some stuff I don't know about.
We sure do.
And like even your breakdown, I already had wrote some of that stuff down, how you
Mhm.
entered the conversation. I was like, damn, you just spot on. Just uh I think the conversation was therapeutic. I think the conversation was triggering at times. I think the whole panel, the good and the bad, was a good panel.
Okay, nice. Okay, so with that being said, I guess you can lead us into why you and Neo are here today.
I'm gonna start off by saying that the passings I had with Neil being on your platform has been pleasant. So when I heard some of her experience and well, I heard, her thoughts on the topic, I was kind of taken back. Maybe because I was triggered a lot from some of the stuff that she was saying. But I wanted to start the conversation just by saying that this is not an attack. And if the comments that I made on the video, if that offended you, I just want to apologize. I want to start there because I don't want to start the conversation and thinking it's going to be an argument or a negative. I just like the conversation about cis women, like that came to me with one of my female friends that wanted to have the conversation with me about the subject. And I learned during me having a conversation with her, we no longer can have the conversation because she did not like some of the stuff I was saying. And I was like, well, you asked me to talk about the subject, so why are you so butthurt and upset and want to have a side conversation with someone else about the conversation me and her had? But that's it.
Okay, so getting into some of the, I guess, specifics of what prompted you to want to talk to Neo about what were, I guess you can talk to Neo X about what exactly piqued your interest.
Okay, so in general or just about that panel?
I mean, you can go wherever you want to go. It's your flow.
Okay, so I honestly, and correct me if I'm wrong, I honestly don't think she identify or men of trans experience as woman or man. So she don't look at trans women as women and she don't look at trans men as men.
Oh, that's the question. Are you asking me that?
Well, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, pretty much. That's pretty much close. Y'all know the reason why I was on the hot seat on that last panel anyway, because I made a comment saying that being a woman is not a feeling, it's a now, it's something that you are. And I do not identify trans women as women. I say they are trans women. They're their own unique category, and I think it's a little, I just think it's a little disingenuous when people continually try to like change my narrative of what I said, try to make it seem like I'm transphobic because I'm using words in its proper term. I hope as men you have this conversation that we keep it civil, no personal attacks, because I let you know straight up. I don't know if you've seen my comment that I made under the video after you was saying stuff about me, but I said some stuff back, but I was a little annoyed, but I was trying to, figure out where the energy was coming from, because you said that me and you had a few interactions on the show, and Neil S, my memory ain't perfect, but it's pretty good. I mean, you only had one interaction, sister. It was one. And the one interaction that me and you had, it was nothing but love and support. I don't know if Conscious recall. Oh, okay. I thought you said it wasn't pleasant. I thought
it was pleasant.
Oh, okay. So then I apologize. I thought you said
came across you and we were on the same panel. Like I agree with most of your talking points. Mm-hmm. Like it was pleasant. So when I heard
so my apologies. I thought you said it wasn't pleasant because I was going to remind you. Even walking away from that conversation, I even extended support to you by reminding you, hey, if you ever need anything, hit your girl up and I got you. you know. So it was just a little, when I saw the comment section, I kind of got a little annoyed when you just like kept painting my character as something else when you actually had a personal one-on-one encounter conversation with me, but you judged me based on how I responded to One Love, which I don't. I'm not apologizing to anything I said to One Love. I meant every word, because One Love came in very disrespectful and very condescending. And shout out to my supporters who came over and watched the show themselves and gave their opinion, and then people who not my supporter who saw it for what it was. It didn't have to get that bad, but it did, because this is a very sensitive conversation. So, and please excuse me, y'all. I'm still recovering from this cold. And then on top of that, I have a speech impediment. So please, y'all in the chat, go easy on me. My intelligence has nothing to do with how well I can speak. Judge me on how well I articulate and comprehend what is being told to me. So just giving y'all a heads up on that. If I sound like a robot and a man at the same time, I'm literally am congested. Okay. And I cannot breathe out my nose.
Okay, well, I said that our exchange was great. Like, I never had no bad vibes with you. I went and subscribed to your thing, your YouTube. Like, I never heard anything from you that triggered me into that video. Is what I meant.
Okay.
So, do you know or understand that it's different types of trans women?
Absolutely. Different types of trans women? Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, and this is just me. I feel like you have transsexuals, and then you have transgender women.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you know, my definition and the definition back in the day, which the definition is constantly changing, is some male to female transition to be a woman, and some transition to be female. Some transition because they felt like they were born in the wrong body. Some transition, they accept what they were born as, but they transition to be a woman.
All right. So let's just back that up and make sure I understood what you just said. Okay. Some transition to be women and some transition to be female?
Yes.
Okay. You know the definition of a woman is an adult female. You know that. You know the definition of a woman is an adult female. So how can they transition to two different things when they're the same thing? That's how you describe a place, give a noun, because I don't want to say describe because woman is a noun. How can, if the definition of woman is an adult female, how can they transition into a female and not considered a woman? If they're not adult, or if we're talking about adults.
Okay, so is that the whole definition of woman?
That's pretty much, if you want to look at your definition, because we're not talking about social constructs now. But if you want to look up what goes under the umbrella hood of woman, and there's the word woman, and then there's the word womanhood, and right in womanhood, they do have things what we call social constructs that pertain to women.
Okay, got it.
It's based off of a biological existing person.
So what do you think the definition of trans women is?
A person who's transitioning to a gender that they identify with, like trans woman, a person who's transforming into an adult female, but the word trans is in the beginning of the word because they were originally born biological men or male. Is that the definition?
Yes, I was as you all were talking, I was just looking up some stuff. So according to the nationalreview.com, the Merriam-Webster changes the definition of female Merriam-Webster's online dictionary has caved to the trans agenda in order to appease woke activists. The dictionary publisher has added a second definition of female that defines the term as having a gender identity that is opposite of male. The key term here is gender identity, which demonstrates that Merriam-Webster maintains that gender is not directly connected to sex. A female is a woman. Trans-identifying males are not female. However, according to trans activists, men can be women, though. So I think that's probably where y'all conversation is on.
So when did this supposedly change was made? What year?
This article was published July 19th of 2022. So last year, apparently this change was made.
All right. And who authorized the change?
Merriam-Webster.
Merriam. Did all the dictionaries agree with that?
I don't think all dictionaries, but this.
I'm talking about the ones that we give a credible to.
I can't speak to that. I know that Merriam-Webster is a popular.
I find that very, coincidentally that this change was made last year. It seemed like to me it was made to fit a political narrative. But in its original functionality, that the word was always existed when the person coined it, and now someone is changing it last year to fit that narrative. I mean, that's pretty obvious. You just said it got changed, and that's why I asked you who authorized the change, because Merriam Dictionary is not the only dictionary. We have the Oxford and others, and I'm just curious if they made that change too, because in the English language, we know they add words and take words out and change the meaning of words. Like y'all remember when bootylicious entered the dictionary because of Destiny Child. So, but to me, that's kind of obvious that was a political change. But the meaning of the word, just because somebody changed the word to fit a political narrative, does not mean that's what the etymology of the word, the original function of the word, is what it meant. That's why I'm more patient with older people, especially people 40 years and older. Reason why I'm more patient with them, because they are not aware that the word gender was changed 20 years ago. So that's why I be trying to, encourage the young people, be a little patient with the older folks, because they don't know the word changed. They're 40 years old. They've been using the word gender and associated with sex, because when it first came out, that's how it was being used into a political social stuff started, getting out of, hand, and the fighting and, trans rights and women's rights. People are now using the word gender to help with specifically non-binary people and trans people to express their identity, the gender that they're identifying with. And I don't know if y'all even catching it. You kind of saying it when you say the gender I identify with, you're acknowledging that there is an original gender that that you're not, but you're identifying with it. So make sure y'all take that in consideration. But I just found that was crazy that change just was made last year.
Well, I guess that's a conversation that y'all can both have too, about the nature of words and the fact that a lot of words evolve over spans of time and can take on different contextual meanings, etc. That this is not a new phenomenon when it comes to language. A language has always evolved and accommodated society and taken on different contextual meanings. So how do y'all feel about the terms now, man and woman, being linked to gender identity and are not necessarily exclusive to biology? And
I mean, I don't take it no way. I mean, they just redefining words, but that still doesn't change what something exists in reality. If they change the definition of a woman, it's still the original word, or the etymology of the word still stood. It still came from somewhere. But to me, it's kind of obvious, according to that article you just pulled up, that was a political move to help, guide us into a social construct where people are comfortable with their gender expression. So, I mean, I don't, they clearly just evidence, they redefined the word gender. The word gender was redefined 20 years ago. But it originally meant, a kind, and it was associated to a person's anatomy, their sex.
Okay, so my point of saying it was that so just like me, so go back to what he read in the beginning, that 1.7% intersex people and 1.6 percent for trans women. I do feel and I do believe and I know for a fact that it's a lot of women of trans experience that may have been feel like they were born in the wrong body, may if in fact be born intersex and will never find out or have proof or et cetera, et cetera. Do you get what I'm saying or no?
Well, let's just go back because I feel like even though you said it clearly in the beginning that you're intersex and then you are a person living a trans experience, so you are a unique situation. But let's just stick with what your bio. Let's just start first with your biology, and then let's then go into your gender expression because I think I'm gonna make a connection at the end. Now you're intersex, so by definition, from my understanding, you are a person who have both male and female, or either a part of it or pieces or the complete package of it of male and female sexual organs. Am I correct?
Correct.
All right. So and if you don't want to answer this because I don't want you to be uncomfortable because this is an intimate question, but is one of your sexual organs fully functional?
Yes.
All right. Is it the male sexual organ or the female sexual organ?
The female.
The female. So the male sexual organ, you cannot use that to reproduce.
I don't have it anymore.
But I'm sorry. So okay, so then you had a functioning male organ before, right?
Correct.
So that's why when you was born, the doctor assigned you male at birth. Even though y'all know I don't even like when people say the doctors assign you. I like to say the doctors identified you as a male, and you assign yourself once you realize it didn't, the package didn't match the package to the inside, that then you assigned yourself into a social construct and you labeled yourself female. So that's another theory. I mean, that's another philosophy. Hopefully we can touch on that. I actually don't even like when people say you were assigned at birth. Your doctor's job is not to tell you how to act in a social construct. The doctor's job is to deliver you healthy, give you to your parents, and identify what type of human being you are. Are you male or female? And sometimes, unfortunately, they do get it wrong because if a person that is an anonymity, I'm sorry, y'all, anonymity, y'all know the word I'm trying to say, speech impediment. Sometimes people are not fully born with their sexual organs fully produced. They don't, they'll have some type of defect. So we know that's possible. Females that are born with born with a vagina and ovaries, but they don't have the tubes or they don't have the womb. But you can still identify what type of person that just came into existence. So that's another question. So even with you, intersex, the doctors assigned you, aka identified you as male based off your anatomy. So when did they discover that you also had female sexual organs? Like did they discover that you had ovaries in the inside? Did they discover you had like fallopian tubes or a cervix? So like what was it that they found out about you when they realized that you had both sexual organs?
So to be honest with you, I'm still learning and getting information about the change and what did they see completely. I mean, I know some information now, but I wouldn't like to share until I have the fully information of everything that went with me.
So you haven't been diagnosed as intersex?
I seen that one of my original birth certificate had female on it when I went and got something changed on my birth certificate.
Okay. Do you think that could be a typo?
No.
Oh, okay. So And I'm not, and I promise you, I'm not being funny. Like I
Okay, so
just,
naturally during puberty time, that's when I started growing breasts naturally, but even before hormones. So I don't think that that was a mistake. So in my in my
mm.
transition, but while transition, my body already transitioned before I started taking hormones. Does that make sense?
So, all right. So your body, you know that breasts is males can develop breasts. You know that, right? That's not just something women. Because the only thing that I mean, women have the little in their anatomy. I forgot what it's called, but it's the thing that's responsible for breastfeeding, the little tube that's inside the breast. But males can have breasts. I forgot the name of the condition. I actually have a relative that's fully functional male, biological male. Everything is fully functional downstairs. He doesn't have any ovaries or anything like that, but his body produces extra estrogen, and it causes him to have breasts, but he's not a female. And this happened in his puberty. I actually have a cousin, a younger cousin, that he goes through that. So I'm trying to see, like, and excuse me, I'm really trying to see how were you uh how did you determine that you was intersex if no one identified, like no one said that you have both sexual organs, because that's what an intersex person.
I never said that it didn't though.
Yeah, well, I asked you, when did they discover that you had like ovaries or a cervix or something that would be so besides breasts, because males have breasts too. So, but something specifically to the sexual organ, the reproduction system, like a cervix, a womb, fallopian tubes, ovaries, stuff like that.
I was 22.
So who discovered? So you did. So the doctor did discover it.
Yes.
So what did they discover? Which part of the sexual organ did they discover?
Okay, see, you're not listening to me. Okay, I said in my transition and me being of intersex, it's certain tests and stuff that has to be done that I have to pay for. My medical insurance does not cover for. So I said that I don't know everything that comes with me being intersex.
Okay, so I'm definitely listening, sis. I'm just not making the connection, but I'm definitely listening because this is interesting. Now, you said your birth certificate, you went to go make some changes on your birth certificate, it automatically said female. So I'm just curious, is there something in the medical record that, when the doctor identified you or assigned you male, that it was, did you have a deformity? Was it did you have the penis and then there was a vagina somewhere? Like, I'm really trying to figure out, when were you officially identified as an intersex person? Because a person that's intersex, because I'm not related to someone, but I know someone who they say they're intersex, but personally, to me, I think they're genetically male, because his penis just is deformed. It didn't fully develop, right? But he had what you said, the boobs and the estrogen or whatever. But when they did the ultrasound, what they thought was ovaries, after they did, I think it was like an MRI or something, they thought it was ovaries, but it turned out to be testicles. So that's why I'm saying. So later it was like shown that this person was not intersex. It's just because of the deformity of his sexual reproduction area, they thought something was going on. And then I've heard women who have protruding clitoris, like they click, it can be so huge that it looks like a penis. And there have been some women who thought they were intersex and they wasn't. They just had an enlarged clitoris. So that's why I'm saying they usually find something to help identify.
Okay. Listen to this. Intersex people does not have. It does not mean that two different private parts. There's different types of intersex people. Do you know that?
I mean, can you help me understand what does intersex mean? Just you tell me.
Oh my God. Let's go back. So wasn't you on the panel when I shared my experience?
I didn't see the beginning, but I got most of it.
So you got it. So you heard the part when I broke down how many types of intersex people it was, and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but just before you get started, I just looked at the definition word of intersex. People who have intersex have genitalia, chromosomes, or reproduction organs that do not fit into the male or female sex binary, right? And then it goes into saying that there's something usually in the inside to show that they have both sexual organs. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, am I confused on that? Or the genitalia might not match their reproductive organ, right? So
Read the
they might have a
definition again.
penis, something that appears to be a penis, but then they have ovaries or a womb. So they have, that's why it's called intersex. They have both male and female, some form, even if it's not fully functional, even if it's a partial, they have both of the sexual organs.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't have to be in the outside, it can be in the inside. That's like when I brought up on that same live, when I had that conversation with you, I brought up Caster, I think her name Caster Semenya, the famous Olympic track runner who came into the industry, dominated, was outrunning those females. She was breaking records. She was running as fast as a man. That's what made them get suspicious. And even though she looked female on the outside, when they finally said, no, we don't want to look at her outside, we want to see what's going on in the inside, they later found out she did not have a womb, even though she had like something like a vagina. She wound up having internal testes. So that's what gave her the advantage, because she developed more testosterone for having that internal testes. So that's what made her genetically stronger than biological women. So genetically, she was a man. And they kind of, pulled her from competing because she had an advantage. So, and then she is labeled, she is like the most popular person I know that is labeled intersex.
Okay, so a person that was born intersex, you just said that genetically she was a man.
Yeah.
Or male.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's why they pulled her out, because she's genetically a male, so she cannot compete with biological women. She has an advantage.
No, she's intersex. She's not genetically a male. So hold on, wait. Was she born with a vagina?
She has something that looks like a vagina.
Oh, I gotta read on this. I'm not.
Yeah, go check that story, because you remember I said outwardly she appears to be female. Outwardly, but when they was trying to figure out what's going on, why she just breaking these records, women do not run that fast. Even the fastest woman in the world don't run that fast. They found out that no, she did not have a womb. So technically, she wasn't lying when she was. She didn't have a womb, but she had the things in the inside, and they found out they were not ovaries. They thought they were ovaries. They were testicles, but they was inside. So to me, it sounds like she is a male that didn't fully develop his sexual organ to reproduce. It's a defect.
But aren't you the person who believe a woman is nothing but a man with a womb?
No, y'all kept pushing that. Y'all kept making that red herring argument on the panel to make the argument make sense.
Y'all, I wasn't on the panel.
No, I know you wasn't, but you kind of was like in the comment. You kind of was like saying it in the comment. But no, I don't. Y'all kept trying to make that argument to make it make sense, and I didn't say that. I literally said because a woman has a womb, she goes through the experience of womanhood. And I was telling y'all how using Will, a trans man on Conscious channel, even have a conversation with him that even though he feels like a man and he identifies as a man and he lives his life as a man, when it's time to get those yearly checkups, what doctors suggest that we do for women, biological women, to stay healthy, because the womb causes us a lot of issues, that when he goes to get those pap smears and he got to prop his legs up and they in there scraping around and screening him for cervical cancer and ovarian cancers, even though he is a man, his body is forcing him to go through womanhood, and he can't get around that.
But that's not what you said, though. You said a woman is a man with a womb by definition.
Okay, I said, because I don't know which panel you're talking about. When we
I
the
heard
first
you say that on multiple panels.
okay, when I was saying the way the word came up about the word womb, you know how to spell womb, WOMB, and then woman, WOM. I was saying that when they was developing that word, the reason why they put the WO in front of the word man, MAN, is to associate the type of man it is. It's a man with a womb. I didn't say that's the definition of a woman. I was telling you that's how the word was developed. It's right there, woman, womb. They sound similar. That's it. But I literally told y'all that a woman is an adult female. The definition.
Okay, so my next question to you is, how do you think we bridge the gap? Because I heard I looked at your live about bridging the gap, and I feel like in order to bridge the gap, it has to come with some type of respect.
Oh, I believe so. And I believe that I was definitely very respectful when I came on the panel. But when I disagreed with someone, they came in disrespecting me and just started labeling me all types of stuff because I seen that you was one of the people in the comment section that had a problem with me calling One Love a man. And I don't know. I just want to, and let me tell you why. And then why you have your reasons why you upset. And I don't regret saying it. I warned her before I called her that. Because I specifically said, you keep calling me something and I'm asking you not to call me. Stop calling me transphobic and stop calling me a TERF. Stop calling me a white supremacist. I'm telling you to have a respectful conversation. You might feel that way about me, but I'm asking you. I don't identify as a white supremacist. I don't identify as no transphobic. I don't identify as no TERF. If you want to play those games, I literally told her, stop calling me that. Or if you say it again, I'm going to call you a man.
Okay, so what is the definition of transphobic?
A person who has prejudice and a strong emotional hate towards a trans person, a strong dislike. That is transphobic. I don't do that. Literally, I was called transphobic because I said being a woman is not a feeling. And it's not. And I'm still trying to figure out with that statement, how is that showing a prejudice towards trans women or a strong dislike for them? When I'm like one in part of their biggest supporter being a lesbian woman, being that we all are under the umbrella of LGBTQ community, and that I am aware that this is something I believe maybe the younger babies are dealing with in our community, and I don't dismiss them either. But I feel like this is something more that y'all kind of brought up because me and the older heads, we all agree that at one point this was not a argument in the community. You know, we understood that trans women were trans women and that they were their own unique special versions of themselves. But now if a person don't want to say, I guess, or, you know, go by the new redefined words of stuff, they're labeled transphobic. So can somebody please show me in my comment, my section, I mean, everything that I've been said, where I'm showing that I'm prejudiced,
okay, can I
or
say
have a
something?
strong dislike for trans women?
Well, somebody would say the same about you. Older generation people who dress like you identify as stud, but you don't identify as stud, and you don't want to be called stud. So if a trans woman is telling you that she wants to be called a woman, she don't identify what those trans women back then identified. It's women like you that identify as a D word. It's a lot of women like you. It's a lot of women like yourself identify as themselves as a D word, but that doesn't mean that everyone who dresses like or wear male clothes want to be called the D word or be called stud.
All right, so stud, depending on how it's being used, and number one, the way you're trying to use it, saying that people will call Neil X a stud, is something that's in the black community. Let's keep that real. I have white gay friends. They don't call the white girl that dresses like me a stud. She's called a butch or something like that. They have their own words. And if you talking about dyke, dyke is a degrading anti-gay slur word. So people were killed and murdered why called dyke. So it's like dyke is like on the same, you know, frequency of calling somebody a nigga. But we know, or nigger, even though we know the word nigger just means black. Go, y'all look it up. Niger, nigger means black. But I'm sure Conscious don't want to be called a nigger. You don't want to be called a nigger, because we know the offense that go behind the word. We know the history of the oppression that white folks, when they was practicing white supremacy, when they oppressed us. Right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, a woman, the word woman and dyke and stud and all that, those are not the same category. A woman is simply a noun. A dyke is not a noun. A woman just saying an adult female. That's it. It is telling you the type of person this individual is. And I believe it's in the word trans woman, is literally telling you right there what it is that you're transitioning to. And after that conversation with Will and One Love, I still walked away agreeing with what Sable said. And if she's watching this live, hey, sis, Sable, I felt like gave the best answer out of every trans person I ever talked to by saying that she identified with the gender expression.
So that makes it right. That makes it so in your mind that you think that everybody think like her. I don't know how to say her name. I'm sorry.
No, but I feel like if you want to keep stuff having a logical, philosophical conversation, like sticking it with knowledge, I feel like that she made the best argument with that. Because I literally asked Will, what is he identifying with? Because to me, it sounds like he's identifying with the social construct of what a man is.
And I just want to put a pause in it, super there, and I want you both to breathe. I think you both are doing really well in this dialogue so far. Before we get too far away from the conversation that was happening around the athlete that was in question, Caster Semenya. I just got an inbox from a Consciouz Crew member on Instagram who sent me this article from hrw.org. I don't know anything about this case, but I guess for those of you who are familiar, you may find, I guess, this article to kind of enlightening. And then I also want to introduce Oh My God to the platform, who's also intersex as well. So hrw.org. Let me go ahead and share the screen. Actually, let me share my screen. And thank you all for being here. Thumbs up this video, you guys. Please share. And this is what a civil, also passionate Discord sounds like. So once again, shout out to DOX and shout out to Intersex for being able to have this dialogue. Caster Semenya won her case, but not the right to compete. Court ruling is a human rights victory. Caster Semenya, a South African Olympic runner, won her discrimination case in the European Court of Human Rights last week. Yet, paradoxically, Semenya and many other women athletes may still be banned from competing in sports under world athletics regulations. Under these regulations, promulgated by the sports governing body regulating track and field, women like Semenya, who have naturally occurring higher testosterone levels associated with differences of sex development, are barred from competing unless they subject themselves to medically unnecessary interventions to reduce their testosterone levels and conform to an arbitrary and subjective standard of femininity. These regulations came into effect in 2019. Sports governing bodies argued that the regulations broke from the past 50 years of sex testing women athletes, a practice that was humiliating, degrading, and discriminatory. However, the revised regulations still subject women athletes to sex eligibility criteria that retain these negative rights abusing consequences. Semenya challenged the new regulations in the Court of Arbitration for Sport in April of 2019 and lost. She then appealed to Switzerland's highest court, the Federal Tribunal, which dismissed the case on grounds that sports regulations violating women's rights cannot be struck down as inconsistent with Swiss public policy, even though the court concluded the regulations violated Semenya's human rights. As Human Rights Watch and experts argued in a amicus brief submitted to the European Court, the 2019 regulations perpetuate the arbitrary scrutiny of women's bodies in ways that are degrading and invasive of privacy on grounds that are scientifically contested. Such regulations are incompatible with respect for women's rights to bodily integrity, freedom from cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment, dignity, and non-discrimination. That is at the heart of the matter. International sports bodies set regulations with scant regard for international human rights norms, as if they are exempt from human rights standards. The European Court decision debunks that finding that the Swiss Federal Tribunal had failed to uphold human rights norms despite credible claims of discrimination. Semenya's victory is in some case a technical one. It enables Semenya to pursue her case, but without any immediate prospect of being able to compete again, which is the point of her case. In a state, world athletes indicated they will encourage the Swiss government to appeal the decision to the Grand Chamber of the European Court. The future of Semenya's athletics career and that of many other women athletes hangs in the balance. Still, Castor has won a significant victory that ultimately should compel world athletics and the court of arbitration for sport to ensure that their actions comply with international human rights and laws. So her case is very interesting, considering that this is a biological woman, but because her biological makeup is considered.
That's not a biological woman.
Oh, this is a trans woman. Oh, okay.
No. Well, when you share my screen, I'm going to show you that Castor is not a biological woman.
Okay.
All right, here's my screen. So I listened to the article that you said, and that article, I'm not going to say that the person is biased, but it's clear that they're, stating their personal opinion about how she was treated. That, they mistreated her. It was disgusting on their behavior. Okay, it's clearly obvious. But let's just go to the Guardian of somebody who's just reporting the story for what it is. No bias, nothing. And I'm going to show you that Castor is not genetically a woman. She's genetically a man. It says the gender test that Semenya reportedly showed that the runner had no womb or ovaries, but that she had internal testes, the male sexual organ, which produced testosterone, and her levels of hormones were 3 times that usually expected in females. She is not biological man. A biological man. She looks like a biological female on the outside. But like I said, when she was dominating that track and field, they got suspicious. And then they made her, go under this, exam. And it probably was humiliating to her, because if she identifies as a woman, but I think deep down inside, she knew it might be something else going on. And I felt like the court proceedings and everything that happened, they was trying to, I guess, try to do this political move, like, okay, what makes a woman and all that stuff, like the same stuff we are dealing with right now in America. So yes, she got to win, but I think it's misleading to continually say that Castor is biological woman when she's not. She has, she doesn't have no sexual organs that's related to a female. She just looked female because she has something that appears to be a vagina.
So where did you get your information from?
I just read that was from the Guardian, and I followed that story for a while. That's why I'm familiar with it. Because I remember when I watched her run, I like sports and I love the Olympics. And I remember I was like, damn, she killing it. I used to root for her when I seen her run back in the day. But then I got, when the story went viral, because I forgot what country in Africa she from. But I remember they were even doing shit that I thought was humiliating for her, that they was making her like lift her shirt, show her boobs, and turn around and pat her butt, like, see, she's a woman, and then pat her front to show that there was no penis. They was patting, like they literally put her in front of the African men, put her in front of everybody as a spectacle, when I felt like that could have been handled privately and not publicly. They was like, look, see, she appears, she's a woman, she's not a man, she has no penis. But then when people wasn't buying that, it was later revealed that she's biologically a male. So somebody said South Africa, thank you, but I couldn't remember what country she was representing. But that's why I said I think it's misleading to say that Castor is biologically a woman and she's not. She might be identifying as a woman, or appear to be a woman, but genetically she's biologically male. That's why she has an advantage, and that's why they, tried to strip her of her medals, and they tried to strip her of her medals. Even though I feel like they shouldn't strip her of her medal, because let's just give her a benefit of the doubt. Maybe she didn't know she was intersex, maybe. So I feel like
So
they should let her
intersex and biologically born male are two different things.
say what?
Intersex and biologically born male are two different things.
So
And before y'all get into that discussion, super
And
quick,
I feel like you're
want,
not being. Oh, go ahead.
before y'all move too far away from hold on, let me get oh my god, it's back in here super quick. I want to. So speaking of the whole, because once again, I don't know much about this athletics situation, so I'm gonna be doing some studying myself. But speaking of the internal testes, I was looking up that. So this is from medlineplus.gov, and it talks about androgen insensitivity syndrome. So androgen insensitivity syndrome is a condition that affects sexual development before birth and during puberty. People with this condition are genetically male with one X chromosome and one Y chromosome in each cell because their bodies are unable to respond to certain male sex hormones called androgens. They may have mostly female external sex characteristics or signs of both male and female sexual development. Complete androgen insensitivity syndrome occurs when the body cannot use androgens at all. People with this form of the condition have the external sex characteristics of females, but do not have a uterus and therefore do not menstruate or are unable to conceive a child. Infertile, they are typically raised as females and have a female gender identity. Affected individuals have male internal sex organs, aka testes, that are undescended, which means that they are abnormally located in the pelvis or abdomen. Undescended testes have a small chance of becoming cancerous later in life if they are not surgically removed. People with complete androgen insensitivity syndrome also have sparse or absent hair in the pubic area and under the arms. The partial and mild forms of androgen insensitivity syndrome result when the body's tissues are partially sensitive to the effects of androgens. People with partial androgen insensitivity can have genitalia that look typically female, genitalia that have both male and female characteristics, or genitalia that look typically male. They may be raised as males or as females and may have a male and or female gender identity. People with mild androgen insensitivity are born with male sex characteristics, but they are often infertile and tend to experience breast enlargement at puberty. So, Neo, is there any other biological information about Semenya's physiological makeup aside from the fact that she allegedly has internal testes?
That she's not in this category of this article you just read. Her genetic test says she had XY. There was no partial X or partial Y. And I'm glad that you read that article because it's still right there in the article. It's partial. It doesn't mean that X or Y chromosome is completely gone. So you can still identify which chromosome is it. Is it XX or is it XY? It's not gone. It's deformed. I mean, that's something that happens in our medical field. We know that there are people who have genetic issues where they have their chromosomes are just deformed. And you can kind of see with their health issues, the ability to think and comprehend. They was even trying to connect a mutation that they said that sometimes when this happened, they can literally link it to a relative. And that even with as science advancing, they're trying to find a way to extract these certain mutations that exist in a chromosome, because that's how DNA works. I mean, they're doing it with mice. They got the science now that they can make mice colorblind. They can make a mice produce only white mice or only black mice. They're doing these genetic experiments to this day. So it's possible to remove these mutations. But what the article you just read, that's what it's simply saying. It's that XY or XX, it's not completely gone. It's partially gone. It's a mutation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I want to welcome Oh My Goddess to the platform, who's also intersex. Welcome to the platform, Oh My Goddess. I know you wanted to weigh in.
Hey
from
everyone.
the chat. I appreciate you being here. And yes, you can speak to the topic at hand.
Okay, I just wanted to come on real quick because I'm about to run. I just wanted to say this. Intersex. I know right now I'm coming down, well, recovering from a cold. I
Yeah,
just
girl,
wanted to
it's
say,
something
like,
going on, child. It is something. I'm
it's
sorry. I've
something
been
going on.
recovering. It's about 6 days, and I'm still like, come on. So I'm sorry.
I
Go ahead.
am. It's okay. I just wanted to say, like, you with the name intersex itself to identify and also associate your name. It's a little challenging for someone like myself who actually is
I'm sorry.
intersex.
So you repeat. I want to make sure I heard you. You said the word intersex and associated with my name. Whose name? My name?
No, not you, Neo. I'm talking about
Okay, say it
intersex
again.
herself. Her name, I don't know what her name is, but to
Mm.
have intersex as your name and to be identified for what you have as a condition, it's a little off-putting. For my family who have heard you speak, they're a little shaky about, I guess, like, what are your intentions? Because if someone has autism, they wouldn't name themselves autistic. So it's a little off-putting, just to
Oh,
say the
okay. So
least.
that question
And
is for
if you haven't
intersex.
had the
Okay.
test, yes. So
Mhm.
I wanted to know, what is your name? What can we call you other than a condition?
Mm.
Okay, so intersex. My name was Intersex Aziz, but sometimes I came on a panel, and it kept on trying to put my whole name on there, and I was already added to the phone call. I mean, well, added to
Hmm.
the live. So the Aziz kept erasing. So I kept it like this on this platform because everybody I came on the live as this name. That's not my name and that's not what I want to be called. But on this
Okay,
platform,
okay. That's good to know because it is a little off-putting to just have that as a name, but everyone now is associating that, of course, understanding. For example, I do not like the term hermaphrodite. To me, it sounds like amphibian. It
I don't
sounds like a
even.
creature.
Yeah, I
It,
don't
it
like that
sounds
word either.
weird. And I don't appreciate, because I would love to identify someone by their name and not a condition. Like I wouldn't walk up to my cousin and be like, hey, albino, you know?
Mhm.
It doesn't resonate. So when you come in and telling a story, you have to be truth in that story because you're going to have people like myself who lives this life and hear
Mhm.
holes in a story and it just doesn't add up. So it'll be
Mm.
best that you do your test so you know for sure what you are. Because let me give you an example. When you say that you're an intersex trans person, for me, that was very weird because I
Mhm.
am intersex. I cannot be trans. What am I changing into?
I
This is
didn't say
what I
I was
am.
an intersex trans person.
Yes, so you said that in the beginning.
No, I said I am a woman of trans experience who happens to be intersex. You're putting words in my mouth. That's not what I said.
It's
Okay.
basically semantics, but it's the same thing. So
It's not.
what we're interpreting is exactly what you're stating. So at the end of the day, when it comes down to facts, you have to be factual in order to be accredited by what you're saying. Because for us, it's off-putting. That's all I want to say. I gotta run, you guys. CT, I love
I
you.
have a lot of questions for you. Oh my goodness! But if you get
Love you
Yeah.
done,
down.
like with your run, and you still, like, and we're still on, please come back.
Okay, I will.
Yeah,
I
and
gotta run, you guys.
but just in case if
Okay.
you don't, please recover from whatever it is, because the
Yes,
Florida
it's
Georgia
something
area
going.
is
I don't
getting
know
hit.
what happened. I just Yes, and
Yeah,
I'm down
please
here in
recover
South
because
Florida, and I'm about to on the
yeah,
water. Excuse my
Florida and
brother.
Georgia, something going around. So I mean, it's sweeping us out. It might be another strain of COVID, to be honest with you.
Who
So
knows? But stay away from those jabs. Anyway, you guys
yeah,
have a
that
good
part.
one.
All right,
And
man.
thank you for coming
Love
in,
you.
interjecting. I thought it was just me, but I didn't. But it's better for you to say it because if I say it, I'm called transphobic.
Hey,
But you literally said everything I was thinking when I was like,
well,
"Why?
you just
How
have to
could you
keep
be
in
both?"
mind that you have people listening, so you're gonna have people who are going through what you're stating, and hey, it's gonna be people who are gonna analyze what you're stating. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, you guys love you, and I'll talk to you, CT.
I love you too,
Love you,
boo.
peace. Thank you.
So I have a question. Okay, so like just for clarifying purposes, because I was under the impression that the term trans is a gender affirming term. So if being intersex can put a person's biology into an ambiguous state, then I would assume that they are intersex because a lot of times their parents make a decision for them, and then they make a decision, some of them, in terms of if they want to sway to the left or to the right or in the middle. Because this was going on with the Guevedoces of the Dominican Republic as well, where some of them, once they hit male puberty and started to develop male biology, all of that kind of stuff, some of them continued to go on and live as men, and then some of them had gender reassignment surgery to continue to live as women. So if you have intersex people who are intersex for various reasons, sometimes it's a genitalia thing, sometimes it's a chromosome thing where they have ambiguous chromosome makeup. If they make a choice to live fully then as woman or fully then as man, then wouldn't that fall into the trans experience? Because
you want me to answer that? I probably say no, because again, what people are transitioning to are just the social constructs. Like, because
That's
if
your
a person,
opinion, though.
okay, intersex.
So where is that
And
written?
let's pretend, like, hold on,
That's
sis.
your
Let's
opinion.
hold on, intersex. Let's pretend that you're not intersex. Let's just pretend. And let's just say that you are, like, no, don't, sis, I'm trying to have a serious conversation. This is the problem I had with One Love. Y'all want people to come into the community,
Don't
take
put
y'all
me and One Love
serious,
in the same boat.
take y'all serious, but this is what always happens. Anytime we try to have a philosophical or a rational conversation, it turns into a joke. But you said it, One Love said it yourself. People are killing trans women. They're killing them. They fear what they don't understand. And Neil X is taking my time, because I had a show scheduled to talk about this, but not even with you. But I'm taking my time to come over here to have this conversation to show y'all that this is a civil war in the community. That a lot of us under the umbrella of LGBTQ plus do not agree with the stuff that's being said about trans women. So if you want, I was just going to say, let's just pretend. I'm not taking away from who you are, your gender expression, or whatever you are biological. I'm not doing that. I just said, let's pretend that you're not intersex, but you're a biological male. And my question after that was, let's pretend you're not intersex, but you're a biological male. Are you transitioning into a woman like Neo X, or are you transitioning into, let me think of because she's not trans, Princella, who I got back here in my background next to Conscious. Like, if you was to turn on your camera right now, do you look more like a feminine woman or a woman like me who's wearing clothes as assigned to men?
So I laughed at what you just said, because you're telling me to not pretend about something I am. And if I,
For a philosophical conversation,
but what I'm
sister.
saying is the answer is not going to be correct, because for what you're trying to get is because I'm not trans. I'm not a male. So how can I pretend that I'm a male?
Sis, you never played make believe when you was a kid. Even I pretend that I was
So
a
but what I'm
superhero.
saying is,
I
even if
mean,
I play make believe
every
and I
human being
answer
has
to
the
your,
ability to play
even if I play,
imagination.
even if I play make believe and I give you the answer, does not mean that the answer is correct. It's something that I
It's
gave
not
you.
it's not a yes or a wrong or right question. That's
Okay.
why I said it's a philosophy. Hold on, baby.
Okay.
Hey, 1 second. Go ahead. It's a philosophical question, so there is no right or wrong. It's to get understanding. Because my point that I was going to make, you said that I was wrong when I said trans women are transitioning into a social construct, right? And you said that's
No,
not
I'm
true.
just
And
saying that that's your opinion. That's not
but
in
it's
the
not. But
definition.
is it really my opinion? I was trying
It
to
is
get you
your
to tell
opinion.
me
Who else?
what type of women do you present to the public? Are you effeminate looking? Do you wear things that are assigned to females that's considered feminine? Like, do you have the long? Do you wear the wigs and the sew-ins and
No,
the
I have
nails,
real hair.
makeup? Do you wear the lingerie? Do you wear stuff like? Do you assign things that is considered feminine that are assigned to women?
One more time.
Are you wearing clothing or items that is assigned to women that is considered feminine, like getting your nails done, wearing makeup, carrying a purse, wearing lingerie, and all that stuff? Like, do you wear stuff like that? Are you a feminine expressing female?
I am.
All right, so then you're not identifying with me in my anatomy, right? Because I am a biological woman who is identifying as a woman,
But you
but
know, it's
I
trans
wear
women that
clothing.
do
Hold on.
though.
But I'm trying to show you that your clothing is not your identity. Your 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 genetic. What's the word? I'm sorry, my baby walked past. Walk past, baby. Close the door. Thank you. I'm saying that the clothing is what we present on the outside, but our manhood and our womanhood is solely based on what we are biologically. And I'm saying that you are not transitioning into what I am biologically, right? You're transitioning into the social construct of what the system says females should act and what they look, and how most females who carry a feminine expression of themselves, how they dress. Like, I see beautiful trans women all the time. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes they fool me.
Okay,
You know?
so what you're saying is it's not trans women who transition to be the type of woman you are. That's a lie.
I said, are you?
I'm not trans though.
So you live in a trans experience, but you're not trans?
What you see, that's the thing with, and that's why I wish you to stayed up here as well. Because the young lady that was just on here, she was on a live when I shared my whole experience. Not one time me sharing my experience did she felt like me having the name intersex bothered her. I seen her comments and the comments and et cetera, et cetera. I said when I came on here, I said why I said like that. And you just said that, oh, so what is the trans experience? So even if I found out that I was trans at if I even though if I found out that I was born intersex later on in life, then that means I had lived a life before then, correct?
No, because I don't understand what you just said. Like, you kind of a little all over the place, sis. No disrespect. Because I was just saying that you can't, because just like the lady who just came up here said that you kind of confusing everybody by saying that you're intersex and you live in a trans experience.
That's
not
not what I said though. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I never said that.
So what did you say?
I didn't say what you just said.
Okay, so hold on, you guys. Hold on, you guys. Hold on, y'all. I just want to say, I'm not confused because intersex is a sex. It's not a gender identity.
No, it's not.
It's medically and scientifically considered a sex. Like, I literally have had a registered nurse on this platform saying that they literally use the term cisgender even in hospitals when it comes to babies, in order to also distinguish them from intersex children. So intersex medically is also a sex, but transgender male, a transgender man, transgender woman is a gender identity. So intersex people still have to have a gender identity regardless of having or being intersex in nature. So I'm not confused about intersex and trans coexisting together. But I do also want to invite a Jordana who is also a same gender living woman.
Before she speaks, intersex, repeat what you said in the beginning and why that lady came up here and pressed you on what you said.
But she did not repeat exactly what I said either.
So can you just repeat it for clarification, since I apparently, according to you, got it wrong?
Okay. I'm a woman of trans experience who happens to be intersex.
I just said that you said you was a woman of trans experience. Like, what's the difference? I literally just said that's what you said.
Okay, so the pause. And this is why we can never bridge the gap, because you're trying to be funny.
I'm not trying to be, baby. You just said you didn't say something and you turned around and said what I just said. You said
that I said I was an intersex person living a trans experience. That's not what the fuck I said. That's not what the fuck I just said just now.
If you want to play semantics with the words, it's pretty much the same thing. That's what that lady just said who just left the panel. I mean, I didn't say the word verbatim, but if we're telling you it's literally what you're saying. But And Conscious, I'm gonna disagree with you about they are saying that intersex people is a form of sex, male, female, and intersex. I'm gonna disagree with you because intersex clearly means that a person have both
It's
pieces of
not.
what.
Can you read the definition of intersex? Because that's not
You,
what you even read when
So
you
maybe
read the
this will help
definition.
too, because I have another piece of thing. I I'm not confused, but this is from ihra.org.
can you use a dictionary or
No,
a medical dictionary? Not an article of somebody explaining what intersex is, please.
well, these are medical write-ups about from people who actually do this work and not from people who author a dictionary.
A medical book that defines intersex.
Uh, so you put it up on your end and I'll share it, and I want to read from ihra.org.au. Sex and gender. In English, sex and gender describe different concepts, and the word sex can also mean many different things. On one hand, sex may describe biological, physical sex characteristics, a person's chromosomes, sex organs, and hormones. Statistically, most people are born with characteristics that line up with unambiguously in two separate categories, female and male. In the case of intersex people, these traits vary, and because of our bodies and seen as different, this exposes us to risk of human rights violations, etc. So I wanted to read that little excerpt there from what we read earlier about intersex can mean very different things for intersex people. It can be a reference for genitals. It can be a reference for a chromosomal ambiguous makeup, etc. But as Yasmin said in the chat, like I'm a cisgender male, like I'm born male. I also have a gender identity, which is man, woman. I have a gender expression, which is all over the fucking place. It's ambiguous. It's whatever. So all people have gender identities, and intersex people, sex, the actual sex, which is why they refer to as intersex, have ambiguous sexual characteristics, etc. So once again, I don't know why it's not confusing to me. A lot of people in the chat are also not confused. Some people are confused, but I guess. But did you find a medical what you call it that you want to share? And I want to welcome Jordana to the chat as well, who is also a same gender loving, mass presenting woman. While New York is pulling up her info, what do you want to weigh in on this subject, Jordana?
Hi, CTV and
Hey,
everyone on the panel. So I just wanted to do what I think is natural to me, which is like, it's hard for me to understand what's happening here. And I think it's hard because I've always been of the mind that science is broader than language. Science is broader than the terms that humans have come up with to try to explain science. I don't think science conforms to language. Language just tries to describe science the best it can because humans make up words. And science to me is God trying to communicate to humans how vast she is. So if everything is going to be dwindled down to like absolutes, there's always going to be a disconnect when you have someone who has an experience outside of absolutes, which for me personally, absolutes only makes a person or some people feel secure in their understanding of life. But it does not benefit the collective all the time. So as a queer woman who is mass presenting or whatever, I use those terms just to explain generally, but on the day to day, I don't really care about the terms, and that's fine. But I also don't navigate the world in a way where like another person who looks like me, or yeah, I would say looks like me. So the way I look, if there's another person on the street that looks like me, I don't take their behavior, their terminology, their experience and say, oh my gosh, now I have to defend myself against that, or the way you describe yourself to be, it affects me. Like, I think that's a bit, it's a lot of ego in that for me personally, in my perspective, because the way that we want to navigate the world as individuals, it's very easy to stifle someone else's ability to be themselves and to have their life experience, when it's like, okay, you have to explain your experience to me in order for it to make sense, and then I can respect it, or I can accept it, or then the world will accept it. Like, that is a dark place to freaking be 24/7. So to me, even if I don't understand what intersex is saying, it doesn't make me lose any type of love or sense of humanity for her than it would someone who was biologically male, identifies as male, is heterosexual, and is just more along the lines of the binary. So to me, this makes my head hurt, because to me, at the base of it, you're a human. Whatever experience you're having is your experience. And the only thing I want to see is you live long enough to navigate that and to live in the world safely. That's all I care about. I don't need to understand every single aspect. I don't need to validate it. I don't need to have an exact definition. I don't need to pinpoint exactly where it is. Like, I don't need to do that, because ultimately you're alive, you have breath in your body, and you're a human. And the fact that God is bigger than any other form of man-made understanding in life, I don't need to subject your experience to that. You are just allowed to be. So that's what I came to say to intersex. Anyone like intersex, including myself, who sometimes I'm more along the binary, and sometimes it is what it is. I don't care. I don't take the time to explore that so much, because to me, that's more of the man-made part of it than just being who you are naturally, which I think is the reason why it's very hard for people to understand.
If you feel that way, thanks for the speech. But if you feel that way, if you being
So,
that,
Conscious, is there anything you want to ask me, Conscious?
what, I can't talk. You don't want to talk to me?
Well, hold on. I think that if there was opportunity to speak to Jordana, I think that the kind of the shade you just threw kind of
No, I
possibly.
understand. I was talking to her and she cut me off and
No,
said,
it was thanks for the speech, but
I mean, she did give a speech. It was heartwarming. It was
because
heartwarming.
I would love you and Jordana, obviously both as same gender loving, mass presenting women, to definitely be able to have a civil discord. Jordana, is it possible that you
funny in that chat,
you and Neo can start over?
It's so funny because it's so funny because in my chat where I'm streaming my video, I got my people rooting for me and saying good job in your chat.
There's literally no opposition here.
Neo's rude. It's just so fun. This is why I love philosophy.
Hold on, y'all. Everything is going so good. So,
I mean, no, it's great. I'm not feeling, but this is why I love philosophy.
No,
this is why people who are not
and intersex is doing well. But I would definitely love for you and Jordana to be able to talk directly to each other for sure. And look, y'all, like literally. This, like, we have to be able to put our egos aside and really do the work in these dialogues, because obviously everybody here is agreeing that this is a very sensitive and important conversation. Once again, 5.6 million Americans in this country alone are intersex. 1.6 million are transgender, identify as trans. So obviously we're talking about a very large body of people.
Wait, say that again. Say that statistic again.
Which part?
The one you just said. How many people is trans in America?
Hold on. I had it here. 1.6 million Americans identify as trans as of 2022. Yes.
Okay.
And
I was trying to make sure what I heard you.
Yeah, and 5.6 are intersex. So we're talking about a very large body of folk who are having a lived experience and whose lives are literally impacted by the concepts around gender and sex in combination and what that means. So I would love for us to just be able to have the Discord because it's important. So can we
Yeah,
just,
we can, but let's like, she came up here, gave a speech. It was heartwarming. But if she take a look in that chat, it ain't love for me in that chat, sis. Like, you came on this thing saying that you hope, we come together and love and God and all that. And I'm for all that. Remember, I was invited to come over here. I didn't come over here to push no agenda. I ain't come over here to tell everybody that being a woman is not a feeling and how I know that because I'm a woman. Because it's funny that the dude Michael says that I cannot speak on the trans experience because I'm not intersex. Like, intersex, but intersex doesn't even have my anatomy, but identifies as a woman. So see how y'all try to have it both ways when a woman who says that, hold on, brother. I mean, sister.
Oh.
Hold on. I'm sorry. But I'm literally saying that it's funny how y'all want to flip the coin to fit your narrative. Because with that being said, every trans woman who do not have the female anatomy can't go around telling a woman how I feel to be a woman or what makes a woman because they're not that experienced, right? That's technically what you're saying because I'm not intersex, so I don't have the intersex experience. Like, we're literally on here having a philosophical conversation. Again, that's why my channel is based off of philosophy because I come over here, challenge the narrative, challenge what is being said, and show that people completely have biases. You guys are disagreeing with me because you're biased. How you feel about trans and the shit that goes on and the oppression and all that. Some of y'all deep down inside know that I'm telling the truth. But for the sake of the public, you have to make it seem like that you're all in agreements. Because I'm literally, when I finally can do my show that I was supposed to do today, but I took the time to come over here to have the conversation, even though I knew it was going to be biased, I knew people was going to disrespect me in the chat. I did it for the bigger picture. But when I do my show, I'm going to show y'all everybody in the LGBTQ plus community is not conscious chat. They don't have the opinions of country. They're having reasonable, logical conversations, philosophical conversations of what's going on in our community. Now, to the lady with the glasses, I forgot your name, and I apologize. Romana, I apologize. I forgot your name. But I just also want to remind you, if you want to chuck this up to God on why we are experiencing these things on this earth, well, I feel like trans people who are struggling with this, they need to take their problems up with their creator. Blame the creator because according to you, it's the creator that put them in that vehicle for them to have that experience, right? Without the science and technology, they won't be able to transition to anything. Only thing they will be able to do is put on the clothing. So I feel like the problem why some people getting upset with people like me who's simply saying, hey, being a woman is not a feeling. So what is it that you're transitioning to? I think the bigger issue is you need to take your problems up with your creator and not people who literally using definitions correctly, calling things how they is and not how they should be in a perfect world. We had Consciouz literally read an article that redefined words just to fit a political agenda. Like, I'm not on here bashing trans people. I have plenty of trans people. I mean, I can't wait till I do my interview who don't have a problem with me saying that being a woman is a feeling and who have respect for women and say that they're not trying to replace women. They don't even care if they have the word woman or not. They literally would say, I'm a trans woman, and oh, guess what? I'm okay with that. Simple as that. So
okay,
people can sit up there and give me these speeches and be biased about the information.
Right.
It is what it is, but at least I can keep it real. Because you remember how I just had to correct Consciouz when he misspoke and said that Castor was a biological woman. And I said, nah, she's not. She's XY chromosome. She doesn't have no female anatomy in the inside. She looks like it on the outside, but she has testicles, not ovaries.
Okay,
so that's why words are important.
On that part,
that's why words are important. Science is important, and feelings is something that we all have based off our biases. How you feel about something and your preference.
Great. Intersex, I just wanted to redirect my attention because that's where it was initially when I came up here. It was.
Cool. I asked you, did you want to talk to me?
It was towards Intersex and to let Intersex know that her existence is valid.
Never said it wasn't.
God created Intersex and everyone along the spectrum, that humans created binaries to try to explain creation, but it does not define creation. So in that's why I came up here to let Intersex know whenever you get tired of trying to explain your experience and explain your existence, you are more than free to tap out, because what people try to make you think about
She
yourself.
asked to have this conversation,
I'm
so don't
speaking, so
don't
I'm
do
not
that.
Hold on,
speaking to you
y'all. One
right
at a
now.
time.
I'm
Don't
really
do that.
not.
Hold on, y'all.
I'm
Let's
really
be
not.
respectful,
She asked. I
everyone.
just want to make it clear.
I'm not.
Intersex asked
You've
me
made
to have.
yourself
Hold on,
clear
y'all.
so
Hold on,
many
hold on.
times.
Everybody's doing good with
Jesus.
respecting each other, even when they disagree. So
Yeah,
let's
you
just let
didn't want
each
me to
other.
say that, huh? She
Please
asked
I
to
don't
speak
care.
to
I'm
me.
not even listening to you at this point.
Hello.
So Intersex.
Hello.
No, Conscious, seriously, today is my wife's birthday, so I took a little time away because I saw that you asked me to come up on the panel, and I wanted to let Intersex know that there are people who grant you and everyone the freedom to simply be.
We know that.
That's it. And so I just wanted to reinforce that, because I can hear the frustration in your voice and trying to express what you experience. And I know it's frustrating. And I can't even relate so much
It's
because I'm
frustrating when
not
people make
intersex
arguments that you're not making.
and I'm still talking. So Intersex and anyone else who has this challenge in life, I am sending you love, I am sending you light, and I'm sending you peace. Conscious, thank you for having me up.
Thank you for being up here, love.
Much love to you.
So
Y'all have a
look,
good day.
check
You
this
too,
out.
boo. And
Conscious,
tell
are you
wifey happy
allowed?
birthday for me.
Hey, Conscious, can we have somebody from my spectrum come over here?
Yes,
Because
everybody is welcome.
I don't know if you can see it, but I have people on my channel who's making comments, and those comments are not getting posted. You know what I'm saying? So I have people asking, can they come over?
Well, I've been
So-
dropping the link the entire show, so it's, I mean,
No, they can't see your chat because they're streaming from my chat.
Oh, that's
but
why
we
I
can
can't see them then, so I can't.
Oh
see
yeah,
them.
you can.
Stay over
No,
here.
Conscious, you can see them, baby, because I'm on your
But
chat.
I've
You
been
can.
posting very supportive comments. I'm posting people who are agreeing with you, so I'm not being biased at all. But I'm not invested in that way. For one, I have like literally people can rewind the tape back. I have posted people agreeing with you, affirming you. Neo is dropping jewels. Neo is
See, so
correct,
that's somebody from my channel. Yeah, that's someone. So you can see them. That was somebody from my channel.
Yeah,
but
so
the person who said that they want to hit
people
the link.
want CTV to be biased so bad. I am.
Baby, you is biased, but it's okay. That's a human natural thing to do.
Hold on, hold on. And I'm okay with people calling me.
Somebody said Conscious is lying.
Hold on, y'all.
Conscious is not lying. He's just biased, y'all. That's a human nature.
I've literally been telling people for the past 30 minutes, for the past 45 minutes, if you want to join the Discord, just like Jordana saw the link and clicked it, just like Oh My Goddess came up here and agreed with Neo and hit the link. The link is available. CTV ain't doing a motherfucking thing, so y'all not gonna get me petty on this Saturday, honey. Okay, and I'm
gonna let you have that.
And I'm also very okay with people who tell people who disagree with them that they're biased. I'm fine with that diagnosis too.
I mean, I'm a whole philosopher, so saying that someone is biased is not a bad thing. I'm biased. I'm biased when it comes down to black and versus white. If I see a white person opening up a business and a black person open up a business, I'm gonna go support the black person because I'm biased. It's not necessarily a bad thing because the bigger picture is I'm promoting black excellence. So of course I'm gonna side with people I relate to and those I want to see benefit from the resources. So being biased is not a bad thing. Prejudice and racism, that's different. Having a strong prejudice against trans people, having a strong dislike, the meaning of transphobic, that's what that is. But it's okay to be biased because I'm a woman first, and I only identify as a woman, not based off of no feelings, because it's not a feeling. My anatomy is not a feeling. We keep saying it over and over, but then you get people like old lady who just left here trying to make it seem like I'm taking away from intersex experience, where the real question is intersex didn't like what I said. So Intersex invited me into this conversation. I didn't invite her. She's not the trans person that I'm interviewing. I didn't reach out to her at all. So I just want to make it sure it's clear that Neo S is not over here trying to have a transphobic conversation with or picking on Intersex. She wanted to have this conversation. Neo S is just keeping it real, and some people just can't handle it. They really can't handle it when somebody's literally destroying like a delusion right in front of you using the same words that they identify. That's why the first lady who popped up and challenged intersex for what she said, I really appreciate her saying that. And nobody caught that that person said that they was an intersex person themselves. I ain't seen nobody clap. I ain't seen nobody, oh, yes, she right. No. But when I say something to intersex, Neo is rude. Neo is emotional. And to the woman or man, because I don't know what you are, who's calling me emotional, I'm very emotional. I'm passionate about this shit. I'm a whole activist in the LGBTQ plus
how could you be
community.
emotional
And people, and I want to make sure this understood. People who are emotional, that's a good thing. That's spiritual intelligence. That's emotional intelligence. That means I'm not dead in the inside. There's nothing wrong with expressing emotion. So to y'all, some of y'all, it comes off, I'm whining, I'm crying, but you biased and you don't like me. So you're going to say, you literally going to ignore facts because you're biased. And I had to learn to practice not to do that if I'm going to be the world's famous Black philosopher. You can't do that when you are trying to bridge the gap with everyone's experience on this earth. Everyone has perspective. So y'all can talk all that shit about me in the chat, say whatever you want, but God has already revealed to me that I'm on another level of thinking when it comes to you guys. God is literally putting me in a position where I can hop in this person's mind, hop in this person's mind, understand perspective, so that I can go out into the world and explain what it means to be a trans woman. I literally keep asking them, can you just tell me what it feels like? I get pushback for that. Well, damn, I want to be an ally, or do you want me to be an ally? However you want to take that statement, but you can't be sitting up here being condescending and rude to me because I'm disagreeing with you. That's not how things work. I'm above, so keep hating on me in the chat. It ain't gonna change intersex experience. It damn sure ain't gonna change my mind because I'm been past that. I was like some of y'all in the chat. I'm very complex when it comes to the way of thinking. I was like some of y'all, but I know it's a biased stance to sit up here and ignore that a woman, that the definition based off the anatomy of what a woman is. And then later, under the umbrella of womanhood, add the social constructs. Because, you know, words are redefined and they're changed. I'm a woman simply, not because I feel it, not because a man told me I was a woman. I can literally looking at my anatomy. That's how I know. You believe what you're convinced of, and you know what you experience. That's why I felt like intersex was being a little disingenuous in the beginning, because I literally was curious when she got her diagnosis that she was intersex. That's why I wanted Conscious to read a definition of what intersex is. But
indeed, from the MD, as I was recommending.
But I didn't see MD. I seen you pull it, but I didn't see you read it. But it's okay because we can agree.
And I can pull it up. I still have it here. It's not a problem.
We can agree or disagree with what it is, but when I tried to get that clear understanding for intersex, I was not being rude to her. I didn't disagree her. I'm not even prejudiced. I have I have trans friends, and guess what? They don't view me how y'all keep perceiving me on this chat. It's obvious that it's biased. Because I'm telling you, get a woman that's not, get a heterosexual woman, the one that a lot of y'all who are trans trying to identify with her expression, if she's identifying with the feminine, and ask her what it feels like to be a woman. She's not going to be able to describe that shit to y'all.
Okay, so I want to read this, and I have one.
And then Calvin, if you still here, boo, I dropped the link on mine. Conscious said you're welcome to hit the link.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I want to know why this green room is empty as it is, since folk are claiming I ain't been dropping the link that everybody else I've been drinking.
No, they didn't say you ain't. They didn't say that. They didn't say you ain't dropped the link. They said you were being biased. And
I'm being biased because I disagree, and I completely understand the subject at hand. Because folk, I don't classify myself as a philosopher, but clearly by my frame of thinking, I obviously am a philosopher. Where I separate myself from everybody else who's in the conversation about sex is that because I'm also philosophical in nature, I'm not just completely exclusive to a scientific approach, which is why I also make spiritual arguments and also divulge spiritual perspective like our ancestors have done as it related to intersex people, as it related to trans persons, as it relates to queer people. So I encompass information from both the left and right side of the hemispheres of the brain. I'm not rooted in a scientific metric system regarding the issue of sex and gender. It's not a problem for me. Now, for all the confused folk, it's a problem for the confused folk. Ain't no problem for me. I'm completely clear about the subject.
With that being said,
but other people who not clear projected bias onto me, but I'm fine with that too. And I want to read from this WebMD, which reads the same definition of intersex from the previous article that I read from. So from webmd.com, what's intersex? Intersex is an umbrella term used to categorize various reproductive and sexual anatomy differences that do not fit the usual male or female definitions. In short, intersex individuals may have chromosomes, genitals, or internal reproductive organs that do not fit into the typical male or female binary or category, or may possess characteristics of both male and female sexes. So there's literally no...
keep reading, keep going.
Different definition. I'm gonna read the whole thing. While intersex, by definition, is when someone generally appears to be one sex, but has the dominant anatomy of the other sex, or when someone is born in between the typical male and female sexes. An example of this would be a female presenting person having mostly male anatomy. Another example of someone born intersex is someone born with a in-between presentation of male and female genitals, such as someone born with a larger than usual clitoris or without a vaginal opening, or someone who has been born with a scrotum that is divided into a labia-like form. A person also may be born with a mosaic genetics or cells with XX and XY chromosomes. While intersex is usually detected and assigned at birth, intersex anatomy isn't always present then. Sometimes a person must reach the age of puberty before discovering their intersex. Some people may not even discover that they're intersex until adulthood, when they discover that they are infertile. In rare instances, intersex people are only diagnosed after they have passed away and are discovered through an autopsy, which is why intersex herself is saying she's still learning about her diagnosis and about these discrepancies regarding her own chromosomal biological makeup. It's important to note that being intersex is not a disease or a disorder or a condition according to Miss WebMD.com. And then it goes into making those distinctions. Miss WebMD, the article y'all told me to read, is also making the distinction between sex and gender and gender identity. Do y'all want me to read it?
Do y'all really think? Hold on, pause. Y'all doing all the ad libbing, y'all doing all the ad libbing, but y'all don't even realize that the article said what I said it was. Like you doing the ad libbing. Okay, go ahead, keep reading. I'm seeing a lack of reading comprehension. Go ahead.
Hold on. This article literally is a copy and practically a paste. It just goes a little bit more nuanced than the I honestly wish I would have read from WebMD.
But you thinking it's agreeing with you and it's not. That's the thing. This is what's funny. Y'all not even catching it's not agreing with you.
It actually is agreeing.
No, it's not. The article clearly just told you. Okay.
All right.
Let me know when I can finish so I can show you that it's not agreeing with you.
Calvin is here from Neo's camp, so we're going to let Calvin join the discussion. Welcome to the platform.
All right, but before Calvin speak, what I was trying to say, according to that article, it clearly said that sometimes that person's sexual anatomy is not even discovered until like situations when they're dead or they die, or when they do that genetic test. So eventually you're going to find the correct biological makeup of that individual. Female and male and intersex there's not three forms of sex. It's one or the other. And then the article literally said one person present this way, but they later find out when they die or get diagnosed that they actually biologically something else. So all the and I'm sitting up and shaking my head like y'all reading the article, and it's clearly saying you're eventually going to get the correct diagnosis of what somebody is genetically.
Baby, when I tell y'all that I'm not, baby, when I tell y'all that y'all wore me thin for 3 weeks about this topic and I'm not, and y'all not about to get
I'm just saying, it's right there that the true identity is discovered when they dead.
The tea speaks for itself, honey. The tea in the kettle is speaking for itself. I ain't gotta argue. So
Cal.
I ain't gotta say nothing.
Cal.
I'm just gonna let this
Calvin,
web MD.
I'm ready to move on, but those who
do what she do best, honey. Okay, but I want to welcome Calvin.
But those who have, who can comprehend what the article said,
yes,
it did not say that there was a third sex.
Intersex. Baby, but once again,
I ain't about
to argue.
It didn't say that. So we're gonna move on, but we want to make sure that it was clear that the article definitely said you eventually find out what that person genetically is. So,
baby Bubba, yes. Calvin, welcome to the platform, Calvin. Your thoughts about the subject today? Can you hear me, Calvin? I think you're on mute.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud, live, and in color. Welcome
Hello?
to the platform.
Teresa Jenkins, that is not what that article said.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Hey, first of all, thank you for having me on the. Okay, thank you for having me on the platform. And I'm just sitting back listening. Coming from a straight male is I'm confused on the little things, but I'm sitting back listening and learning. But at the same time, too, if you look at the definition of a trans person in layman's terms, it just means that someone that was born and given one type of identity who turned around later and identifies with another identity. So basically, by biology, you was born for what you was claimed to be when you first came. You either had a vagina, you're a female. If you had a penis, you're a male. Now, if you go look at the biology of the body and the makeup, you can take away the skin, you can take away the vagina, you can take away the penis, you can take away all of that. But when you look at the skeleton, how they can tell the difference between a male skeleton and a female skeleton is by the pelvic bone. The female skeleton actually is not hinged. It's unhinged. It can come open and it can move open so the woman can have a child. So basically, to say that somebody is a woman because in their mindset they change and they think that way, that's not biology. That's an opinion. That's your own psychological and social aspect of yourself. It's not that, because I heard a term the other day with a man said that if you take 10 men and 100 women and put them on an island and in 100 years you'll have a thriving society. But if you take 10 men and 100 transgender, you'll just find skeletons of 110 men. So, not to disrespect nobody, but it kind of annoys me when I hear people who are transgender state that women are just cis women and all this. They just here for childbirth. They just here to nurse and all that other stuff. That's not cool. I'm here to defend the woman, especially the black woman, because if you want to be gay, be gay. That's you. I won't disrespect you. I won't dog you out. I won't do you dirty. I won't talk about you, because I can hate the sin, but I gotta still love the person. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even a Christian person. But at the same time, to sit here and try to say that someone can identify as one thing and I have to accept it, then that's kind of a push. No, what I'm saying is I'm using an example. I'm gonna get on which point?
Are you coming to talk about what we were talking about, or you're talking about something totally different?
I'm talking about what you guys were talking about and something different, because we're talking about identification. But we're talking about identification.
Yeah.
Correct.
You identify. Calvin, hold on, before I let y'all speak to each other, Calvin, I'm going to give you a warning. They don't like to use words in the proper term. Before, not trying to throw no shade, but I literally told them that because in the English language, words can be used interchangeably. The way you're using identification, you're using it in the base of the way of observation. They're not going to use it in that form. They literally going to use it as something that they relate to. They identify with the subject. So I'm going to go ahead and before you even get into that circle, when you said identify, I already tried to have that conversation with them, because I literally said technically if they want to keep it real, using the proper way of how to use the words, instead of saying that the doctor assigned me female at birth, it should be that the doctor identified you as female at birth. But
okay.
So I'm gonna give you a heads up on that right now, brother. Okay. So, but go ahead, y'all can go. So
Okay.
because I'm like, you literally just heard them read an article that confirmed what I said, that they eventually going to be able to get down to the nitty gritty and tell you what you are genetically. And it just went over everybody's head. They thought the article was agreeing with them, but it was agreeing with what I said or what an intersex person is.
Okay. But one thing that I can say to them is basically that I do have respect for them for being them. You know, they not hiding in the closet. They not playing with people. They not doing that. They saying this is who I am. So if you feel that way, then that's how you feel. I can't change that. You know what I'm saying? My thing is I just got to respect you as a person and just say and just keep moving on. And then I like one thing that the one individual said, I can't remember who it was, said, how can we change this? How can we come together? How can we sit down and talk? And these are the talks that we have to have. Even me as a straight male, I have to come in here and listen because we have so many kids now who are identifying in those ways, if we agree with it or not. And we just can't tell them to shut up, sit down and go in the room and lock the door until they're 18 and then say, go on about your business. We do have to have these conversations. We do need to have these talks. Even among heterosexual men, we have to have these talks with our kids. If they feel that way or identify that way, we have to start doing that. We can't let this be taboo no more to where we don't talk about it. We have to have these discussions. So that's all I wanted to say. I think y'all just need to keep talking, and I think his name Consciouz.
That's the host.
TV, the one that's moderating.
Yeah,
I big ups. Keep everybody calm and keep the conversation going. I think you guys are doing an excellent job because we're gonna have to have these conversations.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you,
So that's all I have to say. Hey, look, and Nia, you doing your thing.
Before you read, because I'm not trying to be funny, but I just really want somebody to answer this question. If a person has a sexual organ that's not fully developed, it's just not fully, doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
No, it means that's like somebody having a half of a finger. It's still a finger.
Okay, so can I ask you a question? If I was born with two arms, that's the majority of the collective people are born with two arms. To make things fair in society, if me and you are competing to each other, is it fair for you to chop off my arm and now I only have one arm and you have one arm and now we compete? Would that be fair? To take away advantage from me to equal a playing field for someone who was born with a disadvantage?
No, not at all.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure, because I just want to make it clear that with intersex people, I know some of y'all having a hard time understanding that these people are born with deformities in their sexual reproduction system. It's either not fully developed or it's missing, or the outside interior looks female, but the inside interior, like with Castor, is male biologically. That's what intersex is. It's not a separate sex.
What?
That's not true.
Well, I have a question for everybody on the panel. About I think it was last year in UFC for the MMA. They had a individual who was fighting on the man side because he was a man. Then he had his operation and became a woman. And people were saying that wouldn't be fair because he still had the strength of a man. But they put him in there with three females and he basically shattered their face. I'm talking about literally dislocated. Do you feel that? Do you guys say it again? I'm sorry.
I just want you to go in detail. He bust her jaw. She had to get surgery.
No. He dislocated. When I say more than broke her jaw, he like shattered her face. I'm talking about her eye socket.
Yeah,
literally
I know
shattered it.
I know.
Yeah. So do you think that it's fair for a man that was born a man and then is transition into a woman? Do you think that's fair for him to compete with women who were biologically born as a woman? Now you're talking about strength and fighting, where men we're basically 2 times stronger than a woman usually that we with or that we date. So do you think that's fair for him or she, or however you guys call it, to fight someone that was biologically born?
Whatever you call it, if you're gonna be respectful, if you want to bridge the gap, then you're gonna say she. How you gonna bridge the gap and you want people to get along, but you can't even say fucking she?
I can. You know why I can
That's the
fucking do this for
problem right
this reason
there.
right here. Hold on. Let me explain. You asked the question. Let me give you an answer. The reason being is I can sit here and I can say, okay, this is who you are. This is who you claim to be. And you telling me to say she, just like you don't want me to force it on you to say him. Why are you trying to force me on it to say she? Respect has to go both ways.
All right, you have a good day.
Well,
You can't
she's
answer
not
that.
going to answer the question. I'm going to
I
answer the
can't answer
question.
what question. What question do you want me to answer? Because I'm not going to answer the question in the form. If you're going to say trans women exist and trans women are not women, trans women are not men or whatever. If they're telling you to call them she and you're not going to be respectful, why would you even want to have a conversation or bridge any gap? That's what I'm confused at. You gonna think the way you think. That's fine. You gonna have the
Because when
opinions that you have. Can I finish talking? I did not interrupt you. You're gonna have the opinions that you have. That's fine. But it's not gonna be no bridge the gap because if you can't be respectful, then it's no gap gonna be bridged.
You can bridge a gap with someone
I
and not
wasn't
done?
talking to you.
with
I
their
wasn't talking
stance.
to you.
Well, I'm just letting you know you don't have to
You can
agree
bridge.
with someone to bridge a gap. That's not how that works. People have
Okay.
perspectives,
Exactly.
and that's why I'm saying like you wanted to have this conversation with me, and I really honestly, sis, think you bit off more that you can chew. I think
First of
you
all,
let.
I
I
did
think
not want to
you
have.
let. I
Okay,
think. I
maybe
think.
conscious.
I think the motive.
Maybe
I think the
conscious.
motive behind
Maybe
why you wanted to
conscious
have this.
delivered the message
I
the wrong
think the
way.
motive.
I wanted to
That
have a conversation with you when it was naturally
I
that
think
you
the
were up
motive.
here on the panel. I didn't want
I
to.
think the
I didn't want
motive.
to have a conversation with you just with me by myself. That's not what I wanted
Okay.
to do.
All right. I think the motive is that you were led by your feelings. You got triggered with what I said. And I don't think you took anything into consideration on where I was coming from. I don't think you actually looked at the
Ma'am,
proper
can I answer
words
his
of what
question? Can we do
now.
one at
But
a
to
time?
Calvin, hold on, I'm gonna let you, I'm gonna talk. I just want to say, Calvin, before you leave. Calvin, I am a woman. And any woman who thinks that it's okay to allow a trans woman, a man that's biologically male, to compete in a sports that requires violence like UFC, I think that we need to check their mental, because any woman like myself who has been hit by a man versus been punched or hit by a woman would tell you that there's a huge difference. Neil X grew up in a violent
A man and a
environment.
trans
I've been
woman are two
fighting
different
my whole
things.
life. I
A
don't
man
fault
and a trans
males and I
woman are
don't
two
fault
different
females,
things.
Calvin. And
A
I'm
man and a
telling
trans
you,
woman are two different
every
things.
female that has
A
punched
man
me
and a
has
trans
never
woman are
knocked
two
me
different
out
things.
or
A
gave me a
man and a
concussion.
trans woman are
The
two
day
different
that a
things.
man
A
hit
man and
me,
a trans woman
the
are
day
two
that a
different
man
things.
hit me,
A
I
man
had
and
to
a
go to
trans
the
woman are
emergency
two
room.
different
And
things.
guess what
A
happened to my
man
jaw,
and a
Calvin?
trans woman are two different
It
things.
got
What's that?
knocked out of
A
place.
man and a trans woman
So
are
you
two
see how
different
Yeah.
she won't
things.
let me talk? She's acting like a man right now. You acting
No, I'm not
misogynist.
acting like no
Okay, hold
fucking
on,
man.
y'all. Hold on,
I'm
now.
literally trying to
Y'all,
speak and you won't even
hold
let
on,
me
Hey,
hold
yes,
finish.
on,
I
You
hold
gotta
was
on,
get
hold
acting
back
on,
to
like a
hold on.
my
man the whole
Hold on, hold on.
conversation.
You
You
act,
talking
Hey,
about
hold
I'm
on,
acting
hold on.
like a
See,
man.
hold on,
Bitch, you
hold
were
on.
you
acting
act,
like
What
a
you
you
man the
say?
acting
whole
like
Okay,
one.
hold
conversation.
on.
You
But
acting
Hey,
like
bitch,
hold
a
on.
I'm
woman.
acting like a
Hey,
You
man.
controlling
Fuck
the
out of
no, I
here.
don't
platform.
know why I
You
have to
controlling
yell.
it.
I'm not sure why I have to yell because I think I've been doing an excellent job at moderating, and I think y'all have been doing a really great job. I literally get so disheartened when it gets to this level now, and it's so unnecessary. And I need everybody to check the component that drives the conversation to a disrespectful, petty level. I need everybody to check the variables in themselves because obviously, once again, we're not going to be able to get anywhere by entertaining the variables that lead to us getting petty and disrespectful. It's literally not necessary. It is literally so much easier to just argue intellectually and to just have civil intellectual discord without all of the extraness. Now, to be fair, you interrupted Intersex, who was talking to
That part.
Calvin Neo. So
I was okay. I'm gonna let
hold
because I let the playback speak for
But I'm
itself.
acting like a man.
Because I
Girl.
said, Calvin, do you not recall that I said, Calvin,
y'all
to
can't
answer
even
your
let me talk.
question?
So I know that. So I know that I'm
Hey, Calvin, like just real quick, we're gonna let the playback speak
so
for it.
my
But
point,
Calvin, did I not say when I was
point
talking
is
to you to
proven.
answer your
My
question?
point is proven by the fact that I'm the host and I am being
Okay.
over talk. So clearly,
Well,
my point is proven.
all right, then that's how you want to take it, Conscious. But I just wanted to get a confirm with somebody else on the
Okay, so
panel.
when it
I
plays
don't
back,
know who. who
they're gonna
literally
play all this back,
converted.
and they're gonna see all of it because I haven't disrupted anybody. I haven't been
All right.
disrespectful to anybody.
All
I
right.
haven't done any of that. I am literally.
Hey, my break is over. I got to get up out of here. Thank
Hey,
y'all
I
for
know
having me.
Calvin,
I'm all right,
but
Kel.
Calvin, to
Thank
finish
you
my
for being here,
conversation, Calvin, before you go, I just wanted to answer your question. That's what I was doing, and he said I interrupt intersex, but I was answering your question. But Calvin,
But
I
I
was
started
saying that
speaking
the day
before
that
you
I got
started
punched by a
speaking.
man, I got jumped. I had got into a fight. I got jumped by 2 females and the male. The females' punches did not, affect me. I didn't get a concussion. They didn't knock me out. The
But you
male punched
comparing a
me.
trans
The
woman into
male,
a
the male
man. That's
punched
the
me.
problem
The
right
male
there.
punched me. Oh, I guess I interrupted her that time too. But the male punched me, and I had to go to the emergency room, and they had to take X-rays of my jaw, and they saw that my jaw had
Doesn't
shit.
make sense.
So I just wanted to let you know, Calvin, that's why I
Doesn't
disagree
make
with that.
sense.
So thank
All
you.
right,
Doesn't
guys.
make
Have a
sense.
great
All
one.
right,
Have a good
Calvin.
one.
Thank you for
Doesn't
being
make
here.
sense.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Of course, I appreciate it. I also wanted to add to chime into this.
That dumbass example.
That
Now,
was a dumb. You sounded like a man. You don't even care that I got hit.
You got hit by a trans woman or you got hit by a man?
Is it not a biological? Ain't both of them biologically males?
And that statement is not transphobic?
Yeah, you see, you literally acting. You keep saying you're not a guy, but you being insensitive a lot. I mean,
So
violence
you
against
haven't
women
been
is terrible.
insensitive this whole conversation?
Now I'm being insensitive. Okay.
I'm asking a question, bitch. I didn't say you were.
Now I'm a bitch. Okay.
Yeah, you
well, if
are.
she's a man, I mean, it's fair at this point, but
Well,
neither one of
biologically,
y'all,
she is a man.
the
She's
both
an
of y'all
adult
need to
male.
pipe. The both of
Biologically,
y'all,
I'm not.
Look, hello. If I need to put y'all in the green room to take a breather and to get a swish of water and to eat a Debbie cake in order to just regulate, that's what can happen because y'all need a break. This conversation has been going really well. Yes, it's
And so she
going
started getting disrespectful.
can I?
Yeah, it's always my fault.
Can I?
Over here is always my
So
fault.
then
But
we
when
double
people
down
watch
on
that
interrupt.
playback,
So
Well,
then
go
we
on,
double
you
down on
little
interrupting
girl.
me. Intersex interrupts, and then Dio jumps in to just help the disruption of it all. So nobody wants to help CTV here, and I'm trying to keep this thing.
I'm gonna
really
respect for
on
your show.
board.
I'm gonna be quiet until you say I can speak.
Okay, thank you for that, baby mother. Okay, so I wanted to speak because I'm actually in talks right now to have a hormone replacement therapist come onto the platform to literally speak to the whole topic around sex and gender and all of that, and to get their professional feedback about the whole issue of trans women competing against biological females in sports and everything. But I also want to make mention, because I think it's important, that in the discussion about trans persons competing against biological women, that oftentimes we don't talk about how biological women are also whipping trans women's asses in sports as well. It's not just something that goes intrinsically one way. Transgender fighter Fallon Fox got knocked out by UFC fighter Ashley Evans Smith. Fallon Fox, the first ever transgender fighter, suffered the first loss of her professional MMA career back in 2013. Fallon Fox was TKO'd in the third round of a featherweight title fight by current UFC fighter Ashley Evans Smith at Champion Fighting Alliance 12. However, a desperate attempt by Fallon to pull guard in the first round failed, and Ashley Evans Smith also secured a rear naked choke. However, Fox would not only escape, but go on to land some vicious punches and knees, almost ending the fight. But Evan Smith managed to survive the round and mounted a comeback in the second. Fallon Fox was rocked early on, and Evan Smith capitalized on the opportunity by unleashing a barrage of punches and knees from the side control, mount, and crucifix positions. Evan Smith continued her dominant grappling display in the third round and pounded out Fallon Fox after mounting her en route to a third round TKO. The fight also saw some officiating controversy as the referee declared the fight to be over at the end of the second round, moments after the bell had rung. Okay, so there's a lot to discuss.
She broke his jaw.
I don't know if she broke anything.
She broke the trans woman's jaw, sent to the emergency room, or you just won?
I don't know what she broke, but I'm just making the point that the narrative that trans women are just emphatically dominating women's sports, that the media is also not reporting how those trans women are getting their asses rocked in track of the whole nine. But I'm also somebody who's still unpacking the whole combat fighting, sports and bio and trans people, etc. So, but I just wanted to even the playing field when it comes to that narrative, but also talking about that aspect of it. I want to welcome China CJ Love from the chat, who has been very supportive of Neo and is enjoying Neo X and her position on this topic, etc. Welcome to the platform, China. Your thoughts on the topic at hand? Can you hear me, China? I think that your mic is muted, love. Well, she also said in the back chat that she is at work, so she'll chime in when she gets an opportunity. Intersex, is there anything that you want to say to what has been spoken so far?
So basically, the trans women who agree with her, they are women because they want to be called women. But the trans women who don't agree with her, they are men. I can't hear you.
You can sit up here and get in your feelings. I just say you was acting, and I was basing it off
No,
of
I'm asking you a
behavior.
question.
I want to clarify why I called you a man. Okay. Because the way you was acting, because your audience saying that I'm acting masculine and I'm acting like a man, but I'm literally showing you doing the same trait that they're accusing me doing. And I was saying you're acting like a man. I didn't say you were a man. And then when you started disrespecting me, and I said, well, you are genetically or biologically. Well, we don't know that. You know, I take that back with you.
Wow.
Because I keep forgetting that you're intersex, according to you, even though you still not have, like, gave a reason who diagnosed you with intersex. But you did agree that you did have a fully functioning male penis, and you don't have it anymore. So I'm probably, if I had to roll the dice and place a bet, I would bet on that you have XY chromosome and you're genetically male. So
that's your opinion. It's okay.
But and I meant what I said, even though you called me a bitch. I still mean what I say. The day you start that GoFundMe, like I said to you in your other chat, to raise that money so you can pay for that expensive test, because it's very expensive, that I would still donate to the GoFundMe so you can find out who you are. So, oh, well, not who you are, because you know who you are, what you are. So I still stand by that.
So you don't think you're passive aggressive?
I could be.
Right. And that's not a male trait, or that's a female trait?
It's not nobody trait. Anybody can be passive aggressive. That's not a sign of male or female.
And anybody can be aggressive too. So because I'm aggressive with you.
But it's associated to masculinity. I know that. That's the most intelligent thing. That's the most philosophical point you made with me. I'm in agreement with you. I'm a woman acting masculine, but your audience said that I'm acting like a man. You proved my point. That's the philosophical.
I have nothing to do with what the audience said. I didn't say that though.
That's also not.
Yeah, but I'm literally telling you, it's funny how I pick the game up, flip it and reverse it, and do the same thing that your audience is doing to me. You see your reaction. Like I keep saying, I think when you wanted to have this conversation with me, and I'm not trying to toot my horn.
You're not
I really
tooting your horn
off more than
let's be clear. Let's be clear.
So
I wanted to have this conversation when it happened naturally. I didn't want to have the conversation. This is what I asked to have the conversation when we came and talk about the topic again. I didn't call for us to have a conversation one-on-one, but I wasn't against it either.
Well, that's what I was led to believe. It's in the message. I mean, that's what Conscious told me, that he was going to take the back seat. You wanted to have the conversation, and me and you were supposed to build. And then, I told him, of course, I agreed to be open to anyone hitting the link, and also want to, interject or elaborate more on the conversation. So I'm sorry if it just went this way, but that's what I was led to believe, that this conversation was supposed to be between me and you. And Conscious was just supposed to, moderate.
But I feel like you wanted to go this way. That's why you wanted to share it.
I actually did not. I didn't. Y'all the one who keep perceiving it. I literally telling you I'm a philosopher and I expose people bias, and I just like
I said I
somebody.
think. I didn't say that's what it
Well,
was.
but
Do you
I
know what
know
the
you
word
thinking.
thinking is?
I know you thinking, but I'm literally telling you what my intentions is. That's why I have a philosophy channel. That's why I don't take a full position on anything until I have a fully understanding. That's why I am a lesbian woman, biological woman who's not going to continue to call women cisgender. I'm not going to use that word after I did my research.
I just came
But
up here to just illustrate how non-biased I am by also putting up comments about myself allegedly being biased. I just want that to be. I just came to dance to y'all. I just wanted to insert that. Y'all go
when
ahead.
I find out what your moon sign is, Conscious, I'm gonna get you. You wait till my my astrologist. We gonna find out what that moon sign is.
But the crazy part,
we gonna find out. I know you a Scorpio, but it's something else. I gotta find out what that moon sign is, brother.
The crazy part
you act
about
like my
it,
little brother. Ooh, you act like him. I gotta find out.
the crazy part about it is I know that you heard a lot of my story when I shared my story on the first live. You may have not heard all the story, but I know you heard most of the story. So hearing most of the story, that means you heard exactly what it is, the truth, right?
The
Why
truth
would
about
you
what?
even, huh?
The truth about what?
You just said that when you start your GoFundMe, blah, 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 what all that whole statement that you said. So when
Mm-hmm.
you ask the question when your doctor, like where your paperwork is, basically, you already knew coming in the conversation that it was no paperwork, correct?
Right. So do you remember why the GoFundMe was even brought up? Do you even recall?
So why?
I do. I recall excellent. Why there is a conversation about you starting a GoFundMe. Do you remember why?
Yes, I remember.
Why?
So, all right. So can I say something real quick?
No, sis, I really need you to answer that because I'm finna show you that I was very genuine when I
I
talked to
never
you.
said you wasn't genuine.
So
You keep on saying that I
no,
started the conversation that
but
said
no,
when me
no,
and you
sis,
had
you said I wanted the
conversations when you
conversation to
had
go left.
finance.
You
No,
said I wanted this interaction. I'm literally telling you, no, I did not. But just for the sake of time, so we can move on. The reason why the conversation even happened about you starting to GoFundMe is because when I popped on the channel and I wanted to speak to you, I literally said, "Sis, I'm still learning this. I'm, trying to figure it out." I even shared the story of Castor then. And then I said, I'm not trying to be funny. And I told you, I said, I practice philosophy and I'm just curious. I'll call you whatever you want to be called or whatever you want to be identified. But I said, do not take this question personally. And you say, okay, what is it? I said, did you get the genetic test and find out what you are genetically? Did you get the X? Did you find out were you XX or XY? You specifically said that test costs way too much. That's why you didn't get it. And then Conscious suggested that you start some type of fundraiser or told his audience that maybe we should do a fundraiser for you. And I told Conscious that was a great idea. And then I told you specifically, Intersex, hey, hit me up. The day you set it up, hit me up and I'll be the first one to donate. That's how I originally responded to you.
right.
So that's why I'm
said
saying you
that
can sit up
though.
here and act like I had some type of agenda, and I
But
absolutely do not. I showed you support with my first interaction with you to the point that I was willing to give you my funds to help you experience life and to make
I
life
never
more
said me and you
pleasurable for
had
you.
issue though. So what is? I'm trying to figure out what's your point.
The point is that you're trying to make it seem like I came on here and wanted to argue with you and
No,
attack you
that's
or
not
misgender you when you know that you asked for this conversation. But then when our first interaction, I already showed you that I was on your side. I
okay.
already
So
showed you. But because I'm saying terminologies that you and some conscious audience, because we know a lot of them don't say nothing in the chat. They wait till the shit is over and then they go in the comment section. And say what they have to say. A lot of them, y'all, people are upset with me, but I literally say, do not nobody remember my first interaction with Intersex? I don't have no agenda against you. I practice philosophy. I expose people biases, and I did it again. I did it on the last panel, and I did it again today by literally showing that. And there's no shot at Conscious. This is not a shot at Conscious. The Conscious literally read an article agreeing with what I said, but people comprehended to say something else. It literally confirmed what I was saying the whole time.
I think you comprehended it to confirm what
Sis,
you wanted.
Consciouz said that intersex was another sex, male, female, right? He said that it was a third category of to identify sex. And I said, no, it's not. They're eventually going to find out what you are genetically. He read the whole article, and it literally said that sometimes the person's true biological sex is not even revealed, or they're not even aware they're intersex until they die or they get diagnosed, or something finds out. You literally find out what the person is biologically. And just like the XY chromosome statement, it clearly in that article he read, it said it was a partial chromosome. It didn't say it wasn't there, that it don't exist. That means it's a mutation, a deformity. Like a person who didn't develop an arm, they was born with one arm, doesn't mean they're not human. But they don't have the proper function of being human. The anatomy of a human is to have two arms, not one, not three, not 100, two. So it's really not that hard, but it's like, I don't know. I've been trying to figure y'all out a lot over here. I'm into the spiritual stuff, but I'm just not really feeling what I like to call some of the delusion. But at the same time, I kind of get it, because I say, okay, maybe a lot of the delusion is coming from the bias, because people support Trump and literally say that Trump is an honest man, even though they actually witnessed this man tell a fucking lie to the nation. So I've seen the human delusion. The mind is amazing. It amazes me sometimes. But Neil X is not one of those people. Even if I don't even agree with what's being displayed, the facts, I would not lie and say that something said something that it didn't say just to prove a point. I'll be like, well, I ask more questions. Well, who wrote the article? Is it a reliable source? What the study say? What year did that publish? When Consciouz read that article about the redefining the word, I think it was gender or whatever he read, I forgot. I didn't tell him that that's wrong. I didn't say that. I just said, well, when was it written? Who updated it? You see how I challenged the source, but I didn't say it was wrong.
But you never challenged your source. But you never challenged your source.
Y'all haven't debunked nothing I said.
Yeah.
You have not.
You didn't put
not
in the link for me to debunk. You just said what it was.
Who said what it was?
All right, so I gotta get something clear with you, and this is how I understand. This is how I'm gonna understand like who I'm talking to. Did you not say that what the person that ran track, was she born female or male?
She's biologically a male. She was born male.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, was she born female or male?
She's born male.
But you just said that she was born intersex.
She is intersex, but she's biologically a male. Wow. On the outside, she appeared to look female, but she wasn't female. She's male. She's a biological male. The definition of intersex.
No,
but I want to know what did the doctor give her? Right.
She was assigned female.
Okay, then that's all she. Why you gotta be so difficult, man?
Wait, what you mean she was assigned female? You talking about the doctor from the house?
Her birth certificate says female. At birth, she was assigned female.
She was assigned.
Your question was no. You're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that.
That's what she asked.
That was the question.
Hold on. If you're gonna do this, I'm willing to have the conversation, but let's make it clear. She did not ask me what she was assigned when she was born. She asked me what was she born. So by technicality, she was born a male, because that's what she is. Y'all didn't ask me what did the doctors assign her when she was born. Then Neil X would have said female. Duh. So try again before y'all try to come up here and try to jump on me. I listen very well. She asked me what was she when she born. She's born a male. She's genetically a male.
Let's level set here. Let's level set here.
Ready to attack, but y'all wrong.
Hey, let's level set here.
Yeah, you start off first. Yeah, you thought y'all had me.
Hey, look. Look. Let's level set here. Okay. First, some ground rules. You cannot espouse to be philosophical and intellectual and not be open to learning and growing. That's number one. You cannot come into a conversation thinking that you have all the answers and you know everything. No one has either. Okay? And what you can't do is be disrespectful but require respect. At some point, someone else is going to disrespect you. Not saying that either are right. What I am saying is it's going to happen. Now, the way that you have come across, his followers lack comprehension, this, that, and the other. We have sat here and listened to you twist and turn terminology, vocabulary.
Lady, just because you're not comprehending doesn't mean
no, honey, I comprehend. I comprehend very well. I comprehend very well.
You don't. Obviously, you
this
do
bachelors and masters will tell you that you're wrong.
I know a lot
comprehend
of with
very well. I comprehend very well.
Degrees don't mean shit. Everybody know that. I know a lot of dumb
I'll continue speaking when I can.
You got a doctor that literally chopped the baby's head off, but I guess a degree. Come on. Stop the cap. Degrees don't mean something.
Y'all are the same ones who refer to the science.
I do both.
The science. So
I actually do both. I do both. Hey, Conscious, why are you? I thought you said you ain't gonna say nothing, Conscious.
I would really like to be able to.
I thought you said you weren't gonna. Somebody named help her say you was being biased and you jumping in.
And I said that I was.
You're jumping, baby. I'm just calling it how I said. You said that you ain't gonna interject and you was gonna leave this to me.
When you and Neo were in the green room before I hit that live button, what did I say? I said that for the most part, I'm going to take a backseat and moderate. And if I need to interject in order because I think things are interesting or I think there's a point to expound upon, that I will insert myself.
Before I continue this conversation with this lady, I just want to know, can you tell me what you identify as and what's your anatomy before? Because I got to understand.
First of all, I'm not talking to you about my anatomy, sweetie.
And then I don't want to have a conversation then.
Oh, you don't want to have a conversation with anybody that disagrees with you. Come on, let's be real here. Let's be real here.
All right.
You know what you want to do is you want to lure over them.
Want to come in.
You want to sound intelligent.
I triggered you, and I'm not going to let you do that. So if you don't want to have the conversation and it's fully, I'm not interested in having the conversation with you because you know that I'm going to expose that your bias is fucked. That's what you're afraid of because I'm destroying your delusion.
Wow, Neo.
Wow.
So keep that shit real.
Thank you, baby mother. Hold on, everybody.
All right, baby.
Okay, hold on, y'all. So because it seems like it's getting tense and it seems like it's about to go all the way to the left. Everything is in the box to the left. So let's just interrupt that a little bit. Andrew, I would like you to just speak to what you have heard and feel about what
don't say nothing to me
here.
Okay. Now hopefully I'll be able to get it out. First, like I said, in order to have a open dialogue and a dialogue in which everyone involved, including the listeners, will learn from it, what you must first do is be open to the thought that what you think may be wrong. You also cannot continuously accuse the listener because they disagree with you of being unintelligent, uninformed, lacking comprehension, etc., etc., etc. Finally, just like you sat here and you said, "Oh well, I just agree with you about this," and you've said this. You have said many things that we in the chat have sat and listened to that are provably incorrect. However, and however you espouse them as, I get to have my opinion. No, we get to have our own opinions. We don't get to have our own facts. Facts are facts.
I wish you would comprehend that because everything I said was factual.
I'm not talking to you that way. I'm not speaking to you in any way disrespectful.
You started off.
No, I didn't. I didn't say one word. I didn't say one thing to you that was disrespectful because that's not me. I don't do that.
Okay.
But what I am saying is I said you are being disrespectful and you have been. Because when you sitting up here and you're telling everyone else they're getting their feelings when you're clearly in yours.
I admitted
You're
that.
saying
But I admitted it, but y'all are denying it.
Don't please don't do that.
I mean, I really see it's kind of hard.
Please don't do that. No. Please don't do that.
It's kind of hard.
No one is doing that to you.
When y'all just keep misrepresenting what you clearly seeing happen.
No, what I said was my interpretation of what I have heard is this. So let's not get that confused. Now, what I'm trying to tell
saying facts about me.
Stop interrupting me. Damn.
Saying facts. You know, oh my bad. Let me go on mute. I was reading.
Please do.
Okay, I'm on mute. Go ahead.
For real, bro.
Ooh, this
you
is
better chill out with that shit, bro.
That's what the
I mean,
immaturity. Because that's what it is.
If I don't, watch this. When I was being attacked, why didn't y'all say the same thing?
Because you started it.
I started it. Prove where I started.
Immaturity.
My immaturity.
Yes. It is immature to keep interrupting this way. It is immature.
But when I was
continuously misgender someone, it is immature.
When I was getting interrupted,
yes, you're immature. Yes, you're immature.
When other people was interrupting me, was they being
you're immature.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure you're not that damn biased. I'm gonna go on mute.
Yeah. Thank you,
bro. That shit pissed me off, bro.
Hey, y'all piss me off. Keep coming up here with these arguments.
Immaturity shows itself in the inability to control oneself.
I don't care about none of that. Just get to the facts, because you ain't say nothing that was factual. I mean, I literally went through this.
I can't say two words. I can't get two words out.
She is giving her perspective.
No, she's not being respectful. Like, Conscious, can I ask you a question?
No, I'm not agreeing. I'm being respectful.
You don't have to agree. I don't need you to fucking disagree. But Conscious, if you are somebody's talking and they're perceiving you a certain way, wouldn't it be better for them to say, hey, I'm perceiving you this way, instead of calling you something that is factual? Intersex is a man, but biologically, right? According to what people are saying. But if I say that, that's disrespectful. So
it's incorrect. It's incorrect, is what it is. It's not. It's not disrespectful.
But you see how you got the bachelor's degree. You got the bachelor's degree.
Don't forget the master's.
But you got a bachelor's degree. But I wonder when you submitted your dissertations and your paperwork. When you submitted your dissertations and your paperwork, when the professors went through your paper, did they not have to highlight what's factual, or did they go by your opinion? Okay, or your feelings. But you got the bachelor's degree.
Honors that I had said.
Come on now, sis, don't play it. But you got the bachelor's degree. But you sitting up here trying to act like you don't get that. But I'm gonna stop, because like I knew this was gonna happen. But girl, until I'm gonna let you speak and then you can move on. Because like I know, when you submitted that paper to get that degree, everything you had to say in that dissertation had to be factual.
It's not just like what I'm saying here.
It's not factual. You're perceiving me that way. You're perceiving me that way because you're biased.
No, I'm perceiving you this way because I have a brain that I use.
Yes, you are. I have a brain too.
You're not using it.
But which one is yours? But is your brain male or female?
My brain is male or female.
Is your brain male or female? But is your brain male or female?
Oh my God. You know what? It's hilarious.
But is your brain a male or female brain?
You're funny.
See how y'all laughing? Y'all don't even
because
know
you're funny.
Such thing is a male and female brain.
Because you're funny.
Not ignorant.
So
because you're funny.
But she got a bachelor's degree
and a master's. Don't forget that.
That don't mean shit. You literally proving that you probably need to get your money back.
What do you have?
Yeah, what you got, girl?
It don't. Hey, if she ain't gonna tell me what her anatomy is, I'm not gonna tell you what my credentials are.
Because you clearly know what you clearly don't need to know what my anatomy is to have this conversation.
Need to know to understand your perspective.
We need to know your
then you take philosophy.
Come on, Miss Philosopher.
When you got that degree, then you take some philosophy courses.
Come on, Miss Philosopher.
I understand, but then you take some philosophy
courses. I took them
at
all levels. I took them during my bachelor's.
So then you would know that it's important for you to tell me. It's important for you to tell me what your anatomy is and what you identify, so that I can understand when you give your opinion. When you give your opinion based off your observation, why are you perceiving me that way? Because you're based off your biases. The reason why you take philosophy in the first place is to show that people have biases. Miss Bachelor, master's degree,
Call me that again.
So
Say
come
it
on.
again.
Come
Say it
on.
loud.
I know it feels good to you, but it doesn't validate
Wonderful.
that you ain't saying nothing that's
Feels
ridiculous.
wonderful.
Like, come on.
No, here's the deal. Here's the deal. Again, I say, you know, I'm being silly here with you because I was hoping that you would find that I was trying to lighten the mood here.
No, you do.
But
You can stop that.
Again, I say you won't let anybody say anything.
You won't let
anyone say anything.
Because I'm not gonna let somebody
let
continue to come
anyone
on here with the
talk.
same shit. Y'all say the same shit when y'all come on here. How y'all feel about me? I'm disrespectful. I'm immature. But nobody comes on here and debunk the science. Nobody comes on here and debunk the philosophy.
This woman is not disrespecting you.
I don't care about how you feel about me.
Bro,
I don't care if you like me. Debunk the information.
I'm tired of how you speaking to this woman, bro.
The information.
I'm fucking tired of how you speaking to this woman, bro.
The information.
I'm fucking tired of how you speaking.
Debunk the information.
I don't want nobody to give a fuck about what you talking about.
Debunk the information. Debunk the information. I don't care how y'all feel about me if you haven't noticed. If you haven't, I don't care if you think I'm a bitch. I don't care if you think I'm immature. I don't care about none of that. I care about the information. So debunk the information and get out your feelings.
Can I ask you a question?
And you got somebody on here acting like she, what you gonna get big and bad through a fucking computer screen? Like, come on, your aggression. What is that supposed to make me behave? I'm gonna behave now because you got aggressive with me. I don't worry about none of that. It's a computer screen.
No, we would think that you would behave. We would think you behave because you can control yourself.
We can do that, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm not fighting. But if since you acting like you getting aggressive, is gonna make me behave. Like, come on, you can be quiet or you can jump off. You don't have to listen to the show. To the person who threatening me saying
you're not listening to it. You're not listening to it.
Hey, I don't have to.
You are literally listening to yourself. You like the sound of your own voice. That is the entire problem here. You like the sound of your own voice.
Y'all attack me because I won't let y'all attack me with words.
No, because you like the sound of your own voice.
Y'all that if you coming on here to give your opinion about how you feel about me, you're wasting energy. You're wasting time. It's not going to change my mind.
Nothing will,
I'm going to continually go off the science and the information and the philosophy. So, ma'am, you can move on with the conversation. If you're not going to debunk the information, I don't want to have a conversation with you. I don't care if you think I'm disrespectful. I don't care. Does that change that being a woman is a feeling? Does that change the trans experience because you think I'm disrespectful?
What happens is no one is going to listen to you.
Thing, so I don't want to hear it.
No one's going to listen to you. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Y'all are not going to open here in Consciouztv. Y'all are not going to listen to me. But when I do my show and show how other LGBTQ people who do listen to me,
group think.
Come on.
Group.
Like y'all sound like a bunch of cult members over here, but you a bachelor degree. But
group.
You won't even tell
I do, and a master's. Don't forget that.
So, because you know, like I know, it's gonna prove your ass biased as fuck. I wouldn't even be surprised if you're genetically a man. I can't wait till I do the subject on that.
Do it, sweetheart. Go ahead, do it. What I'm telling you is, you will have a more intellectual conversation with
I'm
people.
I'm gonna go grab some water. I'm going on mute.
Oh, you gone? You leave?
No, I'm not leaving. See, you ain't listening, Miss Bachelor degree.
And a master's. Don't forget
I literally said, Conscious, I'm finna go on mute. I'm finna grab some water, but I can still hear it. That's exactly what I was gonna fucking say.
Okay, love.
Good Lord.
Okay.
Ain't no
Now,
you ain't gonna attack me with words, you fucking bully. You bachelor, master's degree bully. Like, come on, bitch. I ain't gonna let nobody keep disrespect. You keep saying the same shit.
Bitch, I'm a bitch.
No.
Yeah, you are.
No.
You are.
It's water, Neo. Boo.
You a smart bitch.
It's water. It's water, baby mother.
Bitch.
Are you need some? It's the water, baby mother. Yes, baby. Okay. Yes, the Aquafina. Yes, love. Okay, y'all.
Actually, I don't drink Aquafina.
Oh dear God.
Okay.
Actually, I like spring water from the nature,
water.
Naturally. How the earth intended it.
Yes, baby mother. Yes.
It's not trans water.
Oh God.
Not trans water. Okay. It's hetero water. Yes. Okay. All right, y'all.
No, it's water.
Y'all are spitting me today.
Hey,
Andrew.
Conscious, please, can
Okay, hold
say
on.
something without her ability to keep interrupting.
Okay, so
I
what
mean,
we're going to so what we're going to agree to is
can't even
I want y'all. I can't y'all. Shoot, I be interrupted. Okay, y'all. So I want everybody to speak. So, Andrew, if you can, without necessarily referring to Neo and everything, just to the subject at hand.
Okay.
Continue on in your thoughts.
Okay. Like I said, this is a worthy conversation. I truly, honestly, and truly believe that. But I think that the way to have this conversation is to not come into it anyone, not come into it with the intent to amplify your own voice and to amplify your own thoughts and opinions. Is to share information and learn from one another, because no one person has the understanding of everything, and there are things that are fluid in life, and there are also things that are extremely complex that cannot be unraveled in one sitting or one setting. But what will never happen is when we get so wrapped up in ourselves that we feel like we and those who think like us are right and are being attacked for being right. We have to be open to being wrong. We have to, and we also have to hear what someone of a lived experience is telling us. If we have someone of a particular lived experience that are passionately trying to explain their lived experience, we cannot take anecdotes from here for there, from here from there, and ascribe those anecdotes to that person's lived experience. We have to hear what they have to say. No one thing, no one person. I know we always say Black people are not a monolith. Trans people are not a monolith either. They're just not. But in order to come into a conversation, you got to be open to that. And what you can't do is think you know everything and then get upset at people who are telling you that maybe you don't. When we run out of vocabulary, that's when frustration sets in. That's why when you have toddlers, toddling around, and a lot of times they'll just lay on the floor and have a fit. Most pediatricians say that's because they lack the vocabulary to express how they truly feel. And so they get angry and frustrated and lash out. Adults do it too. When we lack the vocabulary to interact like we should. And regardless of what we think and how we are, we have to remain respectful. You can't decide because you've decided to continue calling someone what they ask you not to call them. I don't care if you believe they are whatever they say they are. It doesn't matter. What they've asked you to call them is what they want you to call them. Just like some of you all have names on here that are not your given names, but you prefer for us to call you the name that you have put on here for us to call you. And we are conforming to what you want. We're calling you by that name. We're not requiring you. I'm not going to speak to you until you tell me your legal name. We can't have a conversation unless I know your legal name. I'm not calling you this name. No, we're not doing that. You want to be called, ABC? I'm going to call you ABC every time I talk to you until you tell me you want me to call something else. And then I'm going to call you that. I don't have to believe anything about you to be respectful to you. That is what has been lacking in this conversation. The lashing out, and Intersex, I understand. I heard your story. I've listened to it. I'm inspired by someone who is living in their truth. and trying to learn more about themselves. We all learn more about ourselves every day. So the fact that you can't answer questions on demand that someone is requiring from you in order to validate who you are and that you are what you say you are, I understand that can be quite frustrating. And I know you lashed out too. So part of that is I understand why you lashed out, but lashing out is not going to get anywhere either. Over talking is not going to get anywhere.
I'm so sorry, Andrew. I just need one quick commercial break, real quick. I'm so sorry, boo. Cordaly, where the hell have you been, nigga? I've been texting you. Okay, so you need to do better. But you need to text me right now, matter of a fact. Okay, back to regular scheduled program.
No, I'm just saying, lashing out, but for the most part, conversations are going to be heated, and conversations can be uncomfortable. And uncomfortable conversations are the bulk of the conversations that need to be had, because a lot of times we don't like how uncomfortable conversations make us feel. So we will lash out because we don't want to delve into that corner. But someone's not angry or mad because you think away. People in this conversation, all I have seen is when people have gotten to a certain level of frustration. That's all I'm saying. You cannot think that you know everything. Now, I mentioned my bachelor's and master's as, a kiki, because I was being told that I was unintelligent. In my normal day of life, I don't ever mention those things. It doesn't matter to me, because unless I'm doing my job, it's not relevant. But my point is, if you're going to call me unintelligent, you got, no, I got a way to tell you that I'm not. All I'm saying is you don't have to misgender people. Just please stop doing that. I don't care about this biology. I don't care about any of it. If someone said, but you can believe all of it. I don't care what she says. I don't care what. Fine, believe that. But if they tell you, call me this, call them that. I'm done.
All right. So I identify with not being disrespectful. I identify with not being transphobic. I identify not being a Turk. I identify with not being immature. And I identify identify with all the negative things that y'all said about me based off my opinion. So can you please start calling me those things?
If you say transphobic things,
now you want to give us excuse.
Transphobic.
Okay, bachelor degree.
No, see, what we're not gonna do is
I identify with all those things. I'm asking you not to call me those things because I identify as not being disrespectful. I identify as not being immature. I identify with not being those things. So
your behavior shows different.
Oh, okay. Intersex behavior was kind of masculine.
Yours was too.
Yours is too.
Right. Hey, well, which one you can't? When you gonna pick a struggle here? So you told me to respect, and when somebody tell you what they want to be called, respect them and not call them.
I also said,
and I'm telling you, I don't want to be called those words.
This conversation requires a level of
job,
maturity. And master, don't forget that one.
That bachelor and master degree, but you just got killed by a person who just practiced philosophy.
And that's what's important to you. You want to feel like you one up. You want to feel like you're important.
Once this video finishes,
more than everybody else. That's your goal here.
Tell me how I feel. I'm telling you how I feel.
You just said.
You cannot tell me how to feel. I'm telling you how I feel,
sweetheart.
It's out here. Like a woman.
Yeah, you just got killed.
So you can't tell me how to feel.
It's a game to you.
You see how you can't analyze what you just said? That is biased as hell when I'm literally applying what you just said to myself. And you literally trying to tell me what to feel. That's a little misogynist. You sound like you trying to find a way to control a woman. So I'm a little suspicious again about that anatomy of yours. Just a little suspicious.
What?
So come on now.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
You can't tell me how to feel. I'm telling you out my mouth what I feel. Just like they can tell me how they feel.
Okay.
Pick a struggle. That's all I'm saying. But when this video finished downloading, I'm literally going to show that when people who come with that argument that they think you know everything.
Because it's a game.
And
Because it's a game for you.
that a person think they know everything is because they lack the
Because it's a game for you.
information to come back what you say.
Because
so
your goal was not understanding. Your goal was to
I just
win.
let you talk. I finally matured.
No, you don't. You let no one talk.
I finally matured, went on mute, got my water, and did not interrupt you. As soon as you said you were finished, I started talking. And you see, you won't do it for me. You got a real hard time practicing what you preach, sister.
And you got a real hard time behaving like an adult, sister.
Yeah. All them degrees, but you study getting out
Two
with
of them,
it.
girl. Two of them.
So I think I just proved that degrees don't mean shit.
No, you didn't. I promise you didn't. I promise you didn't.
Come on. But you're really acting very misogynist right now.
So the only point
But do you feel misogynist? Or am I describing a behavior? I did not interrupt you. I let you say all the shit you just said. I finally stopped interrupting you so you can get it out. Now it's my turn to respond to you and you can't handle it.
I can't.
Because you're emotionally triggered and you're biased.
I am? I'm triggered.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm curious. I would love to know what your anatomy is. I would love to know.
Why? You want some of it?
Nah.
Then why is it important to you?
I'm happily in a relationship with someone
Then why
who
is
loves
it
me.
then why is it important to you?
But no, because I want to expose your bias. I mean, you got that bachelor's
Exposing
degree.
your bias, exposing my bias has nothing to do with my private parts. It sounds like you want me to. Sounds like you want to expose my private parts. That's what it sounds like.
Being that you're refusing to disclose that as if that's a fucking secret.
But that's the thing.
Shows that you're biased. So it makes me conclude what I think you might be, and you just don't want to admit that because it's gonna prove my point.
Who are you to tell somebody to reveal their anatomy?
I'm gonna go on mute. To the aggressive stud that wanted to get bouted about me with the internet. You can speak. I'm finna go back on mute. I'm finna wait for this video to upload so I can literally play y'all for those who are really intellectuals who really know how that go. When somebody
really intellectuals that follow you,
it's a
they better not read nothing. They better not read nothing. They better not research nothing. They better not go look up nothing. They better not reference anything because they can't. It can't be intelligent. They can't be intelligent if they do.
I'm done talking. I'm going on mute now, so y'all can say whatever. I'm waiting for my video to upload. But you just literally got with it.
But they can't. But they can't read. They better not read nothing. They better not research nothing. They better not look up nothing.
Hey, take it how you want it. Take it how you want. Be respectful. Practice what you preach, sister.
So your only point of this live was to wait till it downloads so you could show how wrong.
Yeah. See here, and see there. That was the point of coming on, right? Intersex. It wasn't to come learn anything. It wasn't to do any of that. It was to come on here and espouse and spew out all of this foolishness and fuckery.
I want to clear this up again. The biased people continue to keep lying while I'm here. I did not ask Consciouz to be on his channel. I was invited. I was invited because she wanted to have the conversation with me. And again, from my observation and my experience here and what I perceive, I feel like Intersex bit off more than she could chew. She got emotional and got triggered based off something that she wasn't fully comprehending what I said. Then you got the master's degree, aka bachelor degree, who's literally being disingenuous with the information. What is even being presented here?
That's the word.
It doesn't matter, bitch. I got a speech impediment, so I fuck up words. See, I already mentioned that, but you didn't hear that. You didn't hear that. You see how you tried to mock me? Are you making fun of handicapped people?
No, I'm correcting you.
Are you bullying people with a handicap? Are you bullying somebody with a cat? Hey, look, if you ain't got no speech impediment, Intersex, you can't walk in my experience according to the audience.
So all the words that you mispronounce is because of a speech impediment.
I'm diagnosed with having a speech impediment problems.
Okay.
So yes, I will mispronounce words. I will get it right sometimes, and sometimes I get it wrong. But it has nothing to do with my intellect.
It sounds like you think words are one thing, and when you mispronounce them,
hold on, y'all.
You ascribe them to
now you make fun of people with a handicap, with a disabled.
hold on, everybody, and let's
You
be.
did that the whole
Hold on,
conversation.
Nobody on here said they was disabled.
Hello.
Y'all some
Can,
fucking. You
and
was
can
a
we
bully
please?
master
And
degree.
can we please be respectful of that? And see, and this is why I hate it when the door gets open for the petty stuff to start, because it gets vicious on both ends. Can we? I don't like, everybody here is very capable and competent. Once again, let's not make this conversation about us. This subject transcends all of us. We are having this discord because there are people who are intersex and people who identify as trans. This discussion should be about the information and the perspective, not about each other. Everybody has to put their ego on the cross. I have a question as well. What is the righteous path forward? You have biological men and women, you have trans men and women, you have intersex individuals. What does this issue look like in a righteous fashion in this country when it comes to space, comes to proximity, comes to bathrooms, come to respect of pronouns, when it comes to everybody's plight? Does anybody here have a given solution that they think is appropriate and fair to all people?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I really think, for one, I'll check them off, like bathrooms. In Europe, this is not even an issue. They have unisex bathrooms everywhere, and there are unisex bathrooms in the United States in many places. So I think the bathroom issue is a red herring that was brought up as a divisive topic. If people are worried about their children in bathrooms, why are you sending your babies in bathrooms by themselves? Because anything can happen to a child in a bathroom, regardless of the gender of the people in that bathroom. That's number one. Number two, as far as sports are concerned, I agree with T.S. Madison. She says she does not think that people who have the strength of that's more than another sex should be together. However, if they are on the hormone therapies that will reduce that testosterone level, which will then reduce that muscle mass, et cetera, then and they're on that same level, and those are things that can be tested. Okay, then my opinion, then that's fine, because there's not an imbalance, and there's not an advantage or a disadvantage one way or the other. As far as interacting in the world, I think that if we learn to mind our own business and respect what people ask us to respect about them, regardless of whether we agree with it or we think that they're right, we have no right to impose our beliefs onto them and to have them to live their lives like we think they should. They should be able to live their lives how they feel their lives should be lived. And we, when I say respect that, stay out of their business. Let them do what they're going to do. Then you live your life like you wish to be lived. Respect, if someone wants to be called something, call them that. Whether you agree with it or not, call them that. If my next door neighbor tomorrow tells me that she wants to be known as a tree, every time I see her, I'm gonna call her tree.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna call her, because you know what? Me calling her tree does not affect my life in any way. Everything in my life is going to remain the same if I call her tree. Nothing is going to change. And if anything about me thinks that something is going to change, then something is wrong with me and not them, because something somebody else does has no effect on my life. I'm going to keep it pushing. I'm going to go do what I need to do and keep it pushing in life. That is how we end all of this.
It sounds like to me that Andrew is just saying humanize everybody.
Yeah.
And therefore, the product of that is a respect. If everybody would just respect and humanize everybody, that the world could be a much better place. Corday, another commercial break, super quick. I got a panel coming up tonight, Corday, in the chat. So I would love for you to be a part of that hot topics discussion. I'm gonna have some fellas up. We're gonna be getting into some things. So contact me if you got time to be a part of that hot topics discussion. Yes.
And then the last thing about the unisex bathrooms.
Can you please put this comment from somebody named Cordell? It's right under the Snoop Dogg
right now.
Please read that out loud.
You're gonna call her true, but you got a master's degree, girl. You throw the whole psychoanalyst away. So I don't. So Corday, do you not know the difference between a degree and the concept of respect, which has nothing to do with anything that you empirically know?
But she brought it up though, so we can't analyze.
No,
her.
She brought up a respect also as someone who holds.
Yeah, she did both. So why we got to dismiss that she brought up her credentials? She used it as a way of saying, she was basically saying that because of her intellect, her degrees validate her intellect, even though. Right. So I'm just saying, can you not see that you can't say that we
reminding the folk of you being a philosopher, which is supposed
I've been on that.
Which is supposed to validate your posture and position and your authority in the discussion too, right? That's the reason why you're reminding everybody that you are a philosopher.
But she did it too. You can't.
Right, but what she also did is talk about respect.
She did both.
And respect, okay. She just capped her perspective because I asked a poignant question to you all and said,
degrees don't bother me, y'all.
What is the righteous path forward?
Delusion does.
Establish classic old.
Well, she just admitted it.
Why am I being
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, bro. I just asked a simple question.
She literally said a respect, which is something that I assume she's saying because
I see the good comments.
Oh my goodness.
No, my bad. I thought I was on mute. My bad.
Oh, I'm sure you thought you was on mute.
No, I swear. I thought I was on mute. I was reading somebody's comment. I thought I was on mute. Y'all can do all that. Don't debunk nothing I said. Still waiting on that. Everybody's feelings. Feelings.
I think that Andrew citing respect as a remedy is because it's something that people without a degree can also accomplish because it's a matter of ethics and morality and just good homegrown raising to be able to just respect people, which also I want to be clear about this because I know that even when we get into the discussion about respect, a lot of people believe that respect and personal beliefs are completely synonymous, and they're really not. You can respect anybody and still hold whatever personal view, opinion, theology, attitude you desire. There are lots of people that I show respect to that I don't necessarily like. I would respect a racist person as long as they weren't being disrespectful to me in the moment that we have to have a chance encounter. If the cashier is a racist, yet is capable of packing my lunch up, running me my receipts, and wishing me on well about my way, it ain't no reason for us to fight. I'm not gonna sit there. I can coexist in a respectful world and not necessarily enforce or project or make my personal opinion a reality. So respect is it's just a product of you being a decent civil human being who understands that you have to coexist alongside other people that you may not personally agree with their life choices, their lifestyles, their orientation, their genders, their relationship choices, the way they wear their hair, the way they modify their bodies. You may have various opinions. It's perfectly fine. But respect is the middle ground that America could come to, even if everybody doesn't want to take the opportunity to necessarily change their minds about a thing. The respect can be powerful and the respect can be effective in coexisting in this society. Corday.
I just said text me.
No, nigga, I just tried to call you and it's telling me that your Boost Mobile ain't Boost Mobile.
I changed my number.
So then how am I
if you notice, I can still get your text.
Oh, well, I just text you. Or did you not get it? How you gonna get my text if you change your number?
I might not have got it because I'm watching this.
Okay, so how about you text me?
I will text you back. I promise.
Not text, yeah, text me from the new number, nigga. Okay, I'll be. So with you being here, what are, because I know you've been sounding off as well from the chat. What are your thoughts on the discussion around?
Well, see,
intersex, transphobe pronouns, etc.
After he speaks, can I please play the video that I've been trying to play for a while?
Yes, I want everybody to also answer the question about a righteous path forward.
Okay, so ask me that again because I kind of came in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Huh? Uh-oh, I think the Boost Mobile ain't boosting. Corday, can you hear me? Can you hear me? It must be a partial payment kind of day. Can you hear me, Corday?
Can I just say this real quick because I'm going back down to moderate.
Yes.
Andrea's Miss Carr, she only brought up her academic achievements because the critical thinkers, the critical thinkers were insulted by Neo's rhetoric and attacks about our level of comprehension. That's because she never used her academic achievements to say that she was authoritative and she was the know-all of this particular topic. So to push out this narrative, I feel like in this whole entire conversation, and I've been here from the very beginning, there's been a lot of gaslighting. It's been extreme and it's been very disrespectful. And I've actually been a follower of Neo's, and I'm really disappointed. I understand these conversations do get hot. We do sometimes derail and become emotionally unintelligent. But this has been very disheartening because it doesn't feel like Neo is really receptive to really intaking intersex experience. It's coming off very much transphobic, and I know she doesn't like to be labeled as that, but it is coming off that way. And I just think that in this moment she's being disingenuous with this topic. And I'm going back down to the chat.
Well, thank you for that, Rumors and Tea. Thank you, boo. Corday, can you hear me, love?
Yeah, I was muted.
Right. Why did she threaten me, though?
I got a phone call.
The Boost Mobile is boosting. Okay.
I would like for us.
Oh, you don't want to answer that? Okay.
I would like for us all to be.
I just want to know why she got. If she said she was a supporter of mine, even though I don't know about that, but she said she was a supporter of mine. She said that the way I'm coming off her feelings, how I treated intersex. And I'm asking her what made her, based off of how I was acting, make her want to get aggressive to the point that she was acting like she was going to be some type of internet thug. It was
a different person.
Oh, that wasn't the person who just spoke?
No.
Okay, then my apologies. Okay, then you can go in with your observation.
Stay out them comments, Kaya. Stay out them comments, Kaya. Okay, Corday.
I just want us to be careful with the word transphobic and homophobic, because from coming in and listening to her perspective, where I came in at. So if I'm wrong, y'all can correct me in the comments. I didn't hear anything that pointed at like she's scared of trans people or anything like that. It just seems like her biological opinion is what it is. And I feel like with Conscious, you reiterated I don't know who she is, the girl with the master's degree. You heard what she said, and you were saying that if you're human, and we all deserve like the respect of humanity or whatever the case is. But it goes to say, she said, well, if my neighbor said that she's a tree, then I'm gonna call her a tree. And a tree isn't a human. And I know it's a very
no. I said
let him talk. Let him talk.
Let me finish.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
I'm not disagreeing.
I promise you, I don't want to take up too much time.
I wasn't disagreeing. I wasn't.
So with that said, I know it's very outlandish, and I know it was a hyperbolized statement. It was very exaggerated, but to someone that understands biology, in there being two sexes, and a female is one who can reproduce and have children and mother kids, that of a transgender person could be very outlandish to them. So I just think that, in my opinion, and I think it's we're in very dangerous times to give all of these, like, the rights and the this and the it's very, very dangerous times for that. And I just really feel like we should be a lot more careful with how we what we call respect, and how we, gender each other, or, all of it. We gotta be careful. And I can understand her misspeaking and saying a word that's incorrect. This is a broad, general subject. We knew what she was talking about, and she said the right thing. And come on now, she's not being offensive. She's speaking from a place of science, and I think a lot of times when we're in a community, or we're integrated with the community, I think sometimes we let our emotions kind of overcompensate what the real science is. And when it comes down to it, a lot of this stuff is dangerous. It's really dangerous, especially for children. And
Corday,
really, that's all we got. It's dangerous.
Corday,
I am so in love with this man.
God.
I am finna identify as
Corday.
a man. I am in love with you, baby. Would you marry me?
Hey,
I knew eventually the universe is gonna hear my prayers. Usually I pray to God. I pray to Consciouz. Usually I pray to Hilda. He's my goddess. But I knew the universe is gonna hear my prayers and send somebody up here who can literally understand what I'm saying within reasons and get out their feelings. So whoever you are, I appreciate you too. I knew the universe is going to balance this out. Balance this out and send somebody with the voice of reasoning to make sense of what I am saying and not make it into an attack. So, baby, I don't know who you is. I love that shirt, by the way. But I don't know who you is, but I love your dress on top of that. But thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Okay. All right. So let's
let Andrew. Trying to explain
now that Anio has finished fluffing the fucking already inflated ego of Corday the fuck up, let's get Andrew to respond. Okay, Andrew, you want to respond to that?
Okay, yeah. I just want to make sure I clarified something. I didn't say if she says she is a tree or she identifies as a tree. I said if she wanted me to call her tree, as in her name being tree. That's what I said. So I wasn't meaning that she was identifying as a tree. No, that's not what I was saying. I was saying if she wanted me, because at the time I was talking about names. I was like, okay, like our names are on here. Not all of us have our real names on here, but we want to be referred to as our screen names that we have up here. So if that's what they want me to call them, that's what I'm going to call them. So when I said my neighbor wants me to call her tree, I'm going to call her tree. That's what I was talking about. But as far as the genders, whether I agree or disagree, if someone wants me to call them she or he, I'm going to call them whichever they prefer. And if they change tomorrow, I'm going to call them that. I don't have to think that whatever that is right. I'm just going to be respectful of them. So I just wanted to make sure you understood what I meant.
Yeah. No, I was under the impression.
No. I wasn't saying that.
that she's now.
I believe that's what you were saying, and somebody came in and she was ridiculous. You changed it up.
Hold on, y'all.
Honestly, without the analysis of and breaking it down, it's kind of two in the same. But I respect everyone's opinion, but it's kind of two in the same. Calling someone tree or calling a he, a she, or
I think that Boost Mobile. It's that Boost Mobile child.
No, that was black.
No, I don't have to lie. I don't have to lie, sweetie. I don't have to lie.
I don't. Ain't talking about nothing.
Can I say something?
That finger ain't slipped, baby. You should, baby.
Can I say something?
I'm wearing gloves.
Yes, let me know when I can play my video, brother.
I specifically came back up here just because, Neo, you assumed that
you assumed a lot about me.
No, you said you specifically said that's why I jumped back up here because you assumed that I threatened. I didn't say anything threatening
Okay,
about.
they was already established that you wasn't the one. They clarified it.
But
Okay.
do you not see the energy right now?
Oh
I'm
wait,
not.
oh yeah, you is the one. Wait, who am I talking to? Who's talking?
The rumors and tea.
Okay, the one with the pink avatar.
Yes,
I wish
yes.
y'all would cam up.
Okay. We have a lot of wishes. But
Nah,
anyway,
I wish you would came up because you threatened me. So if I ever see you, I need to know.
Tell me.
Not I got kicked out for making a point.
No, baby.
You and I
got
kicked out by me. It might have been StreamYard. It might have been the
not y'all
phone
kicking me
down
out.
there to the Georgia. It wasn't my CTV.
Not y'all kicking me out.
I don't know. I still think that finger slipped.
Okay.
I want to clarify. I want her to tell me when was I.
Oh Lord, please get it out so we can move on.
I want you to tell me when I threatened you. That passive.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. If you say if you feel like you didn't threaten me, you didn't threaten me. That's okay. Can we move on?
You
didn't do it. Can you move on? I don't care, ma'am. I don't care. Can you move on?
How do you know what I am? You don't know if I'm
okay, well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for assuming your gender. Now, can we move on?
When did I threaten you?
Okay, I just told you. You said you came up with. Do you want to argue?
How your energy?
Do you want to argue? Do you want to argue or do you want clarification?
I'm trying to have an open dialogue, but you're being dismissive.
And I'm telling you, I have no interest in having a conversation with you. You say you did not threaten me, then you can move on. I'm not interested in no dialogue with you, ma'am or sir. Since it's funny how nobody wants to clarify what they are here. It's so weird. But I'm not interested in conversation with you.
I'm a whole gender woman. That's what I am.
Okay, well, thank you. But I'm not interested in
you can't weaponize my gender.
I'm not interested in having a conversation. Well, I know, right? I'm doing a lot of shit, bro. I love this game.
You came in the middle of the conversation.
I'm not interested.
I understand why you developed the opinion that.
Why can't you understand? I don't want to have this conversation with you.
What you walked into.
Okay.
But she has been.
Why can't you understand? I don't want to have this conversation.
Hold on, everybody, because I want people to be able to enjoy the playback, and they.
I know people don't want to hear this shit.
They definitely
take her ass home.
Okay.
I said she said she ain't threatening me. Take her ass home.
Can the host actually host?
She's rude, Conscious.
Can the host host?
I don't feel rude. I don't feel rude. So stop calling me something.
So this is how we gonna do it. Really?
I identify with not being rude.
So this is how we gonna do it, really, because I don't understand. I really don't. Okay, thank y'all so much. Like, because I love this. I love that everybody is participating, but I beg of y'all, please, can we just do this shit differently? Like from now on, can we just talk? Can we just talk and not all the other stuff? Okay. Rumors and Tea, you was addressing Corday.
Don't address me.
Yes.
No.
I ain't do nothing. I clarified.
You said all that you said. It's gonna be some rebuttals, baby.
Listen. I clarified,
baby. So go ahead, Rumors and Tea. About to direct some thoughts towards you, Corday.
Listen, I verified as soon as I got on that I did come in mid-conversation, and I only responded to the things that I could quote that came out her or Master Degree's mouth in that moment. Anything before then is null and void. I really don't care. I'm here now. So, and then there were also with some of my personal, opinions as a gay man in the gay culture, and that has been, gay for 35 years. So, yeah. I don't need a speech on her gaslighting anything. As far as I know, as long as I've been up here, unless she changed it because she seen my name,
baby.
She doesn't know me from a can of I ain't never gonna be in a can, but from a bottle of something crispy. She hasn't come off to me as gaslighting. I think that she's bringing up very valid points. It's not a lack of intelligence. I think that it's insulting to her or someone who does not agree with trans you know, trans culture or whatever the case is, to identify a man as a woman or a woman as a man, that would be a lack of intelligence for her to, you know, accept or respect. So y'all gotta, y'all
No,
don't
that's
have
called
to.
transphobia.
Let me finish. Y'all don't
That's
have
called
to.
transphobia is what it's
This
called.
baby,
No, that's
We're
not
gonna
trans.
call a thing a
What
thing.
if
Yes,
she
it
said?
is.
ooh, he is
I
Yes, it
don't feel
operating.
like.
is.
It
Ooh,
is.
he
Well,
is
Yes,
I
it
can't.
is.
operating on a
Look,
godlike
look,
frequency. Ooh,
look,
baby.
look.
Woo,
We're gonna
that's a
call a
god
thing
That
a
right
is.
thing.
there.
We're
That's a
gonna call a
god.
thing
That
a
is
thing.
it. Just
That is
like
a
you
god.
have, just like anybody can be whoever they want to be in the army. If that's what it is, it has to be
And
all the
in
way
the
around.
army, they call them, go check the regs. In the
It
army, they
no,
call them what they
it's
prefer to be called.
it was just it's a saying from a long time ago. It's a motto that they used to have: be all that you can be in the army. Is thing. So anyway, yes. So we gotta, if we're gonna respect, if we have to respect people in their journeys, I feel like that she should be a little bit more respected and not called transphobic and all of that. I never heard her say, "I am scared of trans people.
That's not what it
They're gonna
means.
do this to the
That's not what
world,
transphobia means. That's
and
not what
I hate
transphobia
them. I
means.
want to light their houses on
That's
fire."
not
Do
what
you
it
It's
even know what
giving
means.
a
transphobic is?
That's
Okay, so
not
hold
what it
on, hold on,
No,
means.
Courtney.
y'all
Okay,
don't
hey,
even
hey,
know
y'all,
what it
hey,
means. That's
hold
why
on, hold
y'all
on,
won't
hold
let
on,
him
I
hold on,
got
finish.
hold
to
on,
know what it
hold on,
You
means.
yeah,
see
hold
how
on.
y'all won't let
Hello,
him finish
hello.
because
The
y'all
host
don't
is
know what it
hosting.
means.
Hold on, hold on. The host is hosting. I do want to give Andrew an opportunity to respond to that. And
during that break. Put up that
hello,
definition.
can the host? Thank you. And that I pulled up the definition of transphobia, which says a dislike of or strong prejudice against transgender folks. So include fear, include a prejudice, include any all synonyms. You can include anything in variation of that. But Andrew, yes, a respond to Corday.
Okay. Corday, first
If you
off,
must.
Corday, first off, let me explain. I'm not against anything that you're saying. I respect what you know. I respect your lived experience. So I just want to make sure you understand that I'm not trying to come against anything you're saying. What I'm saying is, if we're ever going to have a respectful dialogue, whether you agree or not with how a person identifies or how they lives, it doesn't matter. What matters is showing them the respect that you would want to be shown. If they prefer it, and it has nothing to do with your intelligence. It's not, nothing's going to change in your mind what you think to be true, or what facts you think you know, right? By calling someone something else. That's not going to change what you feel you know or what you feel is right. Those are two different things. It's not going to affect any of that. It's just being respectful of what that person asks. And in dealing with life in general, I'm sure on your job, there are things that you don't like or things that you don't believe or agree with. However, that's how it is in that environment. And what I'm saying is, when you are conversing with someone and they express that they want to be referred to as a certain thing, it doesn't matter what you agree with or what you believe to be true. What matters in that moment is the respect shown to them, because you want the respect shown to you. Like I said, so it doesn't, it's not about intelligence or what you think or what you know. All of that, those are two separate things. Two separate things. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like all opinions should be respected. I just want to reiterate to the
Before you
panel,
respond to that,
as well as
okay,
Conscious TV. Folk, I just want to say
hold
the
on for a
root
minute,
of
hold on,
the just
hold on.
really quick. The root of
Okay.
phobia is an extreme irrational fear or aversion of something. I just want to say that.
Okay, so you can put an and to that, because the term transphobia, just like the terms man and woman, have extensions and have taken on deeper meanings now. Okay, so
Well, I'm just saying, I just
so
want
let's
to
also be
make
clear
sure it's
about
clear
that too.
what I'm
Yes,
looking at
it does
transphobia
mean
as.
fear as well.
Okay,
Okay,
well,
so hold on there. I do want to shout out Ken Goddess, my baby mother, baby who always making a bitch rich on the old nasty piece of cash app, honey. I keep telling Ken Goddess, don't blame me for why her man divorced her when he see how much of damn his money she be sending to me. Thank you, baby mother, for the old nasty donation, honey. Ken definitely paid the nigga for his pain, honey. Shout out to my baby mother, Stacy, and Monica, and Adrian, as well. Thank you. Oh, honey, I appreciate and love y'all long time. Okay. Corday, is there anything else? Oh, well, hold on. So I wanted to add this to this Discord about calling someone a tree that's being disingenuous, etc. I don't think it's being a disingenuous. I've said this on previous platforms that growing up in the hood and growing up in the Black community, most of us grew up calling people not by their government but by their nicknames, and those nicknames were a hot fucking mess for some of our Black and brown folk, baby. Okay, some of those nicknames involved inanimate objects being incorporated into those nicknames. So the fact that most of us as Black and brown folk were raised in a community where we called people what they desired to be called, no matter how ridiculous Shawty Low or the baby and how crazy all these other nicknames are. I already told y'all, when I was growing up in the hood, we used to have a small person and she was a booster and her nickname was Shorty 40. Her name was Shorty 40, and she was a little person who boosted sundresses and clothes and heels, baby. And we call her Shorty 40. That's what she went by, along with all the other nicknames in which people wanted. So it's interesting to me that we as Black folk can sit in this age where trans people, non-binary folk, intersex folk are literally giving their pronouns, aka their nicknames, and all of a sudden we act like it's a stretch, and now we have to be so integral and we have to refer to people as who they are. To 8 Blessed Point, there's somebody's nickname named Lil Angel. That motherfucker ain't no fucking angel. That motherfucker ain't no celestial being. That person ain't no damn interdimensional messenger from the heavens. But nonetheless, who gives a like? The fact that we think that it has to be a place of contention, because I'm with Andrew. I'm going to call you whatever you want to be called. I'm not invested enough to think it means something about me to respect you accordingly. So if you identify and you want to be called a goddamn monkey, that's exactly how I'm going to refer to you when I have to access you for interaction, whether that's you as a coworker, a neighbor, etc. Because clearly, if I'm the one that desires interaction, I am going to have to respect you accordingly. Now, whatever people call people in pillow talk or privately or in their heads or, in their households is a whole nother situation. But in terms of what it takes for us to be able to move along in a society, yes, you have to respect people accordingly. Christians won't respect put on a religion. Atheists won't respect put on their atheism. Satanists won't respect put on a Satanism. Black folk won't respect put on a blackness. White folk won't respect put on a whiteness. Trans folks won't respect put on a transness. I'm with all the respect, east, west, north to south. It don't mean nothing to me to respect folks accordingly. So I don't know why we are acting like it's actually going to be conducive for society for people to choose to call people what goes against their identity when we know that that's going to stimulate conflict. Absolutely.
I think that's extremely, I love it. And I'm glad that we as people think that is a possibility for a forward moving society. But I think it's completely irresponsible. I think it's dangerous
to call people what they want to be called.
Hey,
I'm agreeing. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Girl, you ain't let nobody finish. Hush.
You're just mad because you want to call people a tree with a master degree.
Even in Conscious knows me. Like I ain't no around the way kind of guy. Anyway, I just think that we do a lot of masking. If we're gonna call them what they want to be called, no, let's call it what it is. You want us to call biologically this something else, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't. I'm not saying you should or you shouldn't. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying if we're gonna have a real conversation about it, let's call it what it is. That way, no one feels like they're being gaslighted when they have to do the dance with y'all and have to bring up these scenarios that's like, oh, you're gaslighting me. So let's not say that when you live with a certain hood or like Black people or rich Black people or white people or whatever the case is. Everybody has nicknames. Nicknames is nicknames. It does not define one's gender. It doesn't define one's biological preference. It does not define someone's. It's not medically sound.
It
So I feel
defines
like
what it's going to take to not get punched in your face.
I'm
when
not
you
against
choose
I'm not
any
against
other
it.
name for that person.
Why they won't let the man finish?
I'm not against it. I'm not against it. What I'm saying is, let's be profound in how we have the conversation. If in fact we are really ready to have the conversation.
Okay, so we're gonna meet this Corday. So if you don't have a issue with it, then what are you exactly pushing against? I'm still unclear.
I think that it's very dangerous, the direction that we're going, the trying to force people to like, because honestly, if it sounds trash, but we don't have to respect anything. You're your own, like you said, you're minding your business, I'm minding my business. I don't have to respect a fuck ass thing, right? But at the end of the day, us trying to force people to respect this and then the genderless bathrooms and the sports and all of that, all it is doing is, I feel like, especially with the media, especially these panels, especially those things, and we're not having real conversations for real.
So what's the real conversation? Like, take us to the real conversation.
With the masking words of, nicknames instead of she or he, like things like that. We see this all the time. Come on. So I really think we just need to be responsible with how we present things, because there are kids watching and there's kids.
Oh Wait a minute. No. Don't go down that road. Don't go down that road. We're not doing that.
Wow.
We're not doing that.
Wow.
We're not doing that.
Wow. There are kids that are very, very young.
We're not doing that. We're not bringing children into. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that to trans people.
I mean, that's my perspective.
We are not doing that to trans people.
Okay, so hold on, y'all. Everybody's gonna get. Hold on. I promise y'all. I promise y'all that I'm gonna let everybody speak. I promise you. But let me ask you. Hold on, because I just need to have a little moment with.
But Consciouz, that's damaging. Come on now. He can't do that.
It's not damaging because you don't agree with it.
Hello. Okay. So I just want to have a little moment with Corday, and I promise I'm going to hand it over to the wolves to chew his ass up. Okay. So Corday,
are you being biased?
So are you telling me that we don't call Busta Rhymes, and we don't call 2 Chainz, and we don't, because as I said, people are being called and want to be called inanimate objects.
No.
Do we not respect these people? And we call. Hold on. Do we or do we not? Hold on. I'm just asking a question. Do we or do we not practice respecting these folk and calling them what their mama and their daddy did not governmentally refer to them as, or call them as, or label them as, or document them as on their birth certificates? Do we still not yet easily get with the? Have we ever protested and contested these artists and these public figures and these musicians and performers, and even people who want to legally change their name or their last name or their first name or both names? Don't we have gotten with the program with everybody else who want to change up their name, with everybody else who want to change up their pronouns, with everybody else? So what is the exact issue with trans folk participating in a system of call me by what the fuck I tell you to, that we already participate in to the majority of the population outside of trans and intersex people? Tell me what exactly about them?
Please let me respond to that, please. And I'll let you, it's gonna be real quick. The thing is, nope, I'm agreeing with him. There's nothing problem with calling somebody what they call them. But it's also nothing wrong by calling them their government name that is given. Both statements is correct. But see, where y'all going, the offense happen is when someone calls you what your given name is. Busta Rhymes has a government name. If I was to walk up to Busta Rhymes and call him his government name, would I be disrespecting Busta Rhymes?
Oh my gosh.
Maybe.
No, it's saying y'all can't. That's the point that we literally trying to make. When you asked him, how would he be okay with calling somebody whatever they want to be called, even though they reality or whatever the facts is that they also are called this and that? it goes both ways. You can respect and also acknowledge who they are.
No, it's people who literally do not answer to, especially when it comes to the public, because I even check people as well. Like my government name is Davion. I don't allow people who don't know me personally to refer to me as Davion. You know,
when you stand in front of a judge, are you
going
to tell that judge your name is Consciouztv?
I'm not talking about a judge. Wow. I'm very clear about what my government name.
I'm telling you that eventually someone's going to call you by your proper name and not the name you want to go by. That's the point.
Hello, I am clear about what my government name is, and trans people are also clear about whatever their government name is. What I'm saying is that I have a right to tell someone what to refer to me as. And it's also that person's right to not refer to me as that. And as a result of them not referring to me as that, the consequences will be you don't get to access me, and you get to sustain your right. You get to sustain your right to refer to me however you feel, whether I'm an F word to you, whether I'm a punk, a sissy, whether I'm whatever the case may be. And my right also is to completely object to that and disregard you entirely. So I just wanted to be clear that the right goes on both ends. Nobody has to respect you disrespecting them. People don't have to respect disrespect. Now, I might not punish disrespect by going upside nobody's head as a result of them choosing to refer to me as something else. But no, I said I'm not going to I'm not going to weaponize violence per se against somebody choosing to refer to me as something that I'm telling them not to. But I just want to be clear that that respect goes in both directions. And I think sometimes in these conversations, especially around the hypocrisy of the whole pronoun thing, when we once again respect everybody else who want to use a pseudonym, who want to use a pronoun, who want to use a nickname, who want to employ anything but their government name, that it's hypocritical. Sometimes, hold on, I'm almost finished. But sometimes in these conversations, we talk, people who don't want to have to respect other people think that people also have to respect them, disrespecting them, and they do not. They do not. They do not. So, Acorde, did you want to say something to that? And then I want to get IG and Reckless in here and
Consciouz, when I'm be able to play this video, because I want the master's degree to really understand what I was saying. I think I can drop a jewel, even though people probably going to disagree with me about this whole transphobic and transgender. But I definitely want to make sure I do leave today with some form of philosophy to help people grow when it comes down to their maturity, when it comes down to when people attack you because they disagree with you. She said, I think I know everything. And I literally want to play a video to help people who, if that ever happened to you, if somebody says that you think you know everything because you're disagreeing with them, I'm literally going to show y'all that that's a defense mechanism and it does not mean they're right.
Okay. Well,
and I'm going to
baby, y'all got to thick up it, baby. This picture's so thick you can cut it.
No, I just want to leave y'all with something. I know people think I'm transphobic except for one person.
Well, baby, I got you digging.
All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on, because I got to get to the other panelists too. According,
let me know. I really want to get to this video because I don't want her to miss it or whatever she is.
What I will say in response is, I'm going to just claim confusion. I'm a little confused. I was under the impression that
like you.
We are talking about gender and maybe what like sex, or I thought we were just talking about gender. I didn't know we were talking about nicknames. But since we're talking about nicknames,
because the people are arguing.
I would call anybody.
Hold on, because every time, hold on, because I want to clarify. Hold on, I want to clarify. I want to clarify. It's because every time the subject of gender comes up, people then want to make the argument about respect adjacent to that conversation. So if we're going to talk about having to respect people or not respect people, then we have to pull very much so examples of all the other ways in which we practice respecting other people who do not get caught by who do not go by their government name and yet get the respect of being called by what they prefer and what they've asked you to call them.
I think for me, in my opinion, I just think that that's a stretch. I think that, again, this is masking, because what your government name is, to me, is completely irrelevant because it's not in your blood, it's not in your pants, it's not in your DNA, it's not in your, it's not your genetic, whatever. Your name is just, you know, what was kind of assigned to you at birth on the birth certificate, and what you write on your name, what you write on paper. I'm not slapping my dick on my assignments when I turned them in when I was a young kid. So I just think that that's a bit of a stretch. I think that, again, if we want to have real conversations, in my opinion, where there can't be all of these different experience, like, we got to come down to a consensus. And until we start saying what it really is, he, she, male, female, or transgender. Well, let's put transgender first because I don't want them to feel no kind of way. I love everyone. God.
Okay, so let me ask you this question, Corday. Do you or do you not refer to your trans peers as their in their respective pronouns, or do you choose to call, or do you choose to misgender them and they deal with it?
No, I call them by their respective pronouns.
So what we talking about then? You even respect
because I love them, and
so
prior,
do I, and so do I.
So what are we arguing if? So what are we arguing if y'all are practicing respecting people accordingly?
Let me answer the question.
You tell me. Your audience keeps saying I'm disrespectful.
Okay, I got to do with the audience. You know, the audience is the audience. But, you
and
know,
the people on your panel, you tell me.
More questions. I'm clocking out. I'm clocking out. I'm like, you took that one little snippet and you made it your argument.
Question?
All right.
So what's the question? Right. So what's the question?
You had the question.
You just said you had a question.
You had to know. I said I had a question, and you took the little bit that you heard and you ran with it.
I took you saying that you respect your trans peer. So what part did I or did I not understand about that?
I can't finish.
Huh?
My trans peer asked me specifically, may I respect them in that light? And I said, sure, I can respect you in that light.
So what about the children? Why are you respecting them but want to argue
the children?
Yeah, because you said the children. We gotta be so curved.
That's a fair tactic. I'm sick and tired of this shit.
So
that's a fair tactic.
Let's be very, very clear, because what's happening is y'all are taking my personal experience in my day-to-day life or whatever, and who I respect or who I don't respect as, you know, my argument to the conversation. I do think it's dangerous. My peers don't have children. My peers, I've never seen them around children. My peers,
of course, they've been around children.
My peers aren't trying to encourage children to do things.
Cut it.
Oh wow.
I'm saying
Are you insinuating they're trying to encourage children to do
Consciouz. Let me in. Fuck that. Consciouz.
No, let me finish it. Because I'm not gonna make up people's minds for them. But I know in the whatever years that I've been in the gay community and interacted with gays, trans, straights, the interrelationships between everybody, been on public platforms and all of such, the influx of people making these vast decisions to transition is completely through the fucking roof. And the amount of people that come out and say, damn, I wish I never did this. Is also,
oh my gosh, here we go.
I'm not saying that's to everybody, but what I am saying is the influence that we put out there doesn't make me lose my mature enough. Let me finish.
Oh my gosh.
Hold on, y'all.
Hold on. All set in place that says so-and-so's mental intelligence is not of proof for them to have committed murder, for example. How in the hell can we change our whole sex at the age of 9.
Okay, so
let's be very clear. No, because fuck this. I'm over this stupid ass shit. No.
And I'm not saying that applies to everybody. It is not across the board.
My bad, Conscious.
I'm not going to overtalk. I'm not going to overtalk.
I'm not saying that applies across the board.
To respect the fact that I'm hosting this platform, and I've been here for almost 4 hours. Excuse me, I do know how to use the mute button. I'm very clear about what the mute button is capable of. Please,
sorry, Conscious.
Please, hold on, because I want to continue to maintain much order. I know that Corday is getting into some things, baby, and the skillet is hot, but let me maintain the order. I want to let Lachey, who was here first, and then Reckless, and then IG, and then we can double back and deal with the way that Corday is gaslighting the fuck out of this panel. Okay, Lachey, welcome. Lachey, welcome to the panel.
I'm like gaslighting. Everybody,
he's not gaslighting me because I agree with what he's saying.
Hello, everybody. We are going to respect everybody's time. Let's not interrupt. Lachey, welcome to the
you're not gaslighting me, baby. You're not gaslighting me.
Hello, I'm adding comedic relief. Get over yourselves. Lachey, welcome to the platform.
Let me just give a closing statement. Let me get a closing statement. No, for real. Let me give a closing statement. Let me just give one closing statement.
We gotta give a closing because we have to double back around the Corday Boulevard, baby. Believe that.
Like I said in my right. This is not across the board.
Mm-hmm.
If there is strong influence for people to make vast decisions in not much mature way, or when someone's brain is developed to make those decisions. So if you're taking offense to it and you made those decisions and you're happy with it, it did not apply to you. But if you want to take it offensively, go ahead, go in, do your thing, whatever the case is. I'm only speaking for people who don't have the intellectual will or the intellectual whatever to make such decisions at such an early age. Okay. Now, is there a way to do it? Maybe. We haven't discovered it yet. It's not out there. But we
can put a cap on that because we're going to revisit that. So trust me, are we going to revisit that? Okay, but thank you for that. Okay. So everybody hold your horses. We got it. Lachey, welcome to the platform, love. I know you was wanting to get into this dialogue. What's Tisa's?
Hey, thank you, CTV.
Hey.
Okay, so, hey, hon. So, I know we talked in the past, and it was a great dialogue. We talked before about a little bit about this topic. So, I like how you host this. I like this live. Thank you for this. Because I feel like it's a lot of confusion and misunderstanding when it comes to, I feel like first, everybody needs to know what the terms mean, like really. And I think a lot of that has been discovered today, or some people may have already known, but breaking down what the terms mean can help people not like come across homophobic or have people think people are being homophobic.
Lachey, it's some connection issues, boo.
I can hear your phone.
Oh, is it me?
It must be you. In and out on my end. Loud and clear.
Okay.
Okay. No, you fine.
No, she's clear. I hear it clearly.
Okay. Or have people thinking that people are homophobic when they're not. And it's just some sensitivity in there. But my main thing, so I like this live because I feel like it's some good points being made. But one of my questions and one of the things I have been thinking and how I feel is with the intersex individuals, you know how like they're assigned, some of them are assigned a sex at birth. But they and then they're allowed to go about their life as that sex. So say for instance they assign a male, then they can be a male and it not be an issue. If they live out their life and they feel like that was the right sex and they identify with what was assigned to them at birth and then they go on as male, they are not considered trans to me. Same with the female. I feel like if they are intersex, it's kind of hard to label intersex individuals as trans because they're both. So it's kind of like whatever you're identifying as and you feel like you are and you're both it's the both for me where I was like, that's a touchy thing to be like they're trans. They may, to me, those individuals are really the individuals that can be like, I'm male or I'm female. You know, that's the I wonder what y'all think too, but that's one thing that popped in my head. Like when it comes to intersex, I don't know how I feel about that being trans if they are still both and they have both going on, you know.
For the sake of time, because we did discuss that already. You might have to hit the replay because we had kind of a whole segment on the whole trans and intersex thing. So if you don't mind, yeah, hit the
and sister, I just want you to know, intersex person hit the link and asked intersex, the girl on the panel, asked her that same question. So I just want you to know you wasn't the only one confused about that too. So someone who's actually intersex literally came on here and asked that same question you just asked.
What does somebody actually intersex mean?
Well, they were more so confused about the way they interpreted intersex actual story and plight. But yeah, but this get your replay says thank you for that. Well,
before she leave, am I allowed to ask her, is she transphobic? I mean, am I transphobic? Did she perceive me as transphobic since that's the reason why I got it?
Hold on, let's not make this about you, sis, right now.
I mean, I'm not making it about me, but
okay,
I'm not making it about me.
You know what?
No, this is important. This is important because
I didn't catch part one.
Conscious, I don't really ask you for much. I don't really ask you for much. But I feel like you made a good point when you said
people be up here all day or with y'all all the time.
It's a quick question.
Let me guide the conversation. Lachey, do you think your ex is transphobic or comes off as transphobic? Yes or no?
Okay. I think I'm gonna have to lean towards no. I didn't see the beginning of it, so from what I saw, it doesn't seem like I see people certain comments can make people feel like that's transphobic, but then I heard her like describe why she wasn't, and then I heard her make certain points that didn't come across as transphobic to me. That part can get misunderstood because sometimes us as women, if we just ask a question, it can come off like, or if we say we don't want to be called cis or we are a natural born woman, then they could be like, oh, y'all transphobia or transphobic. Sometimes some people, and or they can automatically feel like we don't like them or we feel a way towards them, and it's defensive off the bat. But like I was telling CTV before, like not all of us are like that. Like natural born women, we're not like hating them or against them. You got some that'll be it is some transphobic people out here, but for Neo, for what I saw her saying, like I was agreeing with some of the things she was saying.
Thank you,
and I didn't catch all of what she was saying, but I came in like in the middle or something like that.
So I have a question for you, and thank you for answering that. I hope that Neo is relieved.
Thank you.
Now I have a question for you.
You're welcome.
Do you? Because I obviously, as an LGBT person who is always on the front lines when it comes to these discussions and advocacy and all of that, I oftentimes hear a barrage of, but I'm not homophobic, but I'm not transphobic from members of the dominant society when it comes to what is considered to be queerphobic or homophobic or transphobic. Can you tell me this, Lachey? Why do you think it is that we don't make these type of distinctions or provide this type of grace when it typically comes to misogyny or when it comes to racism? Because if Karen made a racist statement and then argued that she's not in fact racist, we don't allow white people to get away with being compartmentalized in that way. If women typically believe that a man is being misogynistic, they don't compartmentalize it in a way that it's like, well, that was isolated in just a statement or a belief that's isolated in this compartment. He's a misogynist. So why is it that you think when it comes to transphobia or queerphobia or homophobia that there is all this grace provided? to people not wanting to be homophobic or transphobic, but can make, like, why do you think that grace is oftentimes?
Oh, that's a good question. Because it shouldn't be. I get what you're saying. Some people that are really homophobic or transphobic are saying they're not, and then people are agreeing that they're not. But clearly they are.
He said that they said something that was clearly racist, like a racist person. A person saying I'm not racist, but they clearly said something that was racist.
And let me provide. Well,
so that's what he said. I can't wait till I answer that.
I want to provide an example of that. So because what gets called homophobic by people who I will say there is like overt queerphobia, and then there is covert queerphobia. A lot of covert queerphobia sounds similar to statements that a racist will make, like, I don't want my daughter to marry a black person, but don't want the liberty of being considered racist. Or I think black people should be able to live where they want to live. I just don't want them in my neighborhood. Or I think that black people deserve to have rights. I just will never allow them in my home. Like, we never accept that type of compartmentalization from anybody else of any other group who is projecting a prejudice or a perceived prejudice or a perceived bias or discrimination. But when it comes to queer phobia, whether it's trans or homo, there is a lot, because I see it every day as somebody who engages these conversations online, offline. It's all in my live chat. It's all in my comment section. It's all over other platforms that I've been on and have been invited to speak about this, where you have a lot of people who seemingly do have transphobic and queerphobic politics, but don't want to necessarily take on the label.
Or maybe that's not what it is. And the people who are trying to label them that are wrong.
I'm just saying that I want us to keep the same energy, because if
I agree with what you just said with the racist. I agree with what you said about the racist, but it also could be that the person who's calling somebody a name is just not using it correctly.
People can't say and defend their lived experience without pushback, period. That is always the energy that queer folk are met with when they come to talk about their lived experience, how they were treated in churches, how they were treated in their homes, how they were treated in by their peers, etc. There's always pushback, point blank, and a period. I just think that we need to stop being hypocrites in general, and we need to keep that same energy. If we are going to be compartmentalized and say, well, someone can so-called disagree or have an opinion that doesn't align with affirmation for queer folk, then we need to keep that same energy for white folk. We need to keep that same energy for so-called misogynists. We need to have that same energy for so-called misandrists. We need to have that same energy for so-called anti-black folk. We need to keep that same. I'm just sick and tired of the hypocrisy. I'm just sick and tired of the cherry picking. I'm just sick and tired of everybody else can get away with being labeled accordingly to the way the community says they should be labeled, but then queer people never ever have that access. They never have the liberty and the luxury of saying, you know what, that is very anti this, that is very transphobic in nature, that is very homophobic, that is coming off even as homophobic. We don't get to have a right, we don't get to call it how it is, we don't get none of that, but the rest of the collective can do that as it relates.
But I just want to go on record, Consciouztv, to say that we've had panels before. I've done other panels, and I am the same across the board, which is why I'm usually the divisive one, because I do like to look at case by case scenarios, but also I like the facts of things. I'm always like with the whole black and the white of the thing, like the gray areas. It's too gray. It's too gray, and it's too gray for where we're at right now. So that's I just want to make that clear. I'm not on here to, to discount this group and then give Karen and them hell or not give them it's across the board, and it's the same with gay people. It's the same with straight people. You already know. Like
I agree. It should be a case by case, but oftentimes it's always LGBT folk who have their hands, like put behind their back and can't make these same assertions or arguments as it relates to what is affirming and what's not affirming. And I just find it interesting that every other community can assert themselves in that way, but whenever queer people go to do anything, baby, it's just like denial across the board. It's
I'm gonna disagree with that assumption.
It's the lack of accommodation across the board. But with what Corday just said, I do think it should be a case by case. We should evaluate things accordingly, but oftentimes we don't. So I'm just like, keep that same energy. I'm going to label the fuck up a group of people because they do that same thing when it comes to other people.
I'm gonna disagree with that analyst because I think it's obvious to people who are being truthful that the only reason why I'm being called transphobic is because I disagree with the premise.
Oh yeah, well I'm not.
And then like just remind you what happened on the last panel. Even when you called me and we had that personal conversation, you remind me that people perceive me based off of what I said. But then you have two people who came on your panel who heard me say the same thing that the other people who perceive me as transphobic said they didn't perceive me as transphobic. See the thing, that's why I said, or the other side of the coin, or the other, dang, come on now. Or the other side of the coin is the person who's calling me transphobic is triggered. It's a sensitive conversation. This is very triggering for a lot of people. So you based off your bias, you might be mislabeling me. Because I'm waiting for someone to tell me what statement I made that will be considered to be transphobic, that I have a bias towards trans, that I'm a bias towards trans women, and that I have a strong dislike for them.
You repeatedly misgendered them.
I didn't misgender anybody.
You did.
Let me finish. First of all, you started keep attacking me. I can't wait till I play this video to shut you up.
Sweetheart, I don't care about your video.
That video been coming up for a minute, baby.
But you won't acknowledge that before I said that she's acting like a man, I specifically told her to start calling me names. But when I did the same thing,
she didn't call you anything.
So were you here? Did you hear what she said?
I was.
I just came out of nowhere and said you a man, or did I say you acting like a man because you won't let me finish?
Yes, you did. You did. You did. That's not calling you out your name. That's not misgendering you. Disrespectful.
You can see you so triggered. That's why you think I'm homophobic. But you won't even show statement discord. You won't even be discord. You won't even be quiet and let me finish because you triggered.
Hey,
like come on. You literally proving my fucking point.
Hello.
Yeah, bitch, you triggered. I can't talk and you keep interrupting me.
Hold on. I just need a moment to just sit up here by myself and just collect, because y'all are really wearing me absolutely thin right now. I feel like I'm in a room with like a butt. Hold on, let me. This Neo baby, I love you, but you somebody disagreeing with you cannot warrant calling them a bitch the same way that you don't want to be, just because you're disagreeing, be called out of. Y'all are walking on top of each other, like contradicting y'all's own very points. Why we gotta do the ad hominem attacks? Like, can we just disagree? It's okay. Disagree. It can passionately disagree even. But we cannot do the lowbrow beating. We cannot do the name calling. Look, I'm very passionate about this subject. I take advocacy very seriously. I stand in the gap for trans LGBT folk. I stand in the gap for Black folk, period. And look, I've heard things that I don't agree with. I'm not up here. I don't have to misgender nobody. I ain't got to bitch nobody. I ain't got to hold nobody. It's not necessary. I want us to agree that it's not necessary. And I want us to be as intellectual as I know we all are, and just argue the points, please, because once shit start start going there, it just opens the space once again for homophobia to jump out, transphobia to jump out, misogyny to jump out, misandry to jump out, for all of it to jump out. It becomes justifiable when the door is open. Please, I'm begging y'all, please, God, please. Like, today, we get to be an example. We get to do it differently, having these discussions. We get to do it differently. This shit is going to be looked at by thousands of people after it's done. We get to show people that we can be a community. We can have discord. We can have passionate discord. We can do our big ones in these discussions, and it don't have to lead to a shootout. It don't got to lead to nobody getting jumped and bust upside the head with the Hennessy bottle. It ain't got to lead to none of that. Like, let's realize that we're trying to have a larger impact, and we're trying to also be an example, because too often times we can't come together. Most of us are not in our families able to orchestrate a sit down like this. Most of us in our real life cannot bring people together who care enough to have a dialogue and to provide exchange. This is a privilege and a right for us to be able to do this. So let's do it and do it well. And let's treat each other fairly in the conversation. Yes, have your opinion and utilize your right to disagree with folk opinions, but please, let's not do the belittling stuff. It's too much. It's too much, and it's ugly, and it's vile. And there's already just too much rampant disrespect going on in our community as Black and brown folk. We don't need to contribute to that. Y'all, please pray for me. Y'all, please pray. Please pray for me, because I love this, but my God, this shouldn't be a wrecking room. Okay, let me bring everybody up. Let me get everybody. Okay, so housing on that, let me move over to Reckless.
Can I finish what I was saying? Please.
Yes, finish, and then.
And can you please, because I know everybody hung up on me calling this lady a bitch. But I just want y'all to know, for those who didn't see our first interaction, I specifically asked her to stop talking to me because she was being disingenuous, and she came in and was calling me stuff that I didn't agree with. Now, and then I also want to clarify that Intersex called me a bitch, and we all didn't go in the back chat. I didn't even blow up about the shit. I really
called you a bitch after you belittled me, though.
After you disrespected me, sis, like that.
No,
we can play these games. We can play games. We can play games on who shot John. We can play games on who shot John. But I'm just like the last panel that I was on. When people who see the playback, and when the people can see the playback, they will see it for what it is. That's all I have to say about that. But I literally wanted to finish what I wanted to say without being interrupted. And I can't do that because I'm literally proving that the reason why y'all won't let me talk is you're doing it right now. I literally just asked the host, can I finish what I have to say? And you won't even, it's still that control. Y'all know they say that. I mean, like, I've been listening. I literally just wanted to make a statement, and you
quickly respond. Right.
Let's be very clear, everybody. I have been. Hey, everybody.
I ain't got nothing to say because I don't even know. I just want y'all to know they invited me for this conversation. I ain't know it was gonna be all this.
Everybody has been unruly, overtaught me, overdone me. I'm the casualty of war, so let's just stop it. I need to move on to the other panelists and let them chime in on this. Reckless, what are your thoughts about
I was gonna say
for a day of was speaking that you were wanting to jump out the window with no parachute?
CTV.
Yes.
CTV. I just want to answer the question real quick. You had asked me about why isn't it the same energy, or with the like it is with racist people and things like that. When people are being homophobic, I think it's a few things. I think some people that are being homophobic may not realize that they're being homophobic, contradictory, where they may be like, well, I like them, but I don't want them around me, or I like them, but I don't want, I don't want, or not mine, or, I don't want to be you around, or I think some people may not realize that that's homophobic. And then you got the people that may not want to say anything because of who the people are that's saying it, or because they like the people, or have a relationship with the people, or they either agree. It's a lot of that. Whereas racism and stuff like that, as a whole, we agree and we on the same page. But you see how divided it is, and it's really divided. So you have homophobic people that don't realize they are, and then you got some that are coming across that but really don't mean to be, and that really don't care or may respect them, but that's just their opinion. So it's just so divided that it's different with those other topics, but it just needs to be dialogue more, talked about more, because I see misunderstandings from all sides, like on
I
different.
agree with that.
Except
Hold on, y'all. I agree with Corday. I agree with Neo. I agree with Lachey on the fact that sometimes people are misdiagnosed, and because labeling folk racist or misogynist or transphobic or homophobic is based upon an individual's own posture and what they consider to be discriminatory. There are going to be people who may be labeled that who are not in fact that, and then there are going to be people who are that who don't want to accept that. So my question would be to the folks. So for example, right, like my grandma is a Southern Baptist, a prophetess, deaconess, like raised all her children, all my aunts and uncles and my mother up in the church, etc. Like church life was like, it was our whole world growing up. However, my grandma, and she takes the Bible at face value. But when I came out to her, I'm gonna tell you exactly what she said. She said, you know, Davi, and no, nobody else gets to call me Davi, who doesn't have a damn personal relationship with me, just to be clear. She said, Davi, I know what the Bible says, but you're also my grandson, and I support your happiness. And from there, even with that being said, I still never brought any of my lovers around my grandma. She's never seen me with a man. She's never seen me interact with a man in a romantic and intimate way or any of that. I've never brought my lovers around my family, who are a majority conservative Christian Baptist folk, etc. But my grandma from there also took it upon herself to like ask me about my lover. She wanted to meet my dude. I introduced her to my dude at the time. Like she chose to provide that space all by herself, but she didn't feel like she had to give up one to do the other. She recognizes what the Bible says. She isn't disagreeing with what the Bible says, but she's also not willing to hurt and harm me or to other me or to disrespect me and dishonor me because of what her personal beliefs are. I do think there are people who can hold a theological attitude or hold just a perspective, period, without also choosing to lead from that attitude, because they know it's more important to treat people right than it is to hold a ideal over their head. But I also feel like the people who are capable of doing that are also a minority. Most folks cannot exist perfectly in that middle like that. Most folk are going to lead from their beliefs, lead from their ideals, lead from this is why we vote the way we vote, this is why we treat folk the way we treat folk, because it's being informed by the way that we think and the beliefs that we hold. So I recognize that there are people who can exist in the middle, but I also accept that most people can't actually accomplish doing that. Most folk are doing the complete opposite. So I know I gotta let Corday, you raise your hand. I make it super quick because I want to get no records in here.
Well, I want to piggyback on what you said, and then I had something else I raised earlier. But I feel like I'm glad that you made that point with your grandma and that kind of thing.
He just made a point with his grandma. I need to talk on this. Oh.
Because maybe that's where I am when you guys asked me about me and my trans friend. Like you said, y'all had a conversation. It was in depth. She respected certain things, and then as time went on, she, you know, began to understand, ask you X, Y, and Z. So maybe I'm still in a place of understanding, and I only can go off of what I do know. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Thank you.
And what's facts, what I do know. So I'm only going to speak to what I know. Okay, let's be clear on that. And what I do know is what I've been talking about the whole time. So that I respect that, and thank you for making that point, because it helped me understand my own point today. Secondly, I just want to, do you mind if I address a comment that I think may...
I think that you're going to be a whole segment by itself, Corday. So I just want I want us to get to the rest of the
I want to know, I want to know your opinion as well.
I gotta know your opinion in the panel. Shine, baby. So if you could just hold off, like we will be revisiting you in full.
Panel's opinion.
Okay. So
off of one of your there's a comment by Divine Fleming. It says, in Corday, you should be understanding because you are gay, in parentheses, a feminine man, so you know what it's like for people to treat you like abnormal. They don't want their kids around you neither. That's the problem. So I don't know how you guys feel about that comment. But for me, I do want to address that because I think that is kind of like a popular maybe notion. No one, you don't know me to know if I'm feminine or masculine. Two, that is not my story. People love me. People have always wanted me around. So that doesn't go for everybody. And the thing about feminine or masculine, that is a characteristic, a behavior trait. It is not a gender. And that was the only point in conversations that I've made up here thus far is about gender. So that was irrelevant. And thank you. And that's all I had to say. See, it wasn't a session.
Thank you for that. Hold on, because I gotta get to everybody else, you guys. I have to do it. There was I want to say this, and then Reckless, absolutely. For me, I'm speaking for CTV. For me, I feel like because I am same gender loving, I do have the extra. I've taken it upon myself to burden myself with understanding my peers, because I realize that regardless of whether the issue is orientation or the subject is gender, that we are being lumped in the same category. Therefore, I don't want to risk misunderstanding someone as someone who is being misunderstood too. I don't want to risk misunderstanding my intersex and trans peers, because the larger system doesn't understand any of us, and they've othered all of us, and all of our rights and autonomy and liberties have been suppressed as a result of other people's ideologies and beliefs about orientation, etc. I think that even Neo has a debate coming up with someone who doesn't support homosexuality, etc. This is the world that we live in, where people hold these beliefs. So for me, yes, like I need to understand my peers, because I want to afford them what the dominant society isn't affording any of us, which is understanding and compassion, and making sure that I'm very, very clear on what's happening here so that I can advocate accordingly. So for me, yes, I do feel like that. And I feel like that about Blackness as well. On this channel, we get into sociology, we break down racism, we talk about white supremacy, anti-Blackness, colorism, the whole nine. I'm a Black person. It's my job to understand the position that we're all in, whether I'm a Black male or whether you a Black female or whatever the Blackness is. The commonality is Black, and we're all being whitewashed as a result of the overarching system. So I know a lot of other people don't feel like that, but for me, yes, I feel like I need to understand it, and I'm proud to extend that understanding and to provide that for people who are already being misunderstood by the larger demographic, especially when I'm being victimized by the same motherfucking system and being misunderstood and re-narrated. So that's an extension of my own morality and my own ethical compass. Reckless, your thoughts finally.
What's going on, y'all? I'm just gonna say this: there is transphobia. I'm sorry, I'm about to be that person. There is transphobia being present, and the reason why I'm saying that is because a lot of times too, when we talk about transphobia or whatever, people focus on the phobia, etc., and people have this idea of transphobia, whatever phobia that it has to be this explicit demonstration. No, what I'm also referring to are the fear tactics that's also used in said conversations. Because within this conversation, what was brought up was children. In this conversation, what was brought up was influence. What was said in this conversation was, because the thing too, for me, I don't always just pay attention to what's directly being said. I also pay attention to the amens in the room. I also pay attention to the hand claps, the excitement and the glare in people's eyes. I pay attention to all of that. So yes, transphobia is very much being present, because the thing about it is that if that's the case, if we know that over time that words have changed, evolved, extended, reduced, etc., then what seems to be the big issue in terms of the word woman and man extending and also including the existence of transgender people, etc.? Because before, when you talked about woman as in the womb, it didn't take into account of transgender people, and it strictly was based on the anatomy on a person's body, because we didn't talk about the experiences and the journey of everybody else who may not fit into that mold. So if we know that and things have changed, but yet that's not what you want to go by, I think we should all keep that same energy. And with that being said, any type of discussion, any type of conversation that we've ever had, talking to transphobes, homophobes about what they believe and what was the current state of information and how at that time that was the standard, then I think especially us as queer people, we shouldn't say anything at all. We should not say anything. So if homeboy, homegirl think that we are mentally ill, let them think that. And let them vote and do whatever they feel like they should do. And if white people, Caucasoid people think that we are 1/3 of a human being, whatever logic that they use, I think we should allow them to do that. Because that at that time, that was where the culture was. Even though we have evolved from that, even though the knowledge has pushed past that, but if that's what they're going to stand on, okay, cool. But I think if that's the case, all the pushback everybody and every group gives, we should all just let it die out. Black people, I'm sorry. Let's stop fighting for our rights. Let's stop fighting in these conversations, because, hey, at the time, remember, white people held the power. This was their logic. This was the education. And plus, at that certain time, that was the standard, that we were 1/3 of a human being. So with that being said, if a person wants to stick with that and they're going to continue holding on to that, let them hold on to it. It is what it is. To my women, don't be fighting these niggas, these Kevin Sams and these Andrew Tates, because guess what? Hey, that was the standard. You are supposed to stay at the house, and you're not supposed to make any type of money. So with that was the standard. Don't push back against it. You just follow through, and they can do what the hell they need to do. My queer people, and I'm gonna be honest, this is like really, I'm kind of like saddened, because this is the reason why trans people look at us and say that we are sellouts. This is the reason why. All the fear tactics that's literally embedded in the conversation, the same fear tactics that's used to demonize queer, lesbian, gay, bisexual, pansexual men and women on the sexuality spectrum. So how dare we sit our motherfucking asses on a panel and do that exact same shit to the gender side of the spectrum? That is a huge slap in the face to our trans brothers and sisters. That is just no shade. That's all I have to say for right now.
Okay, thank you for that, Reckless. And I want to ask you too, because I think that you wanted to jump out of. I think that you had something to say about the whole pronoun thing when Corday was speaking on the whole pronoun thing. Is there something that you want to add to that, or are you still good right now?
Oh yeah, when it comes to the whole pronoun thing, like that, people saying, like, once again, it was something profound that Tramel said on your panel the other. I forgot when y'all did it, the last collaboration you guys did. Mm-hmm. Is that what gets me is that people literally try to use irrational situations to justify the fear tactic, i.e., what is the percentage? What's the percentage of the population for transgender people? Conscious.
Huh? You said the
I said
population?
yes.
It's not even 1%. I don't think.
Not even 1%. Got you.
Less than 1%.
Okay, got you. So what's so my question to you as well? What's the percentage, if you know? What's the
1.6.
percentage? Yeah, I got you. But what's the percentage of transgender people who detransition? Do you know that for me?
Yeah, a detransitioners at this point, while they are sensationalized and they get prompted up, of course, to be used to reinforce transphobia, they are actually a minority. The majority of trans folk are not regretting their experiences or their transitions, etc. Detransitioners do exist, but they're not the majority of trans folk.
Got you. So we're using a minority within a minority to represent the whole community, but I'm gonna tell you what the issue is. What? The issue is that whenever we talk about transgender people, we try to reduce it just to that. So I'm gonna ask you guys this. So if you have a child, right, and your child comes to you and talks about, Mom, Dad, I feel like this, blah, 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 blah. So that means that you're gonna go straight head first and let's transition. Is that what you're telling me? You telling me parent is gonna do that? A parent is gonna be like, okay, let's just straight transition. And what, by any chance, at what age can they get medical procedures done?
It's very sad.
Medical and cosmetic are two different things.
I think
medical procedures done.
Not before 18.
Accounting for one, I think it's very sad that we're accounting for medical procedures when mental and psychological and like, okay, sure, make the argument, but
the thing is,
that's a very very far stretch. But I do want to acknowledge you about the what you said earlier on, and maybe this conversation, because I don't even do this anymore, but maybe I've learned today, and this is something that's a journey, and I thank everybody on this panel. Maybe I'm a little bit transphobic because I guess my fear is for our youth to be influenced and exposed to such things so early. And so maybe that's my battle, and I will take that, and I will do what I need to do. I'll do my work, and I'll just leave it at that.
Well, another thing that I do want to say as well is that we also have to, because you did speak about the mental, emotional, etc. That's the reason why that even when people transition, they go to therapy. That's the reason why. So make sure that you are in its requirement a year.
Yeah, but there's a constant argument that I was born this way, and disagree or agree. I haven't done that much reading to say someone can be born that way or not born this way and all of that great stuff. But there's a more popular, or a more what's the word I'm looking for? I feel like there's a majority of transgender people that would say that's who they were when they were born. So regardless of going to therapy so you can have a hormone prescription or a procedure done, this is already things that people are instilling and producing and influencing before they get that necessary. Well, I don't even know if the therapy is necessary. I think it's all kind of, little. I think we all crazy. Let's be very clear so y'all understand me. I think we're all fucking, like, we're in America. We all kind of a little bit. I get that. But I just think that's a little bit of a reach to really like dive into the physical anatomy, because not every transgender has the money or resources, and some of them just simply don't want to physically transition. But I think that mental break is what's most important. And I'm not saying that it shouldn't happen, and I'm not saying that I disagree with people transitioning. I don't have a opinion on that because I'm not that read up on it, but I do know from my studying, my academics, that we should kind of be more conscious, aware and aware of, you know, the mental state of somebody who's in that, you know, state of mind, because not everybody's responsible with it. And that's just my opinion.
I 100% agree with you. So, but once again, I just want us to keep that same energy, because when they want the queer children, etc., they want to make sure that our mental state or the other children's mental state is in state. It's stable. I want all of us to keep that same energy, because once again, for the majority, for most parts, whenever we have different conversations on the sexuality part of things, and we talk about the dynamic of queer children, etc., when they give us those exact same rebuttals, for the most part, most of us fight against that, because we know for our experiences that, guess what, bitch, we knew when we were young. We knew. So with that being said, let's just keep that same energy. That's all I'm gonna say on that.
But this is the thing that I'm a little confused about, and I've been listening, and I'm asking, please just do not interrupt me, because this is why a lot of my shit keep getting lost in the sauce, because I don't get to finish a complete thought. We cannot disregard these trans people who went under these surgeries, now regretting and now deconverting or deconstructing their transgenderism. At one point, they was just in the same boat as a trans person who said, I feel like this and I feel like that. And then after something happened later on, whatever happened, they now saying, I don't feel this way no more. I feel like this and I regret what I've done. See, I know a lot of people be upset with me because I say the things I say, but I stand strong behind not allowing kids to have any form of cosmetic surgery while their bodies are still developing, because it later develops medical problems. That's why I said it's a difference between a cosmetic surgery and a medical surgery, because a medical surgery is necessary. That means that person might have the risk of dying. Like, for example, I used to have Triple H breasts. I said this on this channel before. And when I told those doctors that I would like a reduction, I had to go to see a psychologist to make sure that I wasn't suffering from what they call body dysmorphia, or I wasn't identifying with the opposite sex. And after they evaluated me, the truth was the truth. It was really because the breast was just too big and my body was not built to hold them up. So there are doctors who will take precaution when it comes down to operating on children. But I don't think it's fair that we just, because it's a small percent, that one number is greater than the other, we still need to acknowledge that there is a percentage that these people regret what they did, and they change what they identify with.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with
that. Can I say something?
But that we know as a panel, as we're sitting up here having this very difficult conversation, more people are going to come forward that are supported versus the people who are not supported. This is, I don't know your demographic, Conscious, but I want to
everybody.
Okay, well, I'm going to be an ass to make an ass of myself and assume that there's a lot of LGBTQ.
No, I actually have I have like an 80% hetero demographic. Yeah.
I'm going to make an ass of myself and assume.
Okay, but don't assume, because I just corrected you. It's a majority hetero.
I'm gonna do it with class and confidence. I'm okay with that. But they're gonna be more people that are gonna support people in their transition and in their journey, versus the people who are going to say, no, you shouldn't do that. Maybe you should go, see somebody, but why X, Y, and Z. So of course, people who have to detransition, or people who are not that happy with it, people who regret it, it's going to be a smaller number. And who's all coming forward at that too. And it could be the same on the other end. But I just want us to keep in mind when you want to start comparing percentages, because if we get into like statistics and percentages, yeah, that's a sticky era.
It ain't.
Yeah, no.
I want to add to that. Hold on. I want to add to that. I agree.
Real quick. Just real quick. I just also want to add to that. And another reason that I'm also against that too, I don't believe in experimenting on people and using them as a human project. We know that those surgeries are not perfected. They're not even that safe. So the people who are undergoing those surgeries, they are literally being tested like a lab rat. So that's another reason why I say let's leave the kids alone. But if an adult decide to do that, I can't tell a grown person what to do, but I can protect a child from harm. So let's just also keep that real. And my last statement, and I'm gonna be quiet because I know y'all tired of me talking. I really feel like if I was on trial and somebody brought up charges and to prove that Neo X is transphobic, honestly, you guys, I really feel like every person who think I'm transphobic, I really believe that y'all would not win that case and I would walk away innocent. Because I literally keep asking the same statement, regardless if you want to connect it to race or whatever. What did I say that will be considered trans, or even in my behavior that will be considered transphobic? Now they
Acting like
tried
a man.
hold on, let me finish. Now they tried to say that I misgendered somebody, even though I did not. I've been calling her by her proper pronouns the whole time. I specifically said she was acting like a man because her audience said I was acting like a man. It was
So
based
you
off
attacked me because they was attacking you.
Fucking God, why can't y'all just stop, bro?
It's the same reason for everybody interrupt me. It's for the same reason.
Well, I mean, in a fight, in an argument, when stuff
I
gets out
really
of the,
feel like
Can
at
y'all
the
hold
end of
on,
the
y'all?
day,
Everybody doing
I
good
really
with
feel like at
respecting
the end of the day,
everybody's time.
those who got eyes and who can see, and those who are not biased and who just can keep it real, even if you like me or not. Nobody has proven that I have just me saying being a woman is not a feeling. Does not mean that I would take a gun and kill a trans person or say I'm afraid to have them in my spaces. That's not the same. I'm literally calling it what it is. But feelings, you have somebody at one point felt like they was a woman. Later on down the line, as time progressed, their feelings changed. But what didn't change? Their anatomy didn't change. You can't, it doesn't change no matter what surgery you have. That's the facts. So I'm not transphobic. So y'all
and
need
there's
to
plenty of, and let's be real.
Hold on, because I need to add into this. Hold on, boo. I got you. I got you. Hold on, y'all. Okay, so first of all, can we a short commercial break to talk about how fucking fine Neo in China is? Can we just have a moment of silence? I know the room is hot, but can we just celebrate the fineness thereof? Because I'm just gonna need both China and Neo to put me in doggy style. I'm just gonna need that to happen. Now,
you know I do it.
Now, as it relates to
now, you know you're the only person I'm allowed to flirt with. So you better stop.
That part. Now, I will say,
you better stop. You know, my girlfriend was like, you looking at Consciouz a little too hard. Like, you know.
I just need 15 minutes, girlfriend.
So I'm just saying, you know, babe called me out.
Conscious, I'm gonna need you for an hour, Conscious. I'm gonna need you for a few hours, Conscious.
Not a few hours, y'all. It's feedback. Oh, I think that's what let's say. Hold on, y'all. Let me mute. Okay, yeah, that was what I say. Okay, y'all. So that was just a brief commercial break. Okay, I agree with Corday and I agree with Neo on the fact that yes, we can't discount transition, but I'm gonna tell you what the problem is. A lot of times, the detransitioners are weaponized by actual transphobes in order to prove their point about transgenderism being a mental illness and being something that needs to be disregarded and met with shock treatment and counseling and not something that's entertained. Because look at all these folks who are regretting. Now, I will say once again, because I've now gotten into that era of my life where I'm just like, let's keep the same energy, because that would be equivalent to us taking anti-black people who do not like being black, who are uncomfortable being black, who also assimilate to being non-black, and then using them as a way to paint a broad stroke across all black people and act like blackness is inherently wrong or inherently unattractive or just inherently all of that. Now, I do think the conversations around detransitioners has to do with the why is super important, which is why I use my platform personally to beat the conversation in about gender. And I talk about history. I talk about how various cultures have accommodated gender, etc. Because a big problem in the West, in America's society, is the fact that we start off with a very strong binary with no middle space in between. This oftentimes has led to a lot of confusion for people who don't fit binaries to the left or to the right. And it escalates the potential for identity crisis because of the way that the culture closets the conversation and caps and controls and gatekeeps the dialogue around gender. I remember as a teenager who was coming into my femininity, I was coming into my divine feminine about my sophomore year in high school, and I had a whole vision in French class. I literally remember the moment that the divine feminine made direct contact with me, and from there is when I started growing my hair. It's when I started relaxing into my femininity. It's when I started participating in my femininity. Is when I started also just showing up in that feminine energy as well as that masculine energy. But I was also confused at that time because this was around the year 2000, 2001 maybe. And we were not living in the social media age right now. There was no Lil Nas X. There was no Saucy Santana. There was no Renaissance tour. There was no space for all of these variations of gender. So I oftentimes felt pressured personally to have to transition just because I liked feminine things and I was attracted to things that were considered to be womanly, like long hair. I like to play in makeup. I like to play in weave. I like women's attire. I like feminine characteristics, softness, submissiveness, like in and out. You know, I'm with the feminine shit. But because at that time,
comfortable.
But at that,
Max, you went with like, how old were you, or where were you at in your life when you became comfortable with saying like, I'm gonna carry myself this way? Fuck
it was
everybody.
at that moment as a sophomore, that moment after I came into contact with the literal divine feminine, when she entered that classroom and she bodied my motherfucking ass, was the minute that I started getting my shit together with the divine feminine.
Conscious.
From there, I started, hold on, y'all, because it's important that I really paint this out. Because we did not live in the type of society we have now where there was middle space. There was only the binary of female and male. So you either had to be a drag queen or you had to identify as trans. But there wasn't a lot of conversation around androgyny or a lot of conversation about being gender fluid. Those were just not the conversations that were made available to common society. So I really struggled because I did not identify as trans. I never looked at the anatomy of a woman's body and said, oh, I identify as that. I never had an issue with my body. I never had an issue with the biological vehicle that this consciousness is in. I was just also attracted to femininity and feminine things. And I was capable of seeing the world through the lens of the feminine and the masculine because I was utilizing both hemispheres of my brain. Unbeknownst to me, these were things I didn't ask for. These were just the things that became unlocked and unearthed in me as I just grew as a person. So when I would go out into the gay community as well, because a lot of people don't know this, but the reason why I grow my facial hair and I have a beard is because I felt like I looked too womanly when I looked at myself. Like my features are very much so capable of being very dainty, very feminine. There have been times, like when I was in high school and middle school, there would be girls who would literally ask me like, are you a boy or a girl? Like 9th graders, 10th graders, like people didn't even know whether I was a biological male or female because my features were so ambiguous. So I literally grew my facial hair because, once again, I'm not trans. I am a cisgender male. I identify as man. I use he, him, but I'm also in touch with my femininity. So I don't mind she, her. I don't mind any of that either. It's not a problem for me. But in the gay community, not only in the straight community was there sometimes confusion visually around what I am, especially since I was growing my hair at this time. People sometimes just didn't know whether I was just like a lesbian woman who was a little bit butchy or whether I was a effeminate gay male, or they didn't know what it was given. But even in the gay community, like a lot of the gay people would like pressure me to be trans. They were like, girl, you might as well just go ahead and just slap some heels on you. You might as well just go like, and I'm just like, no, because that's not, I don't feel the need to slap a goddamn thing on it. I don't, that's not where my truth is. That's not what my experience is. I don't have any anatomical discrepancy. I don't have any of that going on. So it was very, very confusing for me. It was very depressing for me because I was being forced to make a choice that did not feel authentic for me. And there was a point in time in my life, in my high school, in that same like junior, sophomore year, where I was about to cave. I was about to say, well, damn, like I guess I do gotta like fit into a box. I guess I do have to choose something and I guess it might make more sense for me to just go ahead and choose the woman's category and to identify as such. And there was real contemplation into transitioning, even though personally this was against my own conviction. And there was nobody for me to talk to about this. There was nobody to straighten this conversation out about gender. There was nobody to straighten out none of this shit. It was just either or, black or fucking white. And I very well could have had the cards played differently had I not been very clear about who I am and ultimately chosen myself. If I would have been a little weaker and I would have given in to external pressure that was collaborating with just ignorance on the subject of gender, I might have been somebody who would have transitioned and then detransitioned and regretted it and might have made certain choices because of a lack of information, because of a lack of understanding about the spectrum that gender actually exists on. And so I do think that, like, I appreciate the society for opening up and broadening the space around. I appreciate the LGBT for stretching out the conversation about gender, because it allows so many people to get in where they actually fit the fuck in at, not just male, not just female, not just trans, not just that. That the whole stretch has been open, because this has helped. Because I'm looking at a statistic right now. 97% of trans people are practically happy with their transition. But these conversations and understanding that gender is a spectrum help the 3%, the 2%, the 1% of folk who are having to wrestle with these forces inside of themselves, these feminine and masculine energies, and all of this shit around the social construct of gender. It helps them to have options. And so I feel like a way to cure and a way to really assist young people who feel maybe transgender, because people are trying to lump them in and making them feel like there's only one over the other. The information is important. And the more information that young people have, growing people, teenagers, young persons have about gender, and the more they have affirmation in their life where they are allowed room to figure out their gender shit, whether that's being allowed to just show up aesthetically, not with any type of medical transition, but even just permitting young people who feel a way or feel different or feel some other way about their gender to at least start experiencing activities and clothing of the opposite sex, so that they can just start figuring it, because this shit is a figure out. You don't just, some people just know that they know that they know that they know. Other people know that they are just different. They don't necessarily know whether that means trans. They don't know whether that means whatever. They just know
they don't know
something that how they're being indoctrinated is not necessarily true to the way that they are experiencing themselves. And so information and education is literally empowerment. So many people probably would not be regretting, outside of the other issues of finances and just fear that influences transitioning in order to navigate a hateful space. Outside of all of that, like, information also plays a major role in a lack of information plays a major role into a lot of people having a misunderstanding and just being forced into a box instead of being afforded to exist somewhere on the spectrum, which is just fine. I just wanted to say that.
And I want to
go next, please.
I want to piggyback off what he said. That was the biggest point. I'm not transphobic anymore. I take it back. That was the biggest point. That was the biggest point.
Yo, let me get in. Let me get in, because
I learned something else.
Poor Dave on a journey, baby. He on a journey in this dialogue, baby.
I have been delivered.
On a journey.
I have been delivered I have been delivered. So what I would say is I'm saying is what I'm saying is conscious that experience from then until now was what I was trying to express my fear is. You were saying that you were influenced to do X, Y, and Z. You didn't have, the resources that may be out there now, but also transitions now, and what's out there, what influencers are putting out there are usually sometimes not the best representations of what we would want an experience to be for a trans person. My conversations with my trans close best friend, who was not trans at first when we met, who is now trans, her lifestyle, um and what she finds is a vast majority of the trans women that she's around, isn't the best, conditions. Maybe it's the best for her, but she seems sick of it. So that's my fear. So when I say influence, it will be people out there that will try to, push you in this direction or that direction. And we also live in a society now where kids can make thousands of dollars to make these decisions very, very early. Kids are making more money than their parents off TikTok and in these social media sites. That was my point. It wasn't about and that is fearful for the people that don't want to make those decisions so early, who are just sticking with it because that's where they went. That was the point I was making. I'm not transphobic anymore. Thank you for delivering.
The last sentence was transphobic.
I don't want to hear you ain't gonna try to convert me back.
Hey, what's happening,
The
panel?
last sentence.
Hey, what's happening? I just want to say
Can I
something.
say something, please?
Okay, hold on,
Let
hold
me just,
on. I'm gonna get IG
yeah,
up
because I'm
here
about to
again.
jump off, babe. I gotta head to the plantation. But from listening from these last few hours, kind of off and on, I do notice just something for us all to address with the opinion. I'm enjoying the Discord. Is speaking to Conscious's point just now, and I do notice where the pressuring from society, even outside of the LGBTQ, we've had countless panels to where we have discussed this, where we have been called as children from the dominant society. Oh, you must gonna be a girl, or you must gonna do this because you show an affinity to liking certain things, or putting you in a box with saying that you're gonna be this sexuality, or you're going to be, you're gonna be a lady killer, you're gonna be all of these things before you even had time to physically or psychologically think about those things. So when people, like what Conscious was saying, those concerns and fears from the angle of being imposed on by society have always been in place before the LGBTQ. You've always had to deal with how you socialize gender and masculine and equivocating masculine to maleness, feminine to femaleness. So just overhead when having these conversations, I do want us all to still just keep in context. Yes, there's this nuance, but there is also that very much underlying truth. If Conscious and I didn't live in a society to where people, was calling us girls and all this other shit, with us not even thinking that would have been concern to re-evaluate why are we calling this or associating this with gender. That should have been something that not just the LGBTQ community is responsible for, but this is very much a construct of what the dominant society has yet indeed imposed on us and each other. So when I hear these concerns concerning trans women and stuff like that, I kind of stand in the middle. I've had my disagreements and stuff like that with both sides. But from the concern of, there's a difference for you to have a concern because what you hear other people in the sense of, like, okay, in the sense of biological females, I might not agree with all of their reasons
why they have the concerns, but at the same time, I do not unauthenticate them because I understand that I sit in a position of cisgendered male. So um, I do not also invalidate their fears or concerns based off of my position, because that is a different position that it's easier for me to say as a cisgendered male why a trans woman being in certain spaces shouldn't affect you. That's easy for me to say that coming from a place of maleness. So that's why I always have that other side of grace, but I also have the side of grace with trans women, because even though I'm not a trans woman, I also get, because of showing up as a same gender loving man who has certain feminine expressions, I also understand too what it means to be other just because you express femininity internally. So at the same time, I can't completely just turn my back against the one against the other. I can, however, recognize and authenticate their expenses. Do I have to always say and agree with it? No. But one thing I'm going to say as we pertain to have a conversation, I'm going to shut the fuck up. Let's just please all keep in mind that this gender construct that we all follow by, regardless of your gender expression, sexuality, and race, has been influenced and institutionalized by males of a dominant society. Males have always thought that, and I'm not talking about trans women, males have always imposed what does it mean to be gender construct man? What does it mean to be gender construct female? And let's be specific, males of a certain genophenotype, of a certain nationality origin, right? So when we are having these conversations, which I'm going to say this, and I'm so happy that neither of these conversations have turned into just the aesthetics of of attraction. That's one thing I will say that I'm glad that it doesn't happen here, but I kind of give the side eye to both trans women and biological women. If the rating of why we're debating womanhood has something to do with just the attraction, where you're playing right into what patriarchy wanted feminine entities to do. Patriarchy wants feminine entities to fight for its validation. Patriarchy wants feminine entities to tear each other for the approvedness of that a girl. So everyone, I've enjoyed your thoughts. Thank y'all so much for letting me say what I got to say. You heard me. And I'm about to head when I'm about to head to. You heard me.
That IG.
Bye, boo boo.
Later, honey.
And I agree, attraction is definitely irrelevant.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah. Gender and sexuality are two separate things.
I just want to real quick. This ain't gonna be that long, y'all. I'm not gonna read this article. I'm just gonna ask y'all to go take a look at it yourself. Because Intersex said, "Neo, is that a credible source?" Intersex. That's exactly why I actually put this up here. This is actually a credible source for the from the page that I got it from. It's a peer review article, and I just wanted to show people this the type of stuff where I say is important when we have these conversations to be honest about what the facts are and what the statistics say. Because whatever Conscious put up, I'm not really sure. I did not read the argument, so I'm not going to make a comment about it. But when I peeped at it, okay, I was like, okay, it's an article. Like, is it a survey?
It's from a clinic. It's from a clinic of professionals who specialize in gender identity.
Right. So they special, but the key word is they specialize in gender identity. But I have a source that specialize. Hold on, baby, please let me finish. But I just have a source of people who specialize in human behavior over top. And they're saying that it's not enough data out there to say what the detransitioning rate is, because number one, people lie. They're not honest. They don't want to make it seem like they were wrong. So they hold on to that pride and act like, oh no, I don't regret it. And they actually do regret it. So this article is saying that it's not enough information out there to even give y'all a rate of how many people.
How many people from the actual experts, not people who study human age, but people who actually study specifically gender identity, intersex, etc.
But then you have one person,
like a psychologist, and a person who specializes in race relations.
Is people who transition, are they not human, baby? Are they not human?
I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the
all right?
professionals
So
you're
you
referring
trying to make a point? You trying to make a point, and I'm
is
Can I
saying
say something, please?
I'm
people
saying
are
that
a
you trying to
gender
make a point. You're
specialist.
trying to make a point, but I'm saying that sometimes, depending on the person's bias,
Plenty of
they
that
will
out there.
pull sources. They will pull sources to confirm what they
That
say.
can be argued.
But
That
then
can be
when you go
argued about these people
okay,
here who study
I'm just
human nature, not gender
y'all
identity. Boo.
don't like truth over here, bro. So
Yeah, y'all don't like when I
You're
keep
not
saying.
speaking no truth.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
y'all
I'm
don't like when I'm
literally
aggressive, y'all. Oh my God, it's so
y'all that you
disrespectful,
see how
right?
they don't want
When
to
I'm
acknowledge
talking
that something is
and
right in
I'm
front of
talking
their
out,
face.
right?
They
It's
don't
so
want to
annoying,
acknowledge
Let me
right?
that.
get
When I'm
in, man.
Now,
Let me
when I
get
show
in.
something,
All
when
right,
I
can I
show
go
something
next?
that
Can I go
now
next?
when I
Let's
show
go. Let me
something
go
that
Because
next.
they
it's
be
so,
reading the
it's so
comments.
bad in that verse
I
when I'm doing
understand,
all the talking,
you're not
right?
being fair,
Ooh,
Conscious. You're not
child.
being fair. You're not being fair. That's not
When
how
I'm
sources
doing
and
the over
scholarship work.
talking, baby. Ooh, it's
I
it's so
mean, I
disrespectful, ain't it?
literally showed you.
It's so
You
annoying,
say
ain't it? It's
you
so
said you
bad, ain't
pulled.
it? It's so inconveniencing, ain't it? When
No, I
when
mean you.
everybody
I
when
mean, I
I'm
care
doing the
about
over
people's lives.
talking.
These people are killing
But
themselves.
when I
This might
gotta
be
hoop
funny
and
to
holler,
y'all. This
honey,
might
it's
be a
not a
joke.
problem.
This might be a
Easily, I
joke and
don't
funny to
matter.
y'all, but these people
Neo,
who
can I ask you a
regret,
question?
but these people who regret
Neo, can I ask
detransitioning,
you
they
a
killing
question,
themselves.
please?
So why it's funny
Can I ask
when
you a
why it's
question,
so
please?
funny? We know
I
that
just want
people are
to say
actually
to
taking their
everybody,
lives.
please get your gender information from people who specialize in gender identity studies,
And I would
and not
say,
people who have other
do not be
specialties.
biased and get your sources from everyone.
That makes
I
a
would say
big
that.
difference, honey. Like,
It
get to the
does make
people
It's
a
who
called
difference,
specialize
bias.
man.
in the
It's called
specific
bias,
area of
and
gender.
it's
It's
called
called bias
bias.
that you didn't even read what he posts, but you want us to read what
I didn't
you
say I
post.
didn't. I said he pulled it up, and I couldn't go through the whole thing to find out who wrote it. And all he gave me, so I didn't dismiss who it was. But when it was my turn to show evidence that goes against what he said, nobody wants to hear that. I'm literally showing y'all that y'all keep being biased. Y'all act like y'all care
No, the
about
You're
people,
problem.
trying to
but you
overtalk
don't.
the
But you
Neo,
won't
hold on,
even
hold on,
whole
hold
let
on, hold
them.
on,
room,
y'all.
though.
You
Hold on,
won't
hold
even
on.
let. You won't
Neo,
even
I
let
know
the
that
truth being said. Like I'm literally showing the article that's saying the
you
opposite
are
of him.
literally arguing
Neo,
a
can I ask a
entire. Hold on,
question?
hold on. Hey, hold on, because I done been here real long now. So we can get ghetto. Let me insert myself. This is unnecessary because I mean, as of right now, nobody has refuted the fact that detransitioners exist. The facts are there are reasons people transition. Detransitioners actually speak to psychiatrists and speak to doctors, which is how these numbers and statistics and percentages even get implemented and published to begin with. So we know there is a detransition nurse who represent a minority of the trans community. The majority, literally, you could go up and down Google all day long. The majority of there's literally trans folk on this panel. There are trans folk in the comment section who literally have attested that they've been trans for 30 years, 15 years, have never regretted their transition a single day in the world. It's not even necessary to get into or act like this conversation does not acknowledge detransitioners and the reason why they transition. We all are acknowledging that, and we all have come to a consensus that it's important for people not to rush to extreme medical transitions for sure. So you're doubling down like on a moot point when it's already agreed upon transitions. A
That's
detransitioners
not what
exist.
you
Nobody
don't
is
even know
refuting
what my
that.
point was. You hurry up and got in your feelings as soon as I showed some scholarship that goes
I don't
against what
have
you're
feelings
saying.
to get in. I'm
You
not
don't
even
even
trans.
know.
I
You
don't
don't
have
even
feelings
know
to
what
get
I was going to
You didn't show
conclude. You
nothing
have
solid.
no idea what I was going to say
You was
because you
already
literally
stating
didn't
to
let me
Intersex
finish.
what you were concluding. You literally were saying, look, this is an article that proves that there's no particular way in order to range those who are detransitioning, and you were trying to do that to debunk what I pulled up because
I
you
was not
mentioned
trying to know. I was trying to show that bias.
this is
I
what you
literally
said. What
told you why I
Conscious
pulled the
pulled up.
article.
What Conscious pulled up. This is why I'm pulling up what I ain't pulling up because
I'm showing
I
that you
feel the
pulled up
need
the
to
article
refute
because you're
what
being
he's saying,
biased.
even though he just gave a whole soliloquy about detransitioners and is not taking anything away from the fact that detransitioners exist, whether they exist
I
in
didn't
the
say they
droves or
didn't.
exist in the minority.
Y'all love making
Does
red hair
everybody
arguments
here
that I'm not
agree
even
that
making. I
transitioners
literally told
agree?
you why I pulled it up. I literally said
You
why.
literally
You took it
said,
that way. You took it that
I'm
way,
not
but you
taking,
see, when
I'm listening to
I
your
was trying to
words.
get,
I'm
but
listening
when
to
I
your
was trying to
words.
get a final thought of what I was saying, you see how you wouldn't let me finish?
You wanted to muddy the waters over a moot
Or maybe
point.
I'm being fair when it comes down to the truth.
Okay, so
Or
go ahead.
maybe I'm being
Okay, so
fair.
go ahead. Okay, so go ahead. to the truth.
I mean, only thing I was trying to say that you pulled the article from whoever you say specialize in trans, whatever. I'm saying that we know that they didn't talk to every last trans person that ever existed. Let's keep it real. But we're saying
don't make that
people,
claim though. See, that's what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking
I'm
about. It don't
saying
even make
the
that
people.
claim.
I'm
It
saying
seems like
that
you have an issue with detransitioners
it
possibly
seems like
being
you
the
have an
minority.
issue with being biased. Like you just won't let me talk. I
You
don't
have an
get it. What was
issue.
the point? Can I keep it real? What is the point of inviting me over here? Like to talk to Intersect and talk to you if y'all won't let me talk. Like you want to have the dialogue, but it's like you only want to have the dialogue if I'm agreeing. Like what was the point of y'all bringing me over here? I'm a little confused. Was it?
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why you were brought over here, because for one, you're interested in arguing, which is why you're here. You were on a previous panel,
So
and
you
Intersex
misrepresented why you wanted me on here.
Hold on, and Intersex wanted to speak to you about your talking points on that panel, like I told you. And I don't want to hear the fake victimhood, because
I ain't playing
when you go to rewind 5 hours worth of audio back, you're going to be able to see the way that I've been disrupted and the way that I've had to hoop and holler to get you all to act like civil adults, but yet y'all all want the respect of being respected when y'all go to talk, but do not want to extend that very courtesy to anybody else. Out of all people, the host at that. Now, you just apologized to me previously for the prior panel, and you over talking me, and you and everybody else on this panel, not everybody else, but the majority of everybody on the panel also participated in over talking me unnecessarily when I'm trying to insert myself to keep y'all from over talking. So at this point, let it be tomato or tomato. Let's keep that same energy. If it's okay to do the disrupting, it's okay to be disrupted, point blank and period. Let that equality just stand for what it is. Secondly, you are unfortunately under a false premise that you are here to be agreed to. You're on a panel with somebody who's intersex. You're on a panel with other cisgendered folk. You're on the panel with other queer folk. You have, of course, you're not saying any. Of course, nobody is ever going to hit a panel and say, "Hey, I'm here and hope
I
that
hit the panel because I was invited. I was asked to have a conversation, and I said I would.
Nobody ever asserts that they're here to be agreed upon, but that's exactly what your expectation is.
I was asked to have a conversation.
You have taken up an issue that people disagree. The way that you feel like people are unnecessarily disagreeing with you, but this is a dialogue, right? This is a so-called, I wouldn't even call it a debate. To me, it's just a discord, and it's just a discussion, and people are going to fall wherever they fall based upon the way they see and understand and are informed about the issue. But nobody is here to necessarily give you a win that they don't want to give.
I'm not looking for a win. I'm not looking for a win. I'm looking.
No, but you have a big issue, Neo, with the fact that people disagree, and you literally even called the chat.
It seems like you're projecting.
You said it's very cult-like over. It's very cult-like over here because people.
Who am I clicked up with? It seemed like the cult is you're really everything you said I'm doing is literally what y'all doing over here.
And because of that, you wanted your own people to hit the link. Remember?
No, I asked you because they asked me to hit the link. Instead of accusing me, you saw what happened. That person asked, could they hit the link?
You wanted,
and I told you that the person wanted to hit the link.
No. And you also stated, I need y'all to hit the link. This
because they asked, can they hit the link?
They asked over here.
Bro,
and everything
you keep accusing me of, y'all literally doing it. Like you literally just got upset with me. You pulled the source, and I pulled the source, and now you're saying I'm playing victim.
To pull the trump card of Neo by constantly asserting the fact that you
the truth is the truth. At this point, like I said, I just wanted to know why I was brought over here.
You got mad at Andrea for asserting her education, but
no, I got mad at Andrea because she came in and started disrespecting me.
And your expertise, right, as a philosopher.
I'm not expertise. Nobody on this panel is expertise. Nobody's on this panel. Even
I'm just saying, sis, you are being a bit. You are being biased and you're being hypocritical.
You literally. So which one is it? Do you want us to practice decorum and not interrupt each other? Now you put us all in the back chat.
Yeah,
you put us all in the back chat.
No, I don't want y'all to have decorum.
And then we act right, and then now you get upset because I call you out for what you just asked us to do. Like that's what I'm saying.
y'all to
So
have
much
decorum when it
confusion
comes
over
to
here. This is
everybody
why
else
people don't
outside
take
of
the
yourselves
LGBT
too.
community
Because if anybody
serious
had
because of stuff
decorum,
like
I
this.
wouldn't have had to come and regulate this panel 100
I mean,
times
so
in a
much
5-hour time
confusion,
span.
bro.
Everybody was
You
actually
can't even
practicing
be
decorum.
fair. You
Y'all
can't
wasn't
even be
practicing
fair, and you
decorum.
know it, and you
So
know it.
let's not. No, I'm keeping that. I'm gonna keep that same energy.
Nah,
If it's
bro.
okay
But
for
I
me
don't
to
know
be
why this
disrupted
so
and I gotta hoop
triggering
and
to
holler
you,
and
but you
raise my
can't
blood
keep this shit
pressure
fair. You
just
know
to
it.
control the dialogue, I'm not gonna provide that same luxury to other people when they go to speak. If I want to disrupt, I'm gonna disrupt because
Yeah, when they
that's what
say
the
something you
practice has been.
disagree with,
That's what the
only if they
practice has
is it,
been, right? It's
when they
disrupting.
say something they
And I
disagree
have
with,
still
right?
yet, to misgender anybody or to call anybody a
And
bitch, a motherfucker, a nigga,
they
a hoe, or
disagree with
anything
you,
else. I have been
right?
able to be disrespected. I have been able to be disregarded.
You
I
called,
have been
but you
able to be
said, but
overtalked
look,
on
watch
my
this.
own stuff
You
and
called the panel
still
a hoe.
not result to ad
Like, come
hominem
on, you can't do
insults
that,
as
bro.
well. So I think that there's a lot that everybody can learn from the way that I regulated and delegated this particular here platform
Well,
in this
Conscious, if you
dialogue. I
believe
really
that, baby, I ain't even finna
think there's
argue. If
something
that's
that
what
can
you
be learned
believe,
from that.
there's
Because I
truth
didn't
and
even
there's
have
belief.
and all that I dealt with in taking time to facilitate this so-called very important conversation that was disrespected, I didn't even result to ugliness or lowbrow beating nobody. Still maintain that decorum in that respect. Something that I want y'all all to do. But my only point is if y'all want decorum, extend decorum. But don't shout decorum all of a sudden when y'all get ready to
I'm
get
only
in y'all
shouting the
bag.
core
But
because
when
you
other people
asked
go
us to
get in y'all
start
bag,
doing it, and
y'all
I'm
want
trying
to
to see why
swing
you
and
getting
bang.
mad when you just asked us to start doing it. I'm so like I don't, bro. At this point, I'm gonna be quiet, bro, until you kick me off until the show end. But I'm just a little confused because it seemed like you picking and choosing how you want to apply these rules when there's a disagreement.
So you don't agree that I was so I wasn't over talking to yo. I wasn't over talking to yo. I wasn't
didn't say you
disregarding yo.
wasn't.
I didn't have to come and shout and hoop and holler and get y'all to respect each other. I didn't have to take everybody down at one point because y'all were getting it started. Really? Like
I'm
really?
not disagreeing with you.
Look, I was on record.
Okay.
I was on record and said that
I'm just keeping I'm just keeping the same, and I ain't even keeping all the same. I'm just keeping the same energy. I ain't even keeping the disrespectful energy.
I want to go on record
because
and
I'm
say
capable.
that
I'm capable. I'm capable of maintaining a certain level of decorum. I don't have to be checked about decorum.
Oh, jeez. I think y'all have both been very respectful. Honestly, I think y'all are arguing over nothing or like debating over something that's not really there. Because y'all both have been respectful, and I've heard each of you guys' thoughts very clearly. So not be that,
You have heard me have to regulate this panel for 5 hours.
No, you
as
definitely
well. Please
regulate the panel. That's why you're the
stop with the
you done a great
for
job.
day. Put a cap on that orange soda, boo. Put a cap on it.
But
Stop
you
it.
do that all the time here. This not the first time you're
times have I had
good job.
How many times have I had to keep y'all off each other? How many times?
Abnormal.
I think that
I watch your show. You have to do this with other people.
Even China had to weigh in. Even China had to weigh in. It was like, sis, like, come, like, I ain't imagined this.
But this happens on your panel. This is not the first time. You have to regulate. People get on your panel and you don't have these.
Also, me interrupting is what happens on this panel too. Then
I'm gonna just stop. I just wanted to make my point. I was not trying to debunk what you said. That's how you.
And if you were trying to debunk what he said, that's literally the point of the conversation for her to, and for you both to pull up, information however you want to pull it up and like share it.
No,
so
it was a moot point, Corday, because nobody has argued that detransitioners don't exist. We know they exist.
I don't think that was her point. I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think
you also think that homophobia ain't homophobia.
And
you also think that transphobia ain't transphobia.
Well, listen. I don't, honestly, whichever way it goes, I think that the conversation is great.
The wind blows right everywhere. The wind blows right wherever the wind blows.
They're going to be able to watch this and be able to, make decisions, make better decisions for themselves. But they're also going to know that depending on what side of the table you're sitting on, or if you're in the middle of the table, whatever the case is, they're going to know how to effectively research what they're, whatever it is that they want to do with their life. So I don't think she was wrong for putting it up there. Now, going against the host, I probably wouldn't. Well, I would, but I
Intersex
really
was
wouldn't
challenging
care.
her,
But
and then
I don't think that we should. I don't think that we should get like heated because she pulled up her own research because we're all gonna
getting
have
heated because I ain't calling nobody out their name. I ain't do none of that.
Well, no, I mean you don't have to call
where
somebody
it ain't been no disrespect
to kind of be
and
divisive.
then wherever
I think also that as black
wherever
people,
it is I overtalk, I kept that same energy after dealing with 5 hours of being overtalked. So I thought that's the way everybody wanted it. Since that's
no. I think you should talk and say whatever you want to.
My bag. I thought that's the way everybody wanted it, since that was the energy that was given when I kept being overtalked and had to regulate this. I'm sorry for thinking that because of the way everybody acted, that's what everybody wanted. My bad for thinking that's how y'all wanted it. Okay, so now everybody want to be respected and everybody want.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with.
So if we changing the palette, that's fine for me because I can get with the program. So
well, no, I don't disagree with.
I was literally trying to do what you asked.
If everybody ain't gonna be disrupted, I can get with that. I ain't got no problem with it.
I literally trying to do.
I think that you're super respectful.
I just thought that was what everybody. I just thought that's the type of time everybody was on.
I don't think anybody should be on that kind of time. But what I do think is, as if we're gonna do the conversations are a conversation. So someone might feel the need to interject, and we got to find a healthy way to do that. Obviously, on this platform, I don't know, this is not my platform, but I do think that sometimes it does cause for some people to kind of interject. Should be a conversation. The issue is when someone does decide to interject, the other party automatically gets offended that they're interjecting. So then it becomes a pissing contest, and then you hear bitch and you hear all this stuff. A real conversation, which I've had with you plenty of times, Consciouztv, I won't call you by your name. We talk to each other. So you might say something and I might kind of butt in on your sentence, but it's healthy. So I think people should be able to just have a conversation.
Could I helpfully interject?
Oh, okay, yeah. Everything that I've been saying the whole time, right?
That's why I raised my motherfucking
right. So,
could I ask you? Where
okay,
you been
so
at?
it's a Dr. King speech. It's Dr. King speech when you go to say what I've been saying for 5 hours. That let's just have the dialogue without folk being cussed out and called out of their name and being belittled. Now it's a Dr. King speech.
I agree. I don't think the calling out the name and insults is necessary. I don't think that's necessary either. I don't want to move like that. That's why I don't get in these things, because the spirit is being saying spirit. The thing people get mad, it's not good. But I do think that people should be able to express, their opinion and their research in a healthy manner. And sometimes it might be during.
I think you ought to respect. I think you ought to respect the bottom of that pot, because it sounds like we need to report you to CPS for the way that you is digging off into that still. What is that? Corn on the cob?
No, these are eggs for Sebastian. They're scrambled eggs.
Okay, nice. Okay, all right.
They're scrambled eggs.
Well, back to the discussion at hand, honey.
But
thank you for that.
I think that her only point
was
that
original PSA. Thank you for that original PSA. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But I don't know where this dude been, because, bro.
But she shouldn't feel shut down, though, y'all. That's not cool. That's not cool. Because also we do gotta understand there's a lot of people in here that are pro conscious thoughts, and some people that are on the same page, and there's not a lot of people that might be on her page. So she gotta talk to a lot of people. She gotta maneuver or whatever. It might not be the healthiest way. I don't agree or disagree, but y'all, let's be kind to each other. Someone's watching this.
I think you're being biased, because the one that you're defending is the one that was being the most aggressive on here. When
I'm not defending.
Yes, you is. You was biased, bro.
I'm not defending anyone.
That's been the most aggressive.
You took the conversation.
Neo was definitely hella disrespectful and very defensive and aggressive when it came to speaking to the young lady over here with the very.
What did I say that was disrespectful?
No, we're not gonna go down there. It doesn't matter. It
does matter because it does matter. They always keep saying I'm disrespectful, but they can't never match it. No, for real. I ain't gonna. I'm just. What did I say that was disrespectful? I ain't gonna argue with her. Now, what did I say that was disrespectful? Because you being biased. Is this man clearly he made his statement and showed that he was not being biased by saying we both should get treated equally. And you
the thing is,
He's
the
not
thing is
agreeing with
though,
you, so he's
Conscious is
biased.
the only one that was trying to keep the temple. The thing is, he's over here making
But
it
we,
seem as if you were, and
but
you're
we all
not.
did
You
it.
wasn't.
But tell me, what did I say that was disrespectful? And I'll
The
wait.
young lady could tell you what
No,
you said
you
that was
tell me. You heard
disrespectful.
it
But
with
I'm
your
telling you,
ears,
your
right?
tone, how you kept cutting her off, how you cut her off when it came to her
you
talking
tell
points
me.
and all that
This
shit.
is the easiest way to
You tell me.
resolve. Let me.
No,
This
no.
is
The
the easy way.
easiest way to resolve it is let me her tell
Stop.
what she
The
heard and saw.
easiest way is to not
Or
be
you can, yeah, right,
to
because you know I wasn't
not deny the actions
So,
that you were
or you
doing
can just
up
stop
here.
making up shit. Or you can do that.
You was
Or you
disrespectful
can
to
stop
me
making
first.
up shit, motherfucker.
I haven't made up anything. Nobody debunk anything I said
wrong
factually.
road. Wrong. Calm down.
Nobody. Everybody been coming over here telling me how they feel about me, but nobody's been coming up here and debunking anything I said factually. Well, what the issue is going on with gender identity? What is a male? What is a female? Nobody debunked none of that. It's all been about how people feels about me and how they perceive me.
And then
No,
So let's
it's
keep
not.
it real.
It's not
Like
about a
I said,
feeling with
what I
me.
think happened, people judge me off of what they saw in that panel, and they really didn't understand what I was saying. So when Intersex invited me to this conversation and I accepted her invitation, I think she just bit off more than she can chew, because the argument
No,
that
that's
I'm
not
making,
the truth. The
the
truth was
argument
you
that I'm
disrespected
making is
me,
that I said
and I
that being a
disrespected
woman
you
is not a
back.
feeling. And then
No,
next thing I know, I'm
I
all
never
this other
argued
shit.
that though. I never.
So
I
I didn't
said
say
nothing
you
about the
did. I didn't
feeling or
say you did. I
nothing.
said you invited me to the conversation.
Well, I'm not taking up for anyone what I clearly
I
just
know you really are not. That's why I
I
don't even
clearly
understand how
just
she
said.
perceived
Okay,
that.
I
can I go,
address
please?
I
Can I
address
go, please? Can
I
I go,
address
please? Can I go,
Conscious
please?
TV and I address Neo. And then
You
when I
did. You
included the
was
rest,
fair with your
when I
assessment.
included the rest of the panel, all I said was a lot of people seem more, I could be wrong, pro Conscious TV or the on another page than Neo is on. I think we all understand that. So that's the only point I made. She has to juggle between a lot of people, and though that's her operating,
Neo said,
to do with
when Neo asked for
y'all,
I'm
like,
trying to
doesn't
figure
mean
out.
vision shit
No,
that does not
because you wasn't
mean
here for
her
the whole
opinion.
5 hour of the
They weren't no
conversation.
here for
That's
the
the
whole
problem
time.
right
I mean,
there.
it's enough.
You were not here the
That
whole
does
5
not mean
hour of the
factual
conversation.
statements or what she
I'm
shared.
still waiting for somebody to show I was
Or
disrespectful. That's all I'm waiting on.
You just told me. You just said that you called me a man because the
Yeah,
comments was
but why
calling
did I
you a
call you?
man.
But again, why did I say you? I
You
didn't call
just
you a man. I
said
said you're acting like one, because your audience. I told them, if y'all think I'm acting like a man, I said you're acting like a man. I didn't say you were a man.
Well, what
And
the
then when we
comments
went
had to
into
do with
depth,
me? If me and you were not having no
and then when we went
that's
into
the
depth with the
problem.
conversation, it turned
That's
into
the
what are you
problem.
biologically? So let's keep it real. Stop playing victim. Y'all
And
keep trying to make me the
sorry,
demon and the
and
big
that's why
bad
you gotta stop
wolf on this show, but that's not what's happening. Like it's like I'm surrounded with so much delusion. Like I literally just asked this lady, tell me what did I say that was disrespectful. She looked over to the side. She can't even tell you what the fuck I said, because I didn't say nothing disrespectful.
Hey, hold
If you
on.
gonna give me
I'll be able to
energy,
motherfucking respond to your ass soon as I get off this
okay, then
motherfucking
I'm
call.
waiting.
Look,
I'm waiting. I've been waiting for you to motherfucking tell me. I've been waiting. Everybody be quiet. Now can you motherfucking tell me why did I say I can't hear you? Because I want to make sure I hear this loud. What did
I said? A nigga is
tell me?
working, so I'll respond to your ass when I get off this call.
Okay, right, because you gotta go make some shit up. Get your ass out of here.
I'm already making up shit, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up.
Well, then say it. Then say it. Exactly. Sick of this shit. What the fuck? Who y'all think y'all are? Y'all think people supposed to be scared of y'all or some shit? Like, girl, please. I don't have. Y'all don't even know my story. I ain't scared of shit. Only thing I'm afraid of is the creator above. I ain't afraid of shit on this earth. Let's keep that real.
Okay, guys. I know. I know. Right now it's really heated. I'm sorry.
Please.
Yes. I just want to start smooth things over. I know I want to let everybody get that out. We're gonna go with intersex.
Oh, I know that you're not having to regulate all these grown folk who got decorum and self-respect. I know you ain't having to.
I never said I did.
I know everybody. I know you ain't having to regulate all these grown folk, honey, who is mature and everything. I know you ain't having to do that. What?
Intersex. I'm just gonna keep moving forward. Intersex.
So, this I wanted to speak on the detransition. Like just like I said when I came up here and I started about different types of trans women, et cetera, et cetera. That's how I started my life when I told my story. It's different types of trans women and it's different trans women transition for different reasons. Now the detransition comes in when let's not be confused. I don't know how long how I don't know how long y'all been in the community, but I've been in the community for 19 years. So and I know more than one, and I don't have to Google stuff. I know people personally. I love people personally. I don't have to Google how somebody feel about detransitioning or stuff like that. I know people personally. So when a
that you refuse to fucking wear because you want to walk on.
I got it.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is it's just like what Consciouz was saying when he was saying his story, or part of what he was saying, that he could have been easily persuaded to transition because of the comments and the different stuff that he felt. It's a lot of transition. It's a lot of women out here that transition for those reasons. And let's not erase that trans women are just quote unquote being seen. Trans women just quote unquote had rights. Trans women just quote unquote was able to get jobs and live and do careers and et cetera, et cetera. Back then, all transgender women could do was prostitute. So the biggest form of prostitution was Backpage. When Backpage got shut down, I seen a handful of people in the community that I know detransition when they couldn't pop it for some money. So the detransition part of the conversation is deeper than what she's trying to say and what everything is being said about it, period. You have gay guys really transition and cross-dressers to transition to make more money or just to have sex with men. So don't talk about the trans women who really feel like they were born in the wrong body. The trans women who really are women of trans experience, question and talk about how they feel. I bet if you put everyone up in here and ask them when did they knew that they were different, it's going to either be 3 or 4 years old.
And you know what, Intersex? That is a very great point, because if detransitioners can be taken seriously and legitimized, then why not keep that same energy for trans women and men who identify trans women and men? Keep that same legitimizing, substantiating energy when it comes to them, because the propped up the detransitioners as the holy grail, and all of a sudden now their opinion should matter, their truth should matter, their reality should be the facts of all facts. But then to challenge everything that trans folk actually are, that's very interesting math right there. It is very interesting.
Somebody to call themselves an ally,
everybody
who wants to be
detransitioners. So for everybody who want to take the detransitioners seriously, keep that same energy and take trans folk who ain't detransitioning and who are clear about their identity and their position also just seriously. Legitimize both lanes, because it don't got to be a one over the other. You can have both of those in the same breath.
Intersex, I am an ally, regardless if you want to accept that or not. I'm gonna
I didn't say you wasn't an ally.
I didn't say you did. I was just making it. You said for somebody who's supposed to be an ally. Now it is what it is. I was going to say I can literally put trans women on my panel who agree with me. They do not think I'm transphobic. I was supposed to have a show scheduled today, my own show on my panel at 1:00 to talk about, the name of the show was called The Civil War in the LGBTQ plus community. I literally was going to pull the sources, the research, the videos, the showing that in this umbrella community that we're in, we're now all in agreements. And it's not a collective. It's like literally a split division. that some of us are saying this and some of us are saying that. I literally told you I agreed to come over here to have this conversation with you for the bigger picture so we can have a bigger audience to have this conversation. Not to have an agenda, not to come over here and argue and all that shit. Like I literally told you, like I said, yes, I had plans, but I changed my plans because I am an ally.
Ma'am.
Just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean I'm not an ally.
You just sat on this panel, a person that was given female, a person that had F and that was born a female, and because she had more testosterone than estrogen, and because they seen and detect that she was intersex, that she was a male. That's disrespectful.
Say that again. I did what?
Disrespectful.
No, say that again. I didn't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you said I did what now on this panel?
You sat on this panel, a woman who was given female at birth, who lived and grew up as a woman, and found out that she had more testosterone than estrogen, and found out that she was born intersex and never knew that she was born intersex. And you said that person was born male. That's disrespectful. That's dangerous. That's what your words is weaponized.
That is being disrespectful.
We're not gonna pull one thing out of a 4-hour conversation.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to see how is that disrespectful for saying y'all didn't ask me. You didn't ask me what the doctors assigned her at birth. You asked me what was she when she was born, and I said she's a biological male. So how's that disrespectful? I'm still confused.
She's a biological
because she doesn't. Because when they did the examination, when they did the examination,
where you get that information from? Can you click in that chat link and send it to me so I can?
Are you talking about the caster Semenya, the track runner, right?
Yes.
All right, I'll put it here. It's in the Guardian, and I'm literally telling you that she's biologically a man. She has XY chromosome, and she has testicles that produce testosterone. That's why she had the advantage, and that's why she disqualified. Like I don't see how's that disrespectful was like talking science. Like, come on.
It's not. It's not.
Okay, I know I'm not tripping, bro. Like, what is going on? I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. I really believe that I'm in a simulation because I don't see how's that disrespected by reading what the article said.
You're not making sense. If she would have XY, how the hell and why the fuck did the doctor assign her female as birth?
Because she did not have a fully functional penis. Because she did not have a penis. Because she did not have a penis. That's how it happened.
Can you click the link so we can go over it, please?
Okay, well, here's the article, baby. I ain't got nothing to hide. One thing about Neo is I ain't disingenuous about information. I be trying. That's why, me and Conscious just had to look, because I try to be fair when it comes to information. But there's the link. But there's nothing disingenuous about Neo, and I've been researched this story. That's why when me and Conscious had a disagreement earlier that the intersex is not a third gender or a third sex. They eventually get down to the bottom and can tell you what somebody is genetically. That was the point. So yes, and then I also said that there's people who's intersex who don't fully develop their sexual organs, but they have partial or a piece to help you identify what that person is. That's why Caster got misgendered, according to you guys, right? She got misgendered because she didn't have a penis. So when the doctor saw no penis, he said it was a woman or a female, not a woman, because a woman is a female adult. He misgendered her because she didn't never develop the penis. But genetically, when they went inside of her, she's biological male. She has testicles, not ovaries. She don't have a womb. Like, keep it real. Like, I don't see what's the confusion on that, sis.
There's no confusion.
But there's nothing wrong with her living her life. But guess what, though? Let me show y'all how unhomophobic I am. I mean, how transphobic I am. There's nothing wrong with her living out the rest of her life identifying as a woman. Neo X never even made that argument. Y'all keep saying that shit. I literally said being a woman is not a feeling. It's what you are biologically.
It is.
That's all I said, but I keep getting everybody keep making up arguments and saying Neo this and Neo that. And I'm like, only thing I still has not changed my stance. I still not have changed. It's not a feeling. And I'm not dismissing y'all feelings and y'all experience. That's why intersex in the beginning, I even reminded you that our first interaction, how sympathetic I was to the point that I encouraged you to start a GoFundMe. And that I will be the first one to donate to you so you can get down to the bottom of who you are. So like you can keep being acting like I'm not the bad guy here, y'all, just because I don't agree with y'all. That's not how the world works. I argue with people all the time about Nicki Minaj and Cardi. We have disagreements about Nicki Minaj and Cardi. Like, come on, like people can have the right to their opinion, but the thing is, y'all getting mad at me because I'm basing my opinion solely only on facts and not feelings.
Okay.
That's it. That's where y'all don't like me at because I'm keeping that shit real.
You're not.
Okay.
You better tell them. I'm just joking. Not for real.
Like,
you better stop because they're gonna say you defended me.
Hold on, y'all. Cause and Rumors and T is trying to get up in here too. Hold on. Hey, hold on, y'all. If anybody has any issues or questions, they can go also over to gendergp.com for anybody who's curious about where those statistics came from. A gender GP works with a highly skilled multidisciplinary team consisting of doctors, nurses, healthcare assistants, counselors, therapists, and psychologists. You can get prescriptions here, etc., guide and research, the whole nine. You can contact who you need to contact. You can click on links. There's all type of affirmation and services and professionals and experts on the matter that you can talk to. It's called gendergp.com. Now, Rumors and Tea, push through. I know you were trying to say something, Boo.
What I was going to say is that, okay, when Neo first came over, see, I didn't watch the other live. I didn't go back and rewatch it or anything. I wasn't privy to the previous panel she was on. And now listening to what you're saying, I believe that when you came and you were already on the defense, even though your intentions was not to be, you're so used to, which a lot of times Conscious tells most of the panelists don't pay attention to the comments in the chat, because then there was a lot of pushback, even with myself. There was a lot of pushback because I felt I really felt you were windmilling. But you were windmilling, in my opinion, because of previous lives that you were on, and you felt attacked, and you already had made up in your mind that no one was going, everyone over here is biased. I actually enjoy when I've watched your lives, although I don't agree with everything you say, I enjoy the fact that you do use you present a lot of factual information and data, right? But I promise you, this is not an attack to you. That's why I didn't understand when you thought you said I threatened you. I didn't threaten you. I was really, really taken aback because I felt the hostility. I don't think that you really was aware of how you were coming across. I don't have an issue with your opinions and how you feel, you view and interpret what you read. I don't have a problem with that. I just know that it came off very aggressive on your end, and I just didn't understand the hostility like you were, and you may not have been, because I do it too. When I get passionate and I feel defensive, I say a lot of things and I have to go back and replay it in my mind what I said, and I don't catch the offense until I replay it. There were a lot of things that were offensive. Initially, I don't think Intersex was disrespecting you. I didn't catch that. I was here for the whole beginning of the live. Intersex wasn't being disrespectful and attacking you, but I believe that you saw the comments in the chat and that triggered you up really bad. And you started spewing a lot of things that did come across as transphobic. And I can tell you which one it was, the statement, because you have asked multiple times. When you stated, you say trans women say it's a feeling. And you like, it's not a feeling. If you're a man, if you were born a man, I'm going to call you a man.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Please.
I would. Hey, Conscious.
Because listen to me, please. Because I didn't have to cut you off. I promise you that if you replay, because I did go back and replay it, and I wished I would have screenshotted the timestamp to tell you where it was at. And that may not have been. You may not. I said
what? Now watch this, because I want to get this on record, because I'm a little petty, sis. I'm a little petty. I'm gonna let you know, and I'm going to edit this and loop this. Now, what exactly you said? I said
what you said, not verbatim. I'm telling you, you go back. So I'm not paraphrasing. What you said was trans women say that this is how they feel. And you say womanhood, is not a feeling. If a trans person says that this is how they feel, you're going to call them a man because that's what they were born biologically.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. So I'm glad I got that on record. I ain't even say nothing like that.
Okay. I just want
you to
like
that. I knew it.
Please,
Neo, okay, I'm gonna stop, but I just want to go on record. I didn't say nothing like that.
Okay, so ahead. You really have a bad habit.
I don't like when people lie, sis. I'm sorry.
Bro, stop cutting her off, man.
This is what I'm saying. This is what you do, and this is what caused.
I mean, I just told you I don't like when people lie.
But that it's okay. I don't like when a person cuts me off, but I'm not going to sit up here and cut you off because I don't like that you cut me off. I'm going to allow you to speak as
Why are you looking at me like you're going to do something, girl? Please.
What are you talking about? Why is this?
I can't talk about you. I'm talking about the chick with the camera on, like for real.
Like, don't even
motherfucker, I'm looking at the screen, which everybody is here, motherfucker. I'm
gonna be quiet, but somebody in the chat
up on my screen, motherfucker.
Somebody in the chat.
I thought that everybody up here are respectable citizens who want respect when they talk. So why is Rumors and Tea being completely interrupted about conversations she ain't even a part of? Like, are y'all okay?
Well, I was
interjecting. I just want also for us to see like all
so y'all can take that as I was interjecting.
No, it's not interjecting to argue. It's not interjecting to argue with someone else on the panel.
I clearly interjected because I wanted clarification. Talking. That's why I asked her to tell me exactly what she heard me say and what she said.
You cutting off the host?
Yeah, you can't cut off people to respectfully clarify.
Well, I mean, what's the definition of interjection?
Once again, let's keep that same energy. If it's okay to disrupt, we all gonna do the disrupting. We all gonna do the disrupting. On period.
Close the door.
So the point I was straight across the board, because it really does no good. I was on a debate team. I should have been an attorney. I know how, and I can tell that you are a debater, but it also comes off like this is why it comes off disingenuous to me. The bigger issue that we're supposed to be concerned with is inclusiveness. We're supposed to be getting to understand that we can have a healthy debate, agree to disagree, and all of that. But this is supposed to be to help us rebuild, think something that has been torn down. And all I'm getting from the whole conversation is more division, more division. And if that is not the goal, because you say you are allied, and I understand personally being in your feelings when your character is being attacked, and that's not you. But we have to also be conscious of how we put a perception out of ourselves. If this is how someone perceives you, and this is not who you are, then what I would suggest as a human being that has empathy for all people across the board, I would suggest that you stop, take a minute to decompress, and then come back. And present yourself in the way that you the true essence of who you are, because it's not coming across the way. Now maybe one person can feel it, as the gentleman that's below me, he understands and he interprets what you're saying, but the rest of us ain't interpreting it because we can't see beyond the emotional unhinging that is.
He don't have a dog in the fight, sister.
And he came in late, so he did not see everything from the very beginning.
But the people in my chat not perceiving me the way you are. It's not my job.
But you're cutting me off. Rude.
Okay, and you saying a lot. That's what I'm trying to make sure I address.
You said a lot too, sis. You said a lot too, and guess what?
Trying to make sure I address the key thing. All right,
you said a lot too, and it's okay. But as you stated, you said that we are a cult over here. So your cult following, no matter what the number is, 2, 3, or versus conscious thousands, your cult following is going to tell you whatever they want to tell you as well, because they're your cult following.
See, you can't people agree with me. That's not my channel.
Energy and not expect it to be the same.
Hey,
your whole point and what you supposed to be over here to accomplish has been a whole mute point. It has gone completely downhill, and you're not accomplishing anything of straight across the board because you keep doing the same thing over and over again. I want to hear what you have to offer, and I want to receive and learn what information you have, because no one person knows everything. But you're not coming off genuine, and I'm sorry to tell you that, but you're not.
Okay. All right, you done? All right, so I'm gonna say this. I promise this not gonna be.
I'm gonna be petty like you know. I'm not done.
Okay, now I'll wait.
Keep going. Keep going.
I'm gonna be petty like you because that's the energy you want to serve. How does that work out for you? She now know how to mute herself. Perfect. Now, whoever else want to talk, go ahead and talk.
I mean, look. You asked me what was I supposed to accomplish. You asked me what I was supposed to accomplish, and I
but
literally
what
keep
you
saying, I
answer what
literally
you
keep
are
saying the
supposed to
same
accomplish.
thing, that I did not schedule this show. I got invited for a conversation. One thing about Neo X, regardless of how y'all feel about me, I keep telling y'all I'm on another level. I know for a fact I am not responsible on how someone perceives me. Okay, sister, I don't have to go and decompress and come back and be more appealing to you guys. Because people gonna like you or they're not gonna like you. Most of the time, people like you if you agree with them or if you are relatable. But then there's some people like me and the young man here, and there's some people like me. There was some people like me and the young man, and there's some people like me who
Why
we
has
can
the
see the
last
bigger
4
picture,
hours? Why
and
has
we
the last
can.
4 hours you been in your feelings because someone called you or labeled you as transphobic?
I have
If you
not
don't
listen.
care,
I
if
have
you do
not been
not
in my
care,
feelings.
why have
I
we
have
spent the
not.
last 4 hours
I have
with you
not been
trying
in
to
my
debate
feelings.
and prove
I
that you're not
have not
homophobic
been in my
or
feelings.
transphobic?
But
Why?
I just want for the people for the playback game, for people who watching the playback, I want y'all to go when y'all watch it, put the timestamps at the end of this show of what I said and what I didn't say. They keep doing. They did this on the last show, even with One Love. Even though I proved that One Love attacked me first. If you go back and watch the playback, me and Intersex was having a great conversation. It was going very well. Even we got a
Until you
little
read the comments
spicy.
and
It
disrespected me.
regardless, okay, it was going very well because Conscious acknowledged it. The issue was not what people were saying to me in the chat, ma'am. What made me start saying fuck this shit, because the conversation ain't getting nowhere, is when the lady with the degree popped on here and started attacking me.
That's
okay,
You disrespected
so
me
The lady
way
with
before
the degree
that.
did not
oh
attack
my
you.
God,
You yourself
I'm not
admitted.
okay.
never.
Oh my God,
I'm only
That
gonna
lady
talk
had
over
the
her.
smoothest, softest
okay.
voice. That
Hey,
lady never
hey,
attacked
look,
me.
Stud Muffin.
What
Hey, I'm
what
still
you
Man,
waiting for
just
you to
said
tell
out
me
your
bruh,
when I
own
was
bruh,
disrespecting.
bruh, you're not
Stud
talking
POS,
about
what
nothing
Muffin.
you
because
said
I'm
that
out
lady
still
your
waiting for
never
own
you to
mouth
disrespect
was
me
disrespected
the
when I
me.
was
reason why you started to
disrespecting.
attack. The reason
So
why you attacked
this.
Intersex
I'm finna
because it
say
wasn't
this.
tactful.
I'm finna
That's what
say
you
this, and
said.
I'm finna leave it alone. I hope some of y'all, when I finally get the live that I was supposed to do on my show, I'm literally going to show y'all that it's a civil war in the LGBT community, and not everybody thinks like the majority of people on Conscious channel. Because if you take a look, it's the same people in the comment section saying the same thing, but how many people are in the live? There's a lot of gay people who agree with me and agree with the man down here with the dreads. So like I told you, I
And we
don't
can see
care
that.
if you think I'm disrespectful. I don't care. Y'all can I keep telling y'all, just debunk the facts. Fuck how I'm making you feel.
What was the
Debunk the
website?
facts. And nobody has done that yet.
We've talked the facts for 5 hours. We have
I
brought
can't
up
tell
What
because
definitions of
what
intersex.
website?
That's been enough and bucked again.
No,
We have
y'all
brought up
have not.
statistics
Y'all
from
have not
actual
talked anything
experts,
that was
not
factual.
people who specialize,
You know what?
not people who specialize in human nature, but people who actually specialize in gender,
That's
identity,
and as much as I
politics,
keep
and
showing you that you
research,
was being
and
biased by not
medicine,
even letting me finish.
etc. And that was snuck
So
and bucked. And we have
okay,
already agreed that the LGBT, just like the Black
it's
community, is not a monolith. So of course, like, why would there not be other LGBT folk who feel like you do, who feel like Corday do, and why would there not be LGBT folk who feel like I do and feel like Reckless do, and so on? I mean, like that's. I
hey,
mean, it's a
look, bro.
society. Of course,
One
that's
thing
why we're
about
here.
me, I don't let when I'm on somebody else's turf where I know people have bias. I don't get in my feelings because people are disagreeing with me. I'm literally telling y'all, I
You
got
call
in my
people
feelings.
bitch, and you
She called me
misgendered folk, and you overtalk the
did
host.
Intersex not
What do
call me
you
a
mean
bitch
you didn't get in
first?
your feelings?
Did
You
Intersex not
completely
call
got
me a
in
bitch
your feelings
first?
on. You
You
completely
belittled
got
Did
in
me,
your.
and
Intersex
I
not
called
call
you
me
a
a
bitch
bitch
first.
first? So it's not a
You
big deal when somebody
were
call you a
you
bitch.
You
were
belittled
were
me,
Intersex,
you
and
like
not
I
Conscious,
called
like
disrespecting
you.
the shit out?
for real,
Were you
brother.
not
Can you
disrespecting the
be
shit
fair?
out
Like
of
for real.
her?
Show
No, I'm being
right now
fair.
that you can be a fair
That's all
analyst.
I've been,
Be a fair.
unfortunately. That's all
Did
I've
or
been,
did
You know
not
what's
unfortunately.
Intersex
crazy?
call me a bitch first?
But did I
After you
call you
belittled
one
and
first?
disrespected me.
Okay,
Yes.
no, because I'm trying to tell you that when it was said, bitches is expression. See, y'all want to pick and choose when the word is being offensive, right?
So
Also,
But
bitches
I
an
said
expression.
because
Hold
she
on, hold on, hold on,
attacked me
hold
with
on. No,
words that I
I
didn't
no,
called
like.
you a bitch as an
Okay,
expression.
but you see, but why you keep bringing up if a
you
bitch is
literally
so
pick and
offensive? Why are
choose.
you
So
having
all of
that
a sudden
conversation with
now,
Intersex?
So now
y'all
bitch
being
can be
biased, bro, and
considered.
it's sad.
Hold on.
These
So
people
now
don't take
bitch
us
can be
serious, bro. I ain't
considered.
gonna keep
Bitch
arguing the
can be
same point.
considered. Bitch
It's not a
can be
big. That
considered a
lady
form of
literally called me a bitch
expression.
first, and you have not told her she was wrong
Because
for that yet.
hold on. Because I'm good on it. So I find it interesting that bitch can be a form of expression, but you took one love calling you ignorant, which is also an actual word with a literal meaning that by your perception can be perceived
Ignorant
to be
can't
disrespectful.
be nothing else but ignorant.
But it's not in it.
Bitch
But
has
it's not
different
in and of it.
definition. Like,
But
come
it's
on,
not in and
Conscious,
of.
you
But
better
it's
than
not
this,
a word
baby.
in and of itself.
I don't see
It's
you made stronger
disrespectful. So
arguments, Conscious.
how
You
is
better than
that?
that. Ignorance is
Can't
never
be
gonna mean
a
nothing
term
but
of
ignorance.
expression, but when you utilize bitch and you are being aggressive and tapping into your masculine energy when you do so, that
Well,
is
according to your
not
audience, I'm
considered
a man,
disrespect, though.
and that's what according to them, like. But anyway,
So
can
then,
I play
why are
this
you acting
video?
like a man then? Because are you
Can
the
I
only
play?
person who gets to tap
I've been
into that
waiting
masculine energy?
I've been waiting a few hours,
Is it not
man.
okay for trans? Is it not okay for trans women to body masculine energy, or the same way that same gender loving
I
women
didn't
can
say it's
body
nothing wrong
masculine
with that.
energy the same way
At the
that
end of the day,
the
I
same?
got called
So
transphobic
then,
because I
why
said
would we
men
be
are
arguing this masculine? So why we be arguing testosterone, and why we be arguing male genitalia when it's clear that biological women oftentimes tap into the same destructive, the same aggressive, the same assertive, the same dominant force.
Hey, Conscious, I just noticed, baby, you can't be fair, and it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You don't have to tell the truth. You don't have to tell the truth. Because I literally just said you trying to get on me for something I did, but I said somebody did the same shit.
Get on you.
Before I did it, but you want to call me out, but you're not calling the person who did it first.
Y'all disrespected me. Y'all disrespected me.
All right.
I did the research. I went back and watched the footage. And it's at 3 minutes and 47 seconds into the conversation. Neo said, and I will say that it was a bit mean. It was to be insulting, I feel like. But she did say that you are acting like a man.
Amen. All right, thank you.
That wasn't the first time she did it. She also did it at 2
Dang, now see.
No,
This
hey,
is
bro,
the problem.
can we just please move
Red
on?
flag,
Can we
red
please
flag,
move
calling
on?
on the field. I was just telling you guys what my research.
I don't want to hear it.
I just said what the research was. Jesus,
But she said it
I
way before.
done said on this panel. I done said on this panel for how long?
Did
For
you
the
research?
whole
Did you
time,
research when
y'all
that
been
girl
trying
was
to
saying that?
argue what this woman said, and when I pull it up and I said that it was offensive, then is no, I didn't come for that.
What about that other lady who?
I just clearly repeat what you can find at 3 minutes and 47 seconds. 3 hours and 47 seconds. Calm down.
You ain't pull up that other lady talking point though. Like when that other lady was calling her out. Hold on, when that
Do
other
you
lady
not see
called
what
her
I'm
out
watching? I'm sitting here watching the whole thing. Are you crazy? Like, what do you want me to? What else do you want me to pull up, baby?
I'm just saying.
What minutes? No, what do you want me to pull up? I'll go pull it up.
Ain't pull up that other talking point when that lady had said that when she was kind of pretty much saying that she wouldn't respect the transgender pronouns. You ain't pull up that.
I didn't say that.
Well,
Girl,
see, that's not what she said
so
either. That is. I did listen to that part. That came in. That part came in prior to. That part came in prior to her saying what she said, because she was having a conversation with Calvin, which I wouldn't know because I don't see a Calvin on this damn thing. So I went back and watched it. But all in all, to clear up what everybody said on the panel.
You went back and watched what?
She did not. She did say.
What did you went back and watch?
What you talk about?
Said you really went back and watched the 2 hour mark. What did you?
That's not. I did not say. I said it's at 3 hours and 47 seconds. I didn't say I watched 2 hours.
I said she did it more than one time.
I didn't say that she didn't. Oh my God!
Do not believe
okay, so I'm just gonna actually because I don't think that I don't even know who's talking, and I don't want to direct it to someone who's not talking. Can you take me off the big screen so I can see who had something to say just now?
They've been lying on me all throughout this
show. So I'm gonna say this.
Intersex is talking to you.
Yeah, you're going overboard. It's a little bit reachy because
Not
you're
for
no. Let me
Overboard.
finish.
You
You're
did not
addressing
watch 3
things.
hours of the
You're
show
addressing
when
things.
3
You're
hours
addressing
hadn't just
things.
passed.
Oh my
You're
geez.
rewinding and fast forwarding
Wow. Wow.
You did not just watch 3 hours
You
of
are
the show. 3
addressing
hours
something
didn't
that
just
I
pass
have
your
not
hand.
made a point on, that I did not make a point to, and I did not finish. I literally
Said
just
about to
said
finish. She
I
did
did
it
not
before the
finish.
3 hour
But you're
mark.
still go ahead.
But she
You
did
went.
it before
No,
the 3
listen,
hour mark, though.
listen. Because what
And
I
being
don't,
honest.
what I
Before the
can't
3 hour
tolerate in
mark.
my mental capacity is someone who's going to be initially defensive. Because what you did was, when I came on and said what I had to say, you sat back and waited for me to take a breath so you can chime in. Let me finish my thought, and as I've been doing the whole
Did you
time,
witness that?
as I've been doing the whole time, I raise my hand. I'm given the permission and the space to say what I have to say, and then I'm gonna be done. I don't. Come on, calm down. 3 hours and 47 seconds. They were having a back and forth, and what she said was, "You're acting like a man. You're being misogynistic by over talking and trying to overtalk the panel." That's what she said. So you can go watch that or you can't. Prior to that, and is it gaslighting? Unfortunately, Neo, it is gaslighting because I don't know if you knew what she was or what he was. I don't know. I wasn't on the panel, so I don't know who's who and what. I don't know the people. But what I'm saying is, I feel like you kind of knew it was a dig, but at the same time, in a debate, in a heated debate, we all crossed the line, but it didn't seem like she was the whole time trying to be like, come on, y'all. That's a
Misgendering.
stretch.
I was not
That wasn't
misgendering.
the
That's a
first
stretch.
time,
Now,
though.
will I go back and watch
Boy,
the
get the
whole
fuck
thing?
out.
Will I go
Get the
back and
fuck
watch all
out.
5
Get
hours
the
and
fuck
53
out.
minutes? I will not. You guys can do that research and give me the timestamps, and I will go watch it. But I'm just saying
If
about the
you
conversation that y'all been having for 2
start at
hours.
G.0000.
Since I've been on here for 2 hours, the only thing that has been brought up is the fact that she called someone a man. She didn't say nothing. Y'all ain't said nothing about nothing else this whole damn time. So she was gaslighting and she was calling somebody a man. And I looked at that in specific and I brought it back to y'all and said what she said. That's it. Thank you.
Did we
But she
say
did it more than once.
No,
Goodbye.
you did. You did. There's been people on the panel that has.
No,
You
I'm
said,
asking
"Oh, well, you
the
sat back and you called." It was
you say
it was
y'all,
offensive because you sat back and you called her a
was
man.
it we
You
that
call
did
her a
it
man,
or
and
was
you
it
know
her?
that she's a woman, and you call her a man. I said, "Okay, well, let me go find out
Because she
what
continued
was."
to bring up the point that someone called her transphobic, and she wanted to know what did she say that was transphobic. That's the reason
Listen,
why it's going on.
you
So
can paint this picture however you
make
want
it
to.
seem like
It can
those
factualize what you wanted to factualize or not.
Sad.
All I'm saying is the
Sad.
facts of what I went
what
back and
the
saw.
Sad.
And
And
they
you
don't
know what
like
the
facts
sad
over
part
here,
about
brother.
it
They don't
is?
like truth and reality,
And
but it's
you know
all
what the
about
sad part
feelings.
about it is?
I'm
For
not
you,
saying that it's truth
you
or
know what the
reality
sad part
either.
about it
I'm
is?
not saying
You know
that.
what the
All
sad
I'm
part
doing is
about it
giving you
is?
guys a
You know what the
timestamp
sad part about it
in the
is?
quote of
You're
what was
able to be
said.
who you
Y'all
are,
going down
and
the wrong
she's
road.
able to be who she are is because of trans women. Fuck out of here.
it literally, listen, let me explain something.
Well, you
It
can't prove
literally
that
went
biologically.
Oh, yes, biologically you can.
Where?
listen.
Where?
Can I
Because she
talk?
done pulled up like 3 articles in the thing that I was watching, but I ain't seen nobody else other than Consciouztv show me an article. So where?
We didn't have to show you an
Okay,
article
well then don't. I'm gonna
because
go with the facts. I'm going with the black and white.
as
Y'all
the
can do what
whole
y'all want to, but in
because
college,
as the whole already
when I got my
presented
bachelor's
he
and you had to
already
do a
presented
research
the
paper and you had to
information.
work site and you had to put it in APA format, we had to have sites and research in black and white
But
and what's
Conscious
right.
already
So
presented that
anything
information.
else, I'm
We
not
did
gonna
not, we did,
really. Your
sir, we
opinion
did
is your
not come up
opinion. We all
here.
have opinions, and
We
that's
did not come
fine.
up
I
here. We
respect
did not
that.
come up here to present information. Conscious had already did that, and Neo was doing that. That was not the purpose of the link being dropped to us for us to come up here and share documentation.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna make an argument, it would help. I'm not saying you have to.
I specifically came up here because there was an accusation made against me. The first initial point of me coming up here is to correct why Andrea spoke on her educational her degrees and all of that to prove a point because we were attacked. I don't know what part you came in on, but long before the 3 hour mark, was
I
a lot of
respect
people
that. I'm gonna go ahead and withdraw because I respect that
Yeah,
because I
just
was
hey, bro,
the
you really not gonna go and
the
get
only
anywhere
thing
with
that I
her.
was addressing, and I've said it like 5 times, was the comments, the dominant comment that was made since I've been on here. It has been an ongoing thing that she called somebody a man, and it was disrespectful with the pronoun thing. That's what I went and looked at, and I brought it back to you. I didn't say it was disrespectful or if it wasn't disrespectful. I did say it was offensive and gaslighted. So you can argue with yourself.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
But I'm good.
Hold on, please.
Drop off the link.
Hold on. My only
Oh
thing
my
I'm saying to
God.
you is you have said yourself that you weren't here, that you didn't hear all of it, right? And
Yeah, I
that's
did.
exactly. So that what I'm saying to you is there were multiple points. So when you say I went back and found this point here, there were multiple points where she did not say disparaging things. There was, and I'm going to say that, but there were points where she did, and
Like
it was
what?
sprinkled all throughout.
Like
It was
what?
sprinkled. First of all, you know what? You getting upset about people calling you bitch and this and that. You
No,
have
I'm
called me
getting
a
upset
bitch
for
and a
people lying
hoe,
on
and I
me.
haven't called you anything. You've called me a
I'm
bitch
getting
and a
upset
hoe
for
on
people
here.
lying on me.
Oh.
No. You just talking about how
Thank
somebody
you.
called you a bitch.
I'm getting
You have
upset for
called me
people
a
lying
bitch
on me.
and
All
a
I
hoe.
asked was
And I have
what
not
was
called you
said so
out
I
your
could go
name.
look at it. I
Okay.
didn't say that she could
I
say
told you
nothing
the
else. We was talking
timestamp
about
twice.
one specific. We
But
were
no, I
talking about
understand what
one
you're
specific
saying.
instance. This
But no,
lady
what that's
with
the
the red
thing. That's
hat
the
on.
thing.
She
We
said
weren't talking
multiple
about
times,
one.
"What
She
did
did.
she
She said,
say?" And every time y'all answer about what did she say, this is the point that y'all brought up. So excuse me for going back and
But
looking
you
at
didn't
the point that
but
you
you didn't
guys
rewatch the whole thing
brought
though.
up. Come
But
on,
you didn't
for the
rewatch the whole
investigation
thing
Do the
journalism
though.
playback
versus dealing
game.
with it. Always going to
To
be.
think you
I would
gonna
always
come
going to
up in
speak from a
here and
journalistic
act like
standpoint.
you watched the whole video
It does.
and you
But
didn't
But the
watch
the
the
thing
thing
whole
was
is,
video. It's
and
disgusting.
that's fine.
Get
And
the
you
fuck
very
off the
well,
link.
you could
Get
very
the
well
fuck
be
off the
right.
link. Get
You
the
could
fuck off the
very well
link.
be right.
Get the fuck
she
off
CTV.
the
just
link.
You got it.
she just
You're
want to
but
right.
wait a
she
minute.
just
We
You're
can
want
have
right.
a,
to
But
wait
the
a
justify.
only
minute.
difference is, and the reason
Act
that
like
you're
you
No,
watched
upset
3
and
hours
I'm
no.
of
not is
footage.
because I could prove what I said.
Lying,
Wait a
bitch.
minute.
Y'all have brought up a
Hey,
lot of things that are not proven things, and all I did was ask a question, and you're mad at me.
well,
All
I
I
feel it
said
back.
The
was,
whole
What was
thing
brought up that
though.
wasn't
Exactly.
true,
But you
man?
have to
Can I
replay the
step?
whole thing. You can't replay and rewind
no,
and fast
I can
forward.
absolutely do whatever it is I choose. Just like when we go to sites
You make it
like,
seem like you
I can
didn't watch
absolutely
3
do
hours of
whatever I choose. And
footage.
this is
And
not no
you
dig at.
didn't.
Listen, this ain't a
And you
dig at you,
didn't. And
Conscious
you
TV,
didn't.
because
Stop.
you
You
did your due
didn't. And
diligence.
you
But I can
didn't. And
absolutely
you
do what I
didn't.
want to and
And
research
you
what I want to,
didn't.
just like we went to
And you didn't. But you
gendergp.com,
didn't research shit.
which is a
You didn't
pro,
research shit. You did not research
LGBTQ
shit though.
website. So
You
at the
Oh,
didn't
end of the
research
day,
shit.
we
You
ooh,
not
didn't research
we
shit.
can't do it like that, baby. I'm educated. We're never gonna do that because
oh my God, you
I
You're
don't.
not
speaking.
Either
educated if
way
you
it
lied and
goes,
talk about you
my
watched
shit ain't.
3 hours of
I'm gonna be
footage.
uplifted and I'm gonna get the research and I'm gonna do what I need to do with it. Now,
Praise
what
the
you
Lord.
decide
Boy,
to do with it
boo.
is your
Boy,
choice.
boo.
Praise the
Boy,
Praise,
Lord on
boo.
I
that
just
one.
want to
Boy,
say,
boo.
Can I
praise
please
the Creator
interject and
Praise
give
him
you
on
above.
that
her
one.
flowers? Can I please interject and give you her flowers?
Please
Because
interject.
everything you said that you were going to
Praise the
do for
Creator
your
above.
what you said your topic was going to be for your show tonight, you have definitely achieved your goal. You may not feel that way, but you have definitely achieved your goal by showing that there is a lot of division and a lot of disagreement when it comes to this particular topic within your community. And that is nothing to debunk or to go back and forth about. I wish personally, I like the fact that we can be passionate. I love the fact I'm a natural debater. I love to debate. I love that we've been able to do this, but nothing has been accomplished other than the fact that you have proven your point that there is clearly a big division when it comes to things that are straight across the board in the LGBT community. It is not just limited
And,
to,
and because you know what else I proved too? That when people have a bias and they don't like you, they ignore facts. I proved that too.
Exactly. That is what you're doing right now.
Well, I mean, y'all ain't
Thank you for calling her out.
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. I mean, y'all just got caught lying like 3 times.
No one
Like the
was caught
universe,
lying.
I don't know if y'all see this. And for those who claim they so spiritual, for those who claim to be so spiritual, I don't know if y'all see what's happening here. Like, I really don't know if y'all see that.
Go
The
and be with
universe
your
is
bisexual
literally
followers.
the point of this show. I believe that what the bigger picture is when people go back and watch this playback, especially the ones that don't have a dog in the fight, that the bigger issue is when people put aside factual reality stuff to just be agreeable for the sense of community. Like, I'm literally telling y'all, there are
Cognitive
plenty of
dissonance is thick.
LGBTQ people
Girl,
The
get
who
the
agree
shit
with
cognitive
show
me,
and get the fuck
dissonance
on.
is thick.
who agree with me,
Disgusting.
And because you got caught lying, because I know what I said. I know I did not say you are a man. I didn't just come out and said that. What the conversation was, I told her she was acting like a man. And
No,
then
you
after we got,
I'm not talking about when you was talking to
I'm trying
I'm
to
not
get.
talking about when you were talking to
I'm trying, sis. I promise I'm not gonna talk long.
because I want to make that
I'm
clear.
not.
I was not talking about what you said to
Okay,
Intersex.
understand. Okay, very good, very good. I got it.
You
I
can't
just want to make
dismiss
sure
it,
that the
and it's okay.
Okay,
These are
okay, very good, sis. Very good. Okay, so I just want to make sure that the conversation, just in case somebody go back and twist what I said, then when me and
Girl,
Intersex
but you
got
ain't.
into biological, that's when I made the reference that a trans woman is a man biologically. That's the closest thing y'all can
Okay, so
argue.
gay
With.
boy in the
And,
corner.
oh
Did you
my
hear her?
God. Oh my God, that's the closest thing you can say that I said for is calling a trans person or a trans man a man. We started talking about biological. Like, what are they genetically, not what they identify. So it went from
They said
gender
something about a
to
skeleton and
sex.
a pelvis bone and stuff. So
Like, come on. Like,
Okay, so wait, so
y'all gotta get out of this. People are being killed and y'all mad because I'm literally telling shit how it is. I never got on this
Girl.
platform and say that trans women could not go under the umbrella of womanhood. I said they can live their life however they want, and I respect it. If you want me to call you a woman, I will do that. But you can't ignore the other side of the spectrum because of your feelings. You're not the only one on this earth who has a consciousness. Other people are here. And they're going to perceive you based off of their reality and based off facts.
So the
Which is
bridge
so
hold
was
on,
I have a
hold on, hold on,
So,
hold on,
like,
I
come
want to know
on.
what's
Like,
your
y'all
what's the
gotta
other
get.
side of the
hello.
point. What
Okay,
is
so
your
here we
other side?
hello.
So,
The host is hosting. Hello. So
here we go.
that's exactly why I agreed. And I thought we would all been able to agree with what Andrew said 50 trillion hours ago about respect and common decency, because to that point, nobody can control what a person believes. And I don't know about the rest of y'all. I'm not interested in investing my time in necessarily changing minds. That's ideal. But
Yeah,
I
we
can
ain't got
settle,
time for
but
this.
I can settle for respect. I'm not interested in raising my blood pressure to convert a motherfuckers whose permission I don't need to sit and stand and to exist to begin with. So I would never waste my time trying to convert people into anything anymore that I would waste my time trying to convert folk into Christianity, because I personally could give a fuck less.
Yeah,
But
respect
that's why
goes
I
both
don't
ways.
understand. But that's why I don't understand what's the problem with respect, because of respect affords us to respect the fact that everybody has their personal opinion, but there are some things that we agree to communally so that we can have an operative, dignified society where people are not being violently attacked, or to Neo's point, unalived, or people not being sexually assaulted, or white women are not in, black women are not in compromising positions, queer black folk are not in compromising positions. The only way to actually accomplish that is actually through respect, which does not, once again, come at the expense of anybody giving up their personal beliefs. Because once again, whatever is in your head and in your mind and in your bosom and in your body is your business alone. But we are not going to be able to live in a world free of the type of violence that minority folk across the board, whether that be black women, whether that be black men, whether that be black queer people, we are not going to be able to achieve that without coming to an agreement about respect. It's just not going to happen without respect. Point blank and a fucking period. And if it means more for people to argue people down about how they exist, etc., if that takes up more priority than actually trying to encourage a dense ass society that absolutely does not respect minority people to just fucking respect minority people, whether you understand it, whether you personally agree, etc., because I think we'll get a lot further by just trying to check people about the way their disrespect contributes to the downfall of people who are closer to the bottom of the barrel than the top of it, rather than berating and beating minority folk over the fucking head intellectually, etc., and trying to compound an already vulnerable and already violent and already disparaging, marginalizing, disenfranchising issue I think it would be more effective and productive for us all to participate in raising the respect level of folk who think that folk should respect them disrespecting them, because I'm not going to respect nobody disrespecting me. Never. And if you utilize your right to disrespect me, we gonna have real life problems, because I go to jail and I'm willing to put on the orange jumpsuit and I'm willing to take the mug shot. I told y'all already, I was just involved in a goddamn shootout just a month and a half ago, and don't give a good damn if I gotta pop that gun again. I sure will light the damn sky up like it's 4th of July. I don't give a damn. There will be no disrespect of me, and I will not lay down and take anything simply because folk have been given a privilege and an incentive to believe that they get to disrespect me just because they participate in religions and mythologies and worldviews that dehumanize the living fuck out of queer folk. This is exactly why O'Shea Sibley was just fucking unalive for having the audacity to be his authentic self and to pop and twerk his ass to his music in his car, pumping his premium fucking gas, while some religious zealot thought that it was appropriate and thought that he had permission to say, hey, bro, you don't get to do that shit in a country I don't own. You don't get to do that shit in a neighborhood that I don't own. You don't get to do that shit in the parking lot or at the gas pump that I don't run, because I'm privileged and I'm cis and I'm hetero and I have the audacity to have my facts and beliefs backed up by religion and what's in a 2,000-year-old ass manual out of a goddamn cave. You have to comply. And then the penalty for not complying is a rinse and a wash of your actual life. If that's okay to people, and people think that that's what queer folk need to endure, and that it's more significant to argue queer folk out of whether it's right and morally right to be gay, or whether it's morally right for trans folk to be trans, or whether it's scientifically factual, to Neo's point, when folk are out here actually losing their fucking life, I think it's a mismanagement and a mispriority of the humanity that we all should be standing in the gap for.
I definitely want to say, why is it important to always be honest and tell the truth? Y'all know Emmett Till was killed over a lie, right?
Oh my God.
So if y'all, and not trying to be funny, since we bringing up the race stuff, that's why it's important to be truthful when you hate someone. Because the reason why y'all keep lying on me on this chat is because y'all hate me, and it's sick. It's so sick. Like, I know what I said. I did not just
I don't know you to
Intersex.
hate you, sweetheart.
Oh man, you definitely hate me.
I do.
You hate me, ma'am.
Y'all, before y'all,
and it's okay.
Before y'all cut her off,
It's okay because you hate based because of your bias. I don't think y'all literally had. I don't know. I'm not, and I've only been watching Consciouz for a while, maybe 6 months. I don't know if y'all actually had a person like me ever on this channel.
You are not special. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm very special. Just like Intersex.
You're not.
Just like Consciouz, I'm special. Now you might think I'm special.
Can I talk
but
to
the people who love me and who don't hate me, they think I'm special. So again,
no,
I know you hate me.
That's the thing.
But I just want to remind y'all that the reason why the woman lied on Emmett Till is because she hated him. And I'm telling y'all, these people keep lying and got caught lying and still not acknowledging and saying, Neil, my bad, I'm sorry. You didn't say that. They still trying to paint me as the bad guy because that's what white supremacists do to black people.
You literally Neil,
all the fucking time.
Neil, can I ask
black
you this?
People commit crimes. Black people are criminals. They show their form of hate. They lie on the people they hate. That's what liars do.
Some fuck shit here.
I thank God for the creator above, the person who y'all should really be having an issue with about trans people and their experiences. So the person you really should be having an issue with is the creator, because that creator put them there. I really think at the end of the day,
and people decide to hate
the universe. I really think that the universe knew that this guy with the dog, with the dreads, knew that they needed to send somebody in here with reason, who's going to keep it fair and be he called me out and said, okay, Neil, that was fucked up what you said, but you didn't say what they said you said. Even though when everybody go watch the context of the conversation, I literally said, reason why I said she's acting like a man, because the audience was saying I was acting like a man.
Breath. Can you just take
so
one
okay,
breath?
and then Consciouz,
Shit.
Consciouz,
Yes.
please. Can I, after this, whoever got to say, can I please play this video and then I'm gonna mute up and enjoy the rest of the show? Because the universe needed to see this. This is what happens when people group think, and this is what happens when someone hates you when they don't even know you. They will literally lie.
So can I talk to Neil? Can I talk to Neil? Can I ask you some things? Can I ask you something, Neil?
Okay, what you want to ask? I'll be quiet. Hey, baby. Ooh, I like your dress.
So I wanted to ask you, because you were talking about your points, and you did drop the link to the information about the intersex research that you were dropping. So I wanted to hear more.
That was not what the research was about. The rest
Okay,
was
but outside of that, when you were talking about the research in regards to the intersex and the research that they had done in regards to that specifically,
that wasn't the research, sis.
I'm not talking about that link specifically, but I'm saying I'm trying to talk about when you had showed that research. Do you not want to hear that? In regards to the intersex folks, the science that was proven in regards
about intersex. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
All right. Then disregard.
Hold on. I promise I'm gonna answer your question. I'm gonna be quiet, but let me just clear it up for the audience. I dropped the article about detransitioning, and that the article says that the rate is unknown. That's what I dropped. So it had nothing to do with
the definition of intersex.
I dropped an article about Caster Semenya. Caster Semenya, the African runner. I dropped the article about her. That's what I dropped. If that's what you're talking about. But I just want to make sure it was clarified what I dropped. Now I'm gonna be quiet.
So I can see how there's been a lot of confrontation when it comes to you and communicating with you. Because of how you communicate and how you've delivered, I can see how it's been hard to digest, to even give it a chance to get a proper understanding of what you're saying or what you're the point that you're trying to prove. I'm trying to get you to say that other side of it that you were saying. What is the other side of it that you were expressing? You were going down the, yes. Go ahead.
The other side of what?
You were saying there's another side to being transgender, the intersex conversation. What is the other side that you're talking about? You're saying that other people don't see? I promise you on everything I love, I really want to answer this question for you, but I don't understand what you're asking me. You gotta please clear it up for me. Please.
I think I can, because I'm gonna attempt to try to make smooth this over.
Sorry.
Alrighty, so from what I get from Neil and the conversations I've had with Neil, and hopefully this answers your question, is that Neil is saying that she will respect your womanhood, she will respect calling you, etc. But she says that, and she knows that being a woman is not a feeling, it's strictly based on anatomy. So even though she's going to respect you, and I'm going to use these terms to make a clear distinction so people can get what I'm saying, even though she will respect you and call you a woman, she's very clear that she knows that you're also not female, which also, I think that's the distinction in terms of the understanding of how we say things over here and the way that she may be expressing it, is that when she's saying woman, she's saying it in terms of the anatomy. But I think over here is that we're so clear of always trying to make the distinction between woman as in the sociology and woman and female, aka the anatomy. So am I correct, or am I just I don't want to quote you wrong. Close.
You're very close, like very close. But I just also want to remind people, even the social construct of woman comes from the anatomy of a woman. So the word itself, even though y'all use it in its social construct, because I don't know if anybody recall the last live that I was on, I literally said I agree with Sable, a trans woman who said she identified with the gender expression. I agreed with her, because that's what it sounds like. People who are trans, that is what they're doing. They're transitioning into a social construct. They cannot change their anatomy. I literally proved it when I asked Will, a trans man who I never misgendered, who I respected his opinion, but I literally gave y'all an example. No matter how much he identifies as a man, his anatomy is going to put him through womanhood when it's time for that pat smear. That
Okay,
goes
so
under
so
an
I don't
umbrella
see the
of
problem with
womanhood.
that. I don't see the problem with that. So
I've been trying to figure out why everybody got a problem with me about what. I mean, except for when Intersex keep lying and saying I'm saying things I didn't say. But what is it that y'all
When
really
what?
mad at me that I'm
Wait,
saying? That to the
I
point that y'all lying on me.
wait.
Like,
So I
what
want
is
to.
it that
I
y'all
have a
actually have a
question.
problem with what I'm saying?
Okay, so I have a question because I want to hear from because I want to hear from you because y'all been going back and forth, so kind of tune in and out, honestly. So to be clear, you said that Intersex was acting like a man.
Yes.
Okay.
And in the context of the conversation, reason why I said it, because in the chat, they were saying because of my behavior, they were saying I was being aggressive and blah squads and anything that's associated to a masculine energy or a man. So when she kept interrupting me and dominated the conversation, I accused her of being misogynist, and I said you're acting like a man. I didn't say you are a man.
And then you said we're not supposed to argue that you are biological.
Hold on, and let me finish with the rest. And then later on in a deeper conversation, when we start talking about biological, I said that trans women are biologically men. So that's what I said. That's the only thing, unless somebody misheard what I said, that's the closest thing to them saying that I called a trans person a man. When we was talking about biologically, what are they biologically? So that's why I said I still don't understand, like, what's the
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, because
as
I
long
want to
as
speak.
I've been
Hold on, y'all, because I want to speak to
I
want to speak to Helen with Breeze, who says, "Oh, why are y'all not telling her that she's misusing words?" The thing, every time that Neo has been on the panel, we have went out of our way to talk about the distinction being made between the social construct of man and woman and the biology of female and male. It's just that Neo is not choosing to adopt to that. She's not ascribing to the use of man and woman in that way. And we obviously can't make her ascribe to that. So she chooses to also utilize woman and man as it relates to biology and physiology. But it's not us not educating her or not continuing to make those distinctions. So she just ain't ascribing to that.
But I just want to make it clear, because the reason why I'm doing that, because y'all got the social construct based off the anatomy of the word. I mean, everybody keep ignoring IG, but he literally keep telling y'all where these social constructs come from and why we having this argument. What makes a woman? What makes a man? Based off a patriarchal system of some dude, a group of men who say women act like this, men act like that. And I keep telling you, I keep saying the philosophy over and over: being a woman is not a feeling. But the social construct of what y'all basing these behaviors off of is based on what a person anatomy is. That's why I say trans women can go under the umbrella of womanhood, and I would never take that away from them. They will have a womanly experience when they put on the nails and the makeup, or if they have the surgery, right? So I don't see what it is that y'all really hate me for what I'm saying.
So I got a question.
I've already told you, sis.
Not you, Conscious. Me and you gonna talk after the show, if you don't mind. Not you. I'm talking about the people.
And I
You
will
didn't
be there
lie,
too.
Conscious. You didn't lie on me on this panel. Now you probably disagree with me, and we probably got a little
Hold on,
spicy.
y'all.
And
but
I
you
agree
didn't
with you
lie
being
on
a
me.
Is anybody saying, hold on, is it me? Like, do I got a double vision, or are there two Andrews on the
There's
damn
two
panel?
Andrews.
It's
Now in the
definitely
back
Oh, he's
chat,
gone nuts.
yeah, in the back chat, she said get
But
rid of the old account.
yeah, but I just
Okay,
want to
hold
make
on.
it
Yeah,
clear,
my
Conscious didn't
phone
lie
went
on me.
nuts.
So,
I think it's the
But
one
I
that
agree with you though. I agree with you.
The one that's
Being a
muted is the
woman is
one
not
that
just
needs
a
to be
feeling.
deleted.
I do agree with you on that. Being a woman is not just a feeling. I do agree. What about the essence of masculinity and femininity? Would you say that is could be something that could be a physical or emotional essence that is brought? Because I feel like that, if anything, that is.
feminine and masculinity is a behavior. Animals can have those same things, like a female lion. If something is threatening her cubs, she's gonna go from that nurturing
So
mother and become aggressive. So those are behavior that are
So
found
let
in
me
both
so let me
biological male
so let
and
me ask you
biological
this.
female.
So let me ask you this. So you saying that being masculine or feminine are things that are physical traits. But I don't believe that, because if you take off
I
all of
didn't
your
say
clothes,
physical.
right?
I didn't say physical trait. Who said that?
No one
That
said.
She
it
didn't say
sounded.
that.
You heard the guy with the dreads. Nobody said that. Who said
Oh,
that?
okay. So repeat what you just said.
I just said those are behaviors.
So it's just a behavior.
That's what it is, sister. And I
to
gave you an
disagree.
example that it's not
I have to
exclusive to,
disagree.
and hold on, and I'm saying that it's not exclusive to human beings. That's why I purposely mentioned animals by saying a female lion, when she's nurturing her cubs, that is a form of femininity, right? According to our social construct as humans. But if those cubs are in danger, she's going to go from nurturing to aggressive. So I'm literally telling you that
It's
those
not
are
just an
behavior.
action.
But
It's
just
not
like
just a
IG
behavior.
said, because of the patriarchal system of men coming up with these social constructs, y'all continually connecting these behaviors to a person's anatomy. And I'm like,
but hold on. But here's the thing, though, Neo.
like IG really dropped jewels a few times, but y'all just keep ignoring that baby.
No, because the thing about it is that you also do the same thing every time any woman, and especially a trans woman, get aggressive. You connect it to their anatomy and their autonomy as males, but you also just said that those things aren't exclusive to either sex. So which one is it?
It's both, because again, when I did it on your show, it's because somebody said I was a man because of my behavior. And I know that the social construct, what IG keeps saying, they assign masculinity to what's between a person's legs. So it's both. Conscious. It's not one or the
If
other.
it's both, though, why do you only highlight it when women who happen to be of the trans experience
I mean,
and have
is
a male
anybody
origin
else?
use that? But when you get aggressive and you get in your bag, you don't consider yourself necessarily acting like a man. Or when a woman's in tea is in her bag, you didn't say she's acting like a man. Or when or even China, like when she was bucking up and you ain't tell her that she was acting like a man, but ironically,
well, let's be fair for
the trans women.
Let's be fair for the playback game. The lady with the degrees, I absolutely told her she was acting like a man. And then, they got into that I didn't know what she was, or she never told me what she was. And somebody else said it. Somebody else, I forgot who it was I was arguing with. They also said, you don't know what I am. You don't know what I do. So
the same person.
I mean, I do keep the same energy. I don't know what it is that y'all trying to catch me on. I have no agenda. I literally keep
Sweetheart, you were literally demanding that I tell you what I have between my legs.
I didn't demand it. I
Yes, you
clearly
did.
see how you want.
You
see how you
demanded
want frame.
multiple
You see
times.
how you want frame of
You
why I literally
demanded
told you that I want to know what
chat.
you are. So when
People
you
that were
give me
here,
pushback,
put in
and
the
I would
chat.
know if it's
This
based
woman
off your
demanded to know what
biasness.
was between
I
my legs.
literally told you why I
Just put it
wanted
in
to
the
know
chat.
what your anatomy was. Not
Yeah.
because I care, because I
It's-
really don't give a fuck. But I said it was based off a philosophical conversation, and I wanted to expose your bias. And the reason why you refused to tell me, because you knew once you told me what you are, that I was going to expose that you were being biased. Come again, sis. That degree, I mean, come on. I ain't got no master's degree, but you ain't hanging. You ain't hanging.
She
Like,
didn't.
come on.
It's all a game for
And
you.
what she asked you was, she was like, "So what are you, or what you identify as?"
No.
And you said that I don't have to tell you that. It's none of your business.
No, she said,
And
I'm not going to speak. I am,
and you
sweetheart,
said that, well, it's
you
not
weren't
your
here.
business what's between my legs. She said,
No,
well,
what she
what
said
you are.
was,
And
what she
then you
said was,
said,
I am not
your
going to
business. And
listen
then
to
somebody else
you.
chimed in and said that, well, you don't have to tell you what we are. So I'm
She asked,
no, you totally admit the
not
fact that
true.
you say you could get up and walk away, hand throw your hand, I threw mine too, but you totally left out the fact that Neo did say to her, and I know
what is your anatomy? What is
she
your anatomy?
said-
I'm not talking to you unless I know your anatomy.
No. Hold on.
That's what you said.
Look, hold on. I bet. Hold on. I did.
every refusal to tell
Listen.
you what her gender was, you said you would not
I
have a
did.
conversation with
Yeah,
her.
you did say
You
that
said
shit.
you were not
Look, you
talking to
did say
her.
that
You
shit.
said specifically you were not
You see
talking
how
to
you
her.
won't let me clarify? You see how you won't let me
I
clarify?
was
Because
still
I'm going
talking
to
and
You're
you
prove that
kept
lying.
talking.
I'm not finna prove that you misheard me again.
Specifically, you would not talk to her because she would not tell you what her
Misheard me again. Just like you said that I'm gonna call a trans person a biological man. I'm finna prove that you misheard me again.
You said that you told her you were not going to talk to her.
When we went further into the conversation, when she wanted to know why I was asking
so you
her.
Never said, so are you saying you never told
further
this
into the
woman that you were not going to her if she didn't tell you what her gender was?
For those who not being biased, the reason why she won't let me answer, they know I'm finna catch them in a lie. They know I'm finna catch them in a lie. That's why they won't let me answer.
You didn't say to her you were not going to talk to her if she didn't tell you what her gender was.
I'm gonna let me know when I can answer that question without being interrupted.
When you tell
don't worry about interrupting. You interrupt everybody.
I mean, but it's not about interrupting everybody. It's to get clearance to what I said. Remember how you told me I was being
stop being so
disrespectful and
damn.
you still
Stop
haven't
being
named that yet?
sensitive, man. Stop being
All right,
sensitive.
Stud Muffin,
Man, you
the one
called that.
being
You called
sensitive.
that motherfucker.
Stud Muffin, you the one being sensitive. Stud Muffin, you being sensitive.
But guess what? She was in your ass, so you got to.
But you, no, honey, no, y'all look real crazy. You first want to expose that y'all look real crazy. Hey, Stud Muffin, don't do it, Stud Muffin, don't do it.
That ain't my motherfucking
Don't
name
do
on
it.
my
Y'all can't see how y'all can't stand on
That ain't
y'all
my
own. Y'all have
motherfucking
to
name on
jump
my
me.
pronouns, motherfucker.
You see
That
how
ain't
y'all
my
can't stand on
motherfucking
y'all own.
name
Y'all
on
have
my
to jump
motherfucking
me.
pronouns,
Stud
motherfucker.
Muffin,
That
because
ain't my
y'all keep
motherfucking
talking about y'all
pronouns on
feelings.
my name,
You and
motherfucker.
your
It's China.
feelings.
It's trying to CJ
You and your
Love, baby.
feelings.
It's trying to CJ
You and your
Love, baby.
If you don't
It's trying to CJ Love,
You and
baby.
your feelings. It's all right, Stud Muffin. My dreads
I
are
fuck the
good.
fuck out of you, man. I will fuck the fuck out of you, bro.
My
I will
antennas
fuck the
longer,
fuck out
baby.
of you, bro.
I'm
I
on a
will fuck
godlike
the fuck out
frequency.
of
I
you,
ain't
bro.
even
This
worried
stud
about it. My
muffin,
antennas
this
longer,
stud
baby.
muffin will fuck the fuck out of you, bro.
Cause
So
like
shut
y'all
the
just
fuck up with
y'all
all
mad
that
because
shit,
y'all
bro.
literally got caught lying on me. Y'all still can't get over that yet, huh? Got caught lying. Come on, Stud Muffin. You ain't
I
debunked
haven't
shit
lied
that
about
I
nothing
said.
yet.
So I want to go ahead and clarify. I want to
Bishop.
also
She
clarify.
giving me straight up
Yes,
bishop energy right
yes,
now.
I did
Who she
tell
calling
the.
stud muffin?
Yeah,
Who she
I
calling
called
stud muffin?
that's
Who you calling
offensive.
stud muffin? You want to get fucked?
That's
You don't think
offensive.
that's offensive?
You
Is
want to
that
fuck you?
offensive? I
You
mean,
want me
y'all
to
told
fuck
me I
you?
was a stud.
You
How
want me
I
to fuck
look,
you?
And then
and
you
then
get
Conscious
offended?
say me and you look
And
the
it's up to
same.
you.
Like so
It's up
now
to
it's
you to
Then
correct
you
your
get
offensive.
shit.
offended?
You got a
Y'all gotta
platform
pick
where
a
you can
fight
correct
over
your
here, bro.
pronouns right
Like,
now. No
hey,
excuses.
it's like
You have
every
a
time
platform
y'all
where you
can't
correct
get
that
me on
shit,
something,
and
y'all
I'm
gotta
correcting
make
you.
some shit
So don't
up,
you
bro.
come at
This
me
shit
with
is
no
so
stud muffin
hilarious.
bullshit no more.
Hey, lady. Okay, lady.
I'll take that.
Well, y'all,
I'll take lady. I'll take daddy. I'll
I
take
boy,
stud
told
I'm
I
muffin.
mean,
telling
you make me
y'all,
Stud
jealous.
muffin
Stop
ain't
Lord,
one
making me
though.
y'all
pick
worse
my
than
Stud
them.
teeth.
muffin ain't
Y'all
one
literally
though,
worse
bitch.
than them niggas I gotta argue with over there in that misogynist,
Come on, we like to get
pro
it hot
black
over
shit.
here. So you gotta have that
Y'all worse
stamina.
than them.
I
At
hope you
least
got
they
the
don't be
stamina.
lying and making
Oh,
up
you need some
shit.
stamina
Like
and
they
you need
don't
some
do
tough
that.
skin because we get it in over here.
Honey,
We
my
like this
skin is
type of
very
heat.
tough. That's why I'm
We like
arguing.
this
No, it's
That's
not.
why I'm
we
arguing
like this
against
No, it's
energy.
not.
YouTube and with
No,
stuff.
No,
no,
it's
it
not.
ain't. No,
Sis, come
no, it
on
ain't.
now.
No, it ain't. You
So
sensitive
those
as fuck.
sis, y'all need tough
You
skin.
softer than
Y'all
a
are
fucking
literally
Care
mad
Bear,
at me.
motherfucker. You
Y'all are
softer than a
literally
Captain
mad
Crunch,
at me because I
motherfucker.
said being a woman is not a
Like,
feeling, and I need tough skin.
it ain't
Come
a
on,
feeling. Being a
I'm gonna
woman is
say
not just
something
a
really
feeling. It's
quick,
not just a feeling.
and I
It's
got
not
okay,
just
y'all.
that.
so
I
I'm gonna
all
say
agree.
right,
something really quick, and then
you're
the
very
yeah.
handsome. You're very
So
handsome.
And exit out, please. After you say it,
y'all not
exit
really
out.
y'all not
After
really
you say
really
it, exit out. X,
you
hit the X button,
Why
please.
you kicking him away? Because
you
somebody
can't
in here
kick,
who got
don't take nobody
sense.
away, but I don't mind leaving because what y'all tend to do, what I've sat here and listened to, is y'all argue with arguments. Like y'all literally arguing over an insult that happened literally like fucking 4 hours ago. And then we went back and seen the insult, and it never was what she really said, and y'all got mad about that. And
That's
then
a
the
lie.
guy,
She
let
told
me
that
finish,
she did
let me finish,
absolutely.
No.
She did
let me finish.
Accent,
absolutely.
You
Let me
looking
get
for
the
The guy
some
man to
below
say that.
reasons
accent,
me,
again
She
and then the
to
guy
use
absolutely
that
below
as an
me,
did the man
excuse.
that
so
this woman tell her
accent,
what her
analyzes
hit
it,
gender
the
was.
X
and he said,
She
button.
"Oh, I
absolutely told that
understand."
lady she
And
was
then
not going to
everybody
talk
else
to
on
Nah,
her
said,
until she
"Hey,"
exposed
and
her
then the
gender.
other
goodbye.
person
You're lying.
Start
Let
asking
that
it right.
hatred
Oh,
come
I
out.
want to know this
Goodbye.
from this person that you
Accent.
just disagreed with,
You're
and now y'all
lying,
fighting
sir. You're
again.
lying. You're
See,
lying because she
there.
Accent.
absolutely said.
Y'all are fighting over
She
Accent.
this.
absolutely said to Andrea,
That's not
if
even the point of
that
the
lady didn't
argument.
tell her
Y'all
what her
argue
gender
over
was,
shit
she was not having a
that's like it's
conversation
not
with her.
even fact.
She absolutely did that. And
But you
nothing
want
that's not going to change when it's
that
debunked
you
because we
Accent.
can all go back to
you were
first
sensitive.
one, and
But
it's going
you're
to be easy.
sensitive.
But
This
you
what
want to
this
And it's
let
all,
me,
no, no,
you
it's
want to let me
called
whether
elaborate
it's
Neo
what
called
is
was
passion. It's
whether
called
Neo
passion.
is this
It's
that
called
are
passion.
indifferent.
And I have
He
a lot of
literally will
passion
sit
for the
here, just
topic
like
right
Conscious
now.
TV,
And she
just like
absolutely
Conscious
said to that
TV, and the
woman,
person who's
if she
below
didn't
me,
expose and
they
tell
will
her her
literally
gender
sit
was,
here
she was
and
not going
make
to have a
full
conversation
fucking
with her.
points.
How can you, and Neo
And
is the one
everybody will
that
be
keeps bringing
silent,
these
and
arguments
then
up. And
obviously,
then you trying to
then
make
y'all
us
start
look like
talking.
we petty, we immature, because
Talk about shit
we're
that's
engaging with
very
shit that
irrelevant.
she keep bringing up.
It's
She
childish.
keep bringing up the argument.
Bro,
Hit the X button
bro,
then,
She
babe.
keeps bringing up the
X it.
argument.
move
She
on.
keeps bringing up
Move on.
everything she got
You're
opinion about.
wasting your time
You
with
pushing
them,
too
baby.
hard,
You
mama.
literally wasting your
Pushing too
time.
hard, mama.
Exit.
It's not
Goodbye,
that
mamas.
serious.
Goodbye,
It's not that
mamas. Bye
not.
bye.
too hard,
They
mama.
Bye bye,
now,
mamas.
bro. They
Problem.
literally.
The problem, but at least her problem comes with fucking articles, just like Conscious put up articles. Just like the dude below me, he said what he had to say, and it wasn't really that much. Everybody who's
come up here
arguing
to
on this
provide
bitch is
articles.
a pattern. All of you that's
Conscious didn't say
arguing on this
anybody
bitch,
that got
all of you that's
anybody got
arguing on
any
this bitch
written
are talking
proof
about
that would
personal
like to share
experiences
any
with no fucking
information.
fact to
He
back it
didn't
up.
say that.
And then
He
when
didn't
y'all
say that when
talk,
he dropped
it's
the link.
about
Okay.
You
her.
literally
Y'all
Okay.
not
being
even
loud
talking
and
about the
wrong.
Okay.
topic.
Like,
And I'm
Okay,
gonna keep
come
getting
on.
y'all
loud.
This
talking
is
And I'm
about
gonna keep
everybody
loud.
getting
else.
loud
Exit.
because
Nobody
Do
wrong.
exit,
it's
please.
been
It's
over
not even.
6
Then she
hours
said he
and
was on the
32
debate team
minutes of
for the
this
master's
BS.
Exit.
degree.
You keep mentioning
Where?
the time, but
Please.
you're here
Debate team
engaging doing the
where?
same thing.
Debate
Exit.
team
I mean,
where,
I was a,
baby? For the
I'm
Exit.
master's
here.
Accorday,
degree? And the only
Accorday,
thing
Listen,
that you can get up here and say
Accorday,
is, you said this and bitch this and motherfucker this. Girl, come up with some facts.
Accorday,
Come on, give me
Accorday.
something.
I
Because
got
this
a
is
question
whack.
for you,
Is whack.
Corday. I got a question for you, Corday.
Yeah.
And
yeah, he
all
gotta
of the
get you.
and all of the research that you was able to do, I'm still trying to figure out why I have not received text yet.
Because you gotta text me.
How the fuck I'm gonna text a bitch who changed their number?
You can text me. You can text me.
Oh, wait a minute. So are you admitting something that because I think I caught that. I can text you now.
Text
I caught that.
Text me. Text me. We'll talk.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm about to text you right now. But then if it's hold on, y'all. Just give me a moment of silence with Corday real quick. Hold on. Everybody just breathe, honey. We go as elementary seeker, just a moment of silence, y'all. Let's just breathe and reflect on the Constitution. Let's just reflect on the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Let's just breathe in, clap. Yes, honey. Just feel your breath. Big in, real deep. Deep exhale. That's right. Release those
Yeah, you gotta let that brain breathe.
Hey, Conscious. Conscious, can I ask you something, Conscious?
Okay, yeah. Hold on, real quick, boo. I just want to get this. Hold on, real quick. Yes, you can. Hold on. Okay, I just sent Corday. Yes, China.
Okay, so I do not agree with. I still don't, and I know this well, it's kind of on topic, but a little off topic. A little bit. It kind of got mentioned when it came to the physical stature or the anatomy of transgenders' bodies and transgender folks being in the sports of the gender that they identify with. I strongly disagree with transgenders entering in that sports of that sort, because I don't feel like there's a proper gauge, even with the hormone therapy. There isn't a proper gauge to say that you're on the level of the physical strength of a woman. How do you feel about that? Like, what's your thoughts on gauging that? Because how could, even with when a transgender is taking hormones, I mean, I don't see the body still and the muscular structure still reducing in the way that it is on the equal scale of a natural born woman, especially since you have to take supplements to continue this type of control to the body. So how do you feel like research still needs to come to develop to be able to gauge that? Or how do you feel about that? And then anybody on the panel could chime in, but I don't agree with that. And I don't feel like being a woman is just a feeling. It's definitely, I feel like it takes all of the things. It's the emotions, it's everything that the essence that it comes with. But
so you believe in the essence and a feel? Okay.
Hell yeah, I do. I absolutely do. I do. It's not just that one feeling, but it's a whole it's a energy that is
Experience.
right. It's experienced and it's felt. Like I don't have to come into a space and be like, yo, yo, I'm masculine. No, motherfuckers feel the energy. I don't have to speak it. I don't have to say it. You know what I mean? So, but yeah. So you know.
Okay, so because we did touch on this a little bit earlier, so just super quick, and of course everybody's gonna chime in. I'm still doing research on that. I was just listening to I think it was an exchange, a debate on the Jubilee channel, because I watch a lot of like Vice and Jubilee, because I really enjoy panels. I enjoy like intellectual discord and all of that, and they were actually touching on this issue. When you had trans folk on the panel, you had, of course, biological folk on the panel, and it was interesting listening to that, because on one hand, like, there are anatomical, biological differences between male and females. Like, they are on a hormonal level alone, there's a 6,700 hormonal difference between male and female. Then you get into, obviously, the biological component, right? So you have like swimmers. Well, male swimmers, because of male anatomy, men have like a larger neck. They have larger lung capacity. Therefore, that would obviously give them a biological advantage to their female counterparts who have smaller necks, smaller lung capacities, etc. To your point, there's also bone density, etc., which a lot of people who contest trans individuals competing against their biological peers always use and say, well, even if you are on or undergoing hormonal treatment, there's still the issue of you having a more dense bone structure to your advantage. But then I've heard the clap back to that, and it's not just trans folk who are clapping back. I've heard this clap back is conjoined by also biological folk who says, well, a lot of those anatomical differences exist even when it's a bio on bio competition. Like, there are women who are taller, there are women who limbs are longer. They are at a biological advantage, especially in track and field and all of these things, where these things will make a difference, or in basketball where these things would make a difference, and you don't see the segregation of tall girls competing only against tall girls, and you don't see, like, so it's interesting. And then when it came to, like, some women in sports have, unfortunately, some biological women have been discriminated against because of the way gender and sex is framed, and the way that kind of impacts the athletic community. Like, there have been
Brittany Griner
women who have had heightened levels of testosterone and have either had to surgically or medically correct that, and or just deal with being disqualified, etc. We know also there's a whole kind of historical racist component, because we know that Black women's body was seen as superior and therefore treated as inferior against white women's bodies, etc. That Black woman's body was considered queer, it was considered other, it was considered foreign. And so you have all of that. So I'm just still someone who's listening to the dialogue and hearing all sides. I don't necessarily have a conclusion. I understand the concerns of biological women, who are having to compete with their trans peers, if there is an argument to be made on a scientific level. And so I haven't framed an absolute attitude. It's just something that I'm still kind of listening to everybody on. And
so Conscious, why do we see the seemingly push more so from the female transgender folk, but not the same aggressive push for the male transgender folk to be in sports and things like that? I've noticed a great, like, there's definitely just a difference between two, and how they move in space. Like, my transgender best friend coming over right now, he is wonderful, and he just talks about, he has his own opinions on why it's so effed up and stuff like that. But I just don't feel like, there's the same push into the sports or into things when it comes from male transgenders. than the female transgender. Do you think there's something to speak on when it comes to that?
Yes. Yeah. Like when it comes to trans men are definitely competing in sports, and they are competing against their biological male peers. But there's also been a very obvious consensus, even amongst the LGBT community, about how trans men are kind of just blending in without, like, they aren't as vocal on any issue, and they don't really draw any type, and they aren't really drawing any real attention to themselves, and you also don't oftentimes see them in these discussions around rights and privilege, etc. You see a lot of LGBT, well, same gender loving men and women and Black trans women who kind of like are the faces of that movement. Trans men, I feel like, honestly, I'm going to be honest. I feel like it is levels to the shit, for one. And what I'm about to say, I don't want anybody to interpret as it meaning that trans men are not experiencing discrimination or violence, etc. But I think, relatively speaking, because we live in a patriarchy, trans men get to have a better navigation of the system because they are assimilating to the symbol of power in this country, which is maleness and masculinity. And therefore, this makes their experience slightly different on a quantifiable level than maybe some of their more effeminate counterparts who, because we live in a patriarchy, will be met with the attack on femininity, aka the O'Shea Sibley is a perfect example, because obviously O'Shea Sibley could have sustained his life and lived to see another day had he been a masculine presenting gay man. Had he been bumping Tupac and pulled up in his boy shorts and etc., he would have been fine. He wouldn't have been othered. He would have never stood out from the norm. But because he was feminine, etc., and then we see Black female femicide in the country is how we see an attack on femininity and every variation of it. So I just think that Black trans men they just probably feel mostly grateful that, like, for them, like, shit, they have a better sense of normalcy when it comes to their identity because of patriarchy. And because it's also something to be said, I guess, about men too, like, men and that, like, maleness, it doesn't necessarily make a fuss over the same things that the feminine will make a fuss over or will emphasize. But our trans male peers have been rather quiet, period, on all issues across the board. And they must be enjoying their experience, obviously, because they aren't making any objections largely in any way, shape, or form. Not to say that they aren't trans men. I'm just speaking in a relative fashion. So
can I speak on that? It's not gonna be long. Let me speak real quick, sis. This is actually something that's going to be brought up on another panel that I'm going to be on, and this is just a philosophical. I'm not saying these are facts before anybody interrupts me, but the reason why they say is like that, sis, that the trans women and the trans men are acting different when it comes down to being accepting social construct. Why ain't trans men trying to enter more manly spaces? Because they say biologically that there's a such thing as a male brain and a female brain. Biological men tend to be more into conquering and controlling. That's what they would consider something as a masculine or a misogynist type mentality. And biological females are more influencers. So a trans man who is biologically a woman, she doesn't have the desire to go within man's spaces and conquer or control how to be perceived in that. She rather be, but I'm basing it off the biology.
I follow you.
He rather come into the spaces and influence the people around him, not control, not dominate. That's why we deal with a whole patriarchal system to this day. That's why the world is fucked up, because the world is ran by biological men. So that's why they're saying there's a disagreement why trans men are more, demanding about being accepting And trans women are more demanding about being accepting, and trans men are more laid back because they, most of them, they rather influence you than to try to control you.
I will have to push back a little bit.
So I can see how they've called you transphobic, because I've been called transphobic with that same talking point that you just said about the mindset, because I was going back and forth with One Love before. Hey, I think it's shit. Conscious, it might have been one of my first introductions on your panel.
I think it was.
Right. So, and we had a very heated debate,
Yes.
and I think I had said, I believe that the reason why I had said your mindset is of a man, the based off of some of the things that she was saying, and I do believe that a little bit, because our initial experiences in the world, you're experiencing a little boy's experience first, or a young girl's experience first. So your mindset and everything else was in that experience, and then you go through the transition, but that does not mean that the mind and a lot of the things and the thought processes have totally changed. So I agree. In short term, I agree a little bit of what you said, even though I might be called homophobic or transphobic too.
No, I mean, don't let people weaponize that word. That is a word that we feel like there have been people who are transphobic who have murdered trans people. Let's keep it real. We know that there are people who discriminate and have a strong prejudice. I got to do a show where I'm literally going to, the name of the show is called I'm Not Transphobic, but These Hoes Is. I'm literally going to show you a panel of women that supposed to be conscious saying a lot of transphobic shit, like saying, if I take my child to school and her teacher is a man in the dress, I'm not going to let them go to that school. That's a transphobic statement. I would never say nothing like that. But I'm just saying, over here, it seems like the only time that word wants to be used is when you're disagreeing with certain stances. But I can literally give you an example of somebody being transphobic, because we know at the end of the day, if it was Martin Lawrence dressed like Big Mama, who, if they walked in the class, they wouldn't have no problem with Martin Lawrence cross-dressing.
Don't let the manosphere, but the manosphere do, or the men do, they won't let it go.
But China,
yeah, so like I'm telling you, the name of that show, when I can finally get to it, the name of the show is called I'm Not Transphobic, but These Hoes Are. And I'm going to show y'all what transphobic look like. Because there's a whole panel of women who supposed to be conscious, and one of them is an ally. She says she's an ally, but then turns around and says she would not let her child have a teacher that's trans.
I've met those
China.
But Ants never said anything like that. Just want to make sure that is clear.
Before you go, Andrew,
yes,
I want to just answer before the point scoots too far away. I want to say that I'll push back a little bit on the fact that I think trans men are trying to be, that they have more so of an agenda to just influence the space rather than to dominate it, comparatively speaking to trans women. I would just say that patriarchy is just rewarding in that way. It's just rewarding. Like, trans men don't really honestly have to do nothing but just be trans men. Like, men, like cis males are not worried. Like, if you come into the boys' restroom and you assimilate as male, it's not really a conversation or a pushback. Like, I mean, it is what it is. And before there was ever like the trans men came onto the scene, we saw the way that patriarchy accommodated very like masculine presenting women. A lot of times us as feminine queer men were having a far more homophobic experience in the same spaces that masculine presenting same gender loving women were having. We were able to see that sometimes I've seen masculine presenting same gender loving women access spaces that I can't access as a cis man, just because my femininity would disqualify me from those spaces. I've seen same gender loving women who present masculine be rewarded or have access in a way that even cis gay men don't have access to, just because of their femininity. And I know that me and Reckless have like spoken about this on previous panels as well, like the way like our own anecdotal experiences and what we've been able to observe with our peers, etc. I just, if you are a feminine being, but you are willing to co-sign patriarchy, you're going to be rewarded the same way that Black men who have the audacity to perpetuate homophobia will literally green light it as long as a woman is willing to participate in same-sex sex and same-sex activities, but will completely object to same gender lovingness between men. So we see these constant like exceptions be made to the rule because it's an issue of assimilation to male mindedness and masculinity, and how that also can keep cis men from out of certain spaces if they are not masculine adjacent. But I'll rest my case there. Andrew, I know
Okay.
you in here.
No, I was gonna say with China, let's kind of draw out what you were saying, right? I don't necessarily think what you said was transphobic, or maybe I don't think you would try, or your intentions were not at all to be transphobic. So don't misunderstand what I'm about to say, okay? I think we just need to draw out a little bit further past what you said, right? Because you were saying, it's the mindset of their first experiences in life, right? Before the transition. If I'm understanding that correctly, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So here's why I'm saying that can be anything, right? Because I know I have a friend that I grew up with, right? Um, she was kind of like this hybrid person, right? She was the most beautiful thing on earth, won every beauty pageant in the world, but her daddy wanted a boy when because she had a bunch of sisters, and she okay. I mean, admittedly, I'm from the country, so you're gonna hear some country stuff. But she mud riding, rodeoing, all this good stuff, right? She did all of that, right? Um, and when she was much younger, despite her beauty and all of that, her daddy wanted a boy. And so he did a lot of things with her that were more masculine, right? She hunts, she can shoot anything down. You see what I'm saying? So I'm going back to the mindset, right? So a girl, a female child that is conditioned and in the world,
Did somebody knock?
um,
They went the wrong door.
oh, Jesus.
Oh, my bad. Let me mute. I'm sorry. Somebody's knocking at my door. I'm sorry. I did not mean to interrupt you.
Um, I think it's about the environment in which a person is in. So not necessarily in the way in which they were raised. So that's why I said
I,
to draw that out a bit
I
more.
okay. I think it's because it's a little bit more than just like I feel like, you know, okay, for the experience for a boy, I can't speak on it, but I know that, they get to go to the barber shop and they get indoctrinated in conversations and that's surrounded in the perspective of the male.
Right. So what about this? What about a little girl who's raised by her dad and has to go to the barber shop with him every Saturday?
She won't get invited. She doesn't get to truly be a part of those conversations. Have you
Why
been
wouldn't
to the barber shop?
I have.
Do you get indoctrinated into that
Well,
conversation?
yes, Lord.
Like,
Yes, Lord. I have been. And I've never come across as masculine at all. But yes, I have. And the reason that's what I'm saying. A lot of times because when they're used to you being there, right? Sometimes you're almost invisible or you become quote unquote one of the boys or you become, you know what I'm saying? The more comfortable a person or a section of people are with you and who you are, they start to view you as one of them, quote unquote. And they're not some of those walls are going to be knocked down. They're going to start saying some of the things that they would not have normally said around you because it's more about comfort rather than gender. It's more about comfort. So
now
yeah, they're
that
gonna say, and I got brothers, and some of the things that my brothers and his older friends have said and told me, and sat there and talked about right there in front of me because I'm his sister, right? They don't really care who I'm invisible. So yeah, I mean, I think it's about socialization.
but I think it's certain things that are just like unique
Inherent.
to the experience, like to like a woman,
Mhm.
um like okay, for a woman, for a young girl before she transitions into a boy, her experiences of puberty
Right.
and getting the period and being around women and the emotions and the conversations and that like that sisterhoodness that she wouldn't have had the experience and the affordability to be surrounded in and to I'm trying to
No,
get it.
I
I'm
understand
trying
what
to
you're
get it,
saying.
but I just feel like
No, I
there's
understand what you're
something that's
saying.
truly missing that kind of distorts the, that kind of introduces us to the experience in a certain way.
Well, I understand. I think in my opinion, I think that for a trans man and that had gone through those things in their, in their youth, in their pre in their pre puberty years, right?
Right. And
Pre
not being like
prepubescent. That's what I was trying to get at. It was stumbling all over my teeth. Prepubescent life. Okay.
right.
So that's a tongue twister there. But anyway, what I was meaning by saying that was, um, I think that may make that trans male more compassionate to female issues, but it will not make them identify more with those. You see what I'm saying? They will know how they feel. They can be compassionate and they can be empathetic to them, right? Because they may have experienced those things, but it still does not make them identify with those things. And so I would say that trans male would probably have better relations and relationships with women, being as though he would then know how they felt. And so some things that he may or may not ask, but he still may not identify with. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm
Right.
saying.
Right.
So with those trans men, I saw people saying, well, they're not trying to invade male spaces. Absolutely they are. They got to get a haircut. They gotta there are trans men in sports. It's just not as a big thing
In the
because
locker room, on the
in the locker
basketball
room,
team, in the
they
caveman,
because
at the
if you are
pool hall,
if you are transitioning
everywhere,
into
in
a
the men's
full,
restroom.
yeah, if you've done the transition to be a full male, you now have facial hair, because so think about that. You really want that
I want to show y'all
presenting person
something.
to walk into a
I want to show
female,
y'all something.
into a
I
female
want to show
bath,
y'all
you know what I'm
something.
saying? Mhm.
That this is the last
Absolutely.
panel. This is the last panel that we had, Andrew, and this is Will on the screen. He's a whole trans man. He's in a relationship
Right.
to a bio female, and as you can see, he has a beard, he has a goatee, he has the stature of male, etc. So to your point, yes, like would women, biological females, be completely alarmed if Will walked into the women's restroom just because that's what he's been assigned
There
at
you
that birth?
go.
Of course they would. They
There
wouldn't
you
make the
go.
distinction between him and etc. And so of course, and why would he be comfortable as a trans man in an all-female space if he
So
also is?
Exactly.
Mhm.
And
I
like what
guess my
people were
challenge,
saying, yeah.
I
But
was just gonna say my challenge is to say that because the experience, because he was initiated into femininity first, the mindset and some of the experience mentally will be more relatable to females in the same
Not
way
necessarily.
oppositely.
I understand,
and
but
I
not
also just want to
necessarily
add
though.
this too real
Okay.
quick. Let's take this in consideration. Men are fearful of women. Men are not afraid of women. So once it's revealed that Will is, if he want to make someone comfortable, it's his choice or not. If he say, hey, I'm trans, I'm a trans man, but I have the anatomy as you, she's not worried about the if she have a bias, because I brought that up in the last show, that a lot of times when women ask for safe places is because they've been violated by men, or the fear of being violated by men, because that is a culture thing here in America. Men rape more than women do. So let's not take
Okay.
that, let's not dismiss that
Oh,
either. So
okay, but
that's another reason why Will probably get away with going into a woman's bathroom, even if he looks like a man. Because I still get mistaken
no,
as a man. I'm just telling
no,
you my
no.
experience.
Mhm.
I go into bathrooms all the time, and I can't speak for the lady right here with the dress. I
China,
just forgot her name.
China.
I can't speak for her, but I'm telling you, often I am mistaken as a guy when I go into the female's bathroom. When I smile at them, when they hear my voice, or I reassure them that, hey, I'm a biological woman, calm down, they relax.
Well,
It happens.
okay.
I literally, one time, my job, a person made a complaint and said there was a man in a woman's bathroom. Before they did the investigation, my boss came up to me and say, Neo, Did you just go to the bathroom? I said, yeah, why? Everybody began to laugh because they heard the lady complaining that a man was in the bathroom.
Okay,
like so that's the point. That's not don't dismiss that.
but that's
That
not what
women want to feel safe in their spaces.
that's not what we were talking about though. So so back to what I was saying to you, China. What I was saying is, I get what you're saying, the mindset and all of that, and I get all that. What I'm saying is, because a person has an experience or a series of experiences, right, does not mean that they also share the mindset of someone else that has that experience, because those two things are totally different. An experience is something that you go through, right? And for a trans man, they have no control, especially if they have, if they have a functioning uterus and ovaries and all of that, right? That's not something that, as a child or whatever, that they had any control over, right? That was just something that they had to experience. So whether they had it or whether they didn't have it, they experienced menstruation. But their mindset is totally separate from any experience that they have. Just because they are experiencing a menstruation does not mean because they could feel the feeling that they have towards that menstruation could be negative. You see what I'm saying? It could not be
It's the
it
same
might be
way,
negative.
Andrew.
Mhm.
It's the same way, Andrew, that me as a cis male have the testosterone levels that I have, but yet I'm naturally a docile person in real life.
Right.
I'm quiet, I'm submissive, I'm docile in real life. I'm the quietest person in the room. I don't make noise and I don't unnecessarily assert myself. That testosterone does not
There you go.
inform me in that way just because it's there, and I don't relate to it in that way just because it's there, because half the time I'm not even experiencing it. I'm completely disconnected. So I understand that there can be like a difference
Yeah.
of the body, and then just
Yeah.
what your experience of your consciousness is can be kind of like, and that's why we call it a mind, body, and soul connection, because there's also disconnection and misalignment in those components. They don't always all
Align, right.
align and fall into play.
And that's why I said I don't believe at all what you were saying was homophobic, because of how you were saying. Because I knew as soon as you said it where you were coming from in that statement. You weren't coming from, and this is why you can't deny that this is what you are. You were coming from the perspective of, well, I know that we experience these things in life, and sometimes, and you were you were associating those things being experienced in life to what your own experiences, because that's all you had to speak of, right? I know when this happened to me and this, that, and the other. But all I'm saying is that those two things could go the same way, but it's not necessarily going to go the same way, because it's separate, right? Like I said, I think that the trans male is probably more evolved than everybody on the planet, because having gone through that, they might have the empathy, but they can't really associate with it at all in their brain wise, because it's not who they are as a person. So it may be just a serious anomaly to them.
Thanks for breaking that down. Thanks for breaking that down. That was a smooth
Okay,
perspective. Thank
Conscious,
you.
I got a question, baby. Do you experience manhood or womanhood? How you are living your life? Like, I just honestly, do you
No, I
experience
think that's a
manhood
great
or
question.
womanhood?
No, I think that's a great question, because in these conversations over the past few years where gender has come up, I have had to question exactly what I don't know, because I also had such a feminine experience. There's a lot of black cis men, a lot of cis hetero men. Shit, there's a lot of cis gay masculine presenting gay men who did not have the type of experience in their body and in their life like the way that I did. So I'm not comfortable saying that I experienced manhood in the classic sense, because most black men have never had to deal with their femininity. A lot of them have been detached or socialized from it or oppressed it. I lived out loud. I really had to deal with my orientation. Also, because I'm gay, my experience of being black, a black man, has been very different from my cis hetero counterparts. Like there's so many nuances to my existence that makes my existence of manhood and my experience just very different than other men. Like we did not have a monolithic
And
experience.
China,
Right.
he is the
So
perfect
reason why
example of
I
what I
asked
was
you,
saying.
the reason why I asked you, do you experience manhood? Because you cannot acknowledge it, but we know you do. And for example, part of being a biological man, if you have a fully
Hold on. Before you go any further, I think that that's where me and you differ because I'm somebody who uses man and woman in terms of the gender identity, and I'm someone who, when you say womanhood or manhood, for me, that is talking about the nuance of a person's emotional experience, religious experience, orientation experience, ethnicity experience. It's not like I'm not talking about biology. So for me, manhood, like, yes, I have a dick. Yes, I experience puberty. Yes, you know, my voice is a male's voice. I experience all of those physiological, etc. But when you say manhood, that's not what comes to mind for me. It's my biology.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I was gonna talk about that in that the word is in itself man and then hood, because you know the word man, what you're identifying, and then the experiences that go along with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I was gonna simply say, just like I gave this example with Will, when I told Will, and I think it was a good example. No matter how he feels or what he identified, his anatomy is going to force him to go through womanhood. What it not so when that's why I keep saying when I'm listening to y'all make these comments of feelings and all that stuff, I'm not dismissing nobody. Hell, I'm not rich. I feel rich sometimes when I eat expensive, but I know I'm not
But
rich.
guess what? If you
But
were a woman, that would have been a part of your womanhood experience, and it would have made you
that,
very
but
different from your
rich is not
womanhood
subjugated
experience.
to womanhood. That's
But
not a
it is
connection to
though.
womanhood.
It
But
is
no,
though.
it's not. Being rich has nothing to do with a
Yes, it
person's
is.
anatomy. So what I'm trying to say, like you think I'm trying to make a pushback,
Being
but I'm
rich
really trying to.
affects how you experience that. That's what he's
Yeah.
trying to
So
say.
all right,
Being rich
so
or poor affects how your
Yeah, it
experience
frames
of
and
womanhood
informs
being
your
rich
is.
doesn't
identity.
matter. Being rich does
Because
hell,
rich
a
bodies
fucking
are
cat.
treated very
Y'all know a
differently.
cat can be rich, right? Somebody left their inheritance
Rich
to a cat.
bodies are
So it's
commodified
not
in ways
subjected to
and
a
that poor
anatomy.
bodies
Y'all keep
aren't.
playing these games, and I'm literally just trying to
It's
ask a
not
simple
games.
question.
Like
You think I'm trying to trap you up,
Hey,
and I'm
no,
not.
I'm not.
a
I'm trying
rich
to get
woman,
clear,
a
and
rich
I'm
woman
literally
and
telling
a
Hold on.
you.
I think
poor
that. Hold on.
woman
Hold on.
experience
I think I
womanhood
know what's
differently.
happening here. Hold
I
on.
would.
Hold on. What
Y'all just don't want to acknowledge
what
shit. Man.
creates
This
this
is
point of
crazy.
contention for Neo is the fact that Neo, you are talking to people who have a different framework for these things that you're talking about, and it's just that we don't agree on certain things in the way that we're defining certain words. Like,
But y'all making it up. Why
it's
can't
not a
y'all
making.
still? The
Okay,
reason why y'all not
so
agreeing
I
with me
just
because
had
y'all making
okay.
it
So I
up.
just
So
brought
you
up a.
can't get upset
I
with
just
someone
brought
who's
up.
not agreeing with y'all
I
because
just
I'm
brought
basing it
up.
off of what facts and what it is, and
I just
y'all
brought
basing
up.
it off
I
on
just
y'all
Googled.
own little make believe constructs.
Everybody
No,
can.
Like I
no.
literally was
Everybody
just
can
trying to ask a
Google.
simple question
I
and
just
I can't
Google.
even get it out.
I just
Like
Google
this is
a
wild,
manhood.
bro.
I just Google a manhood. Anybody's a Google can do that. According to the Oxford Dictionary, the meaning of manhood is the state or period of being a man rather than a child. The other definition is qualities traditionally associated with men, such as courage, strength, sexual potency. So we're talking about ideals and social constructs that have to do with identity. Now, this is something that you choose, and it's fine. You choose to make all of this stuff about genitalia and biology.
I actually
That's
wasn't.
not
I was.
that's not what I do. I incorporate identity. That's the way it's always going to be. That's the way that I understand it. I accept that understanding. I accept these definitions that go along with biological reality as well. If you want to be stuck to the left of the pendulum, that's your choice. But I'm not going to be stuck there with you.
Okay, so wait. I just want to say this
Dilly.
little
The
piece
reason why they
here.
would not let me finish, Philly Dilly, because somebody said let Neil finish. The reason why they won't let me finish is because they continually want to force me into arguments that I am not making. Again, every time people keep cutting me off and not let me have a complete thought, what I'm saying always get lost in the sauce. And then you have people lie and make up and say I said things I didn't say because they try to say I'm forming an argument that I'm not making. I literally just asked you because I was going to ask you about the womanhood, because I was going to relate it to when you wear the nails and the hair, and have you ever felt like you experienced womanhood at one point? I was actually going to go into a philosophical conversation, but you
Okay,
were
but
so
hold
quick to
on.
give me some
Hold
pushback.
on.
You
Wait.
think I'm trying to make
Please.
everything
Please
biological.
wait.
No, it's
Please
not,
wait.
because I have
So-
also hold on, Andrew, because I have already, like, I gave a whole soliloquy earlier about my whole experience. I don't call it womanhood because I don't even assign femininity to womanhood, because all women not feminine, and all women
I
are
don't
not,
either.
and not all women are organically feminine. I was raised up with tomboys. I was raised up with girls who played the sports. They got out there and got dirty and gritty. They climbed trees. They rode bikes. They were one of the so-called boys. So when it comes to these whole terminology of womanhood and manhood, those things are not exclusive to anything but what is interpersonal for the individual woman or man. So I don't even assign femininity to womanhood, so I wouldn't say that I experience womanhood, but I experience femininity.
Okay, so I want to make sure that what I'm about to say is clear, because I think you misunderstood, and I'm trying to explain to you when, because I want to make sure everybody in the audience understands what I was talking about when I was talking about rich and poor and womanhood. Okay, when I say we all experience womanhood differently, because we are all different people, but a rich woman is going to experience womanhood at one place where she's able to afford the experiences of the high, like China and I were talking about the experiences of the barbershop. There's the experiences of facials, and the experience of going, if they want to go to, 2 days a week and get their hair done and get their nails done every day of the week.
Debutante balls.
It's debutante balls, like you said, what do they say, sweet 16, cotillions and things like that. That experience is going to be different from the experience of a poor woman who cannot afford those things. So that's all I'm saying. Are they both female? Or if we're talking about biological women here, are
Again,
they
and this what
are they
happens
both?
when this
I
what
did not
happens when
interrupt
people don't
you.
complete what I say, because then they'll force an argument in a statement that I didn't even make.
I
Neo,
didn't say
Neo,
anything.
I don't think nobody's trying to force an
I didn't
argument.
think you said
When
anything.
you misrepresent something I'm saying and making an
I'm
argument about
clarifying
something I
what
didn't
I
say, that's
said.
forcing an argument, sister.
I'm
It's
clarifying
not.
what
It's
I
not.
said.
Because
I'm
you
not
see
talking
how
about
he's
anybody.
highlighting. You see how Conscious right now. When I tried to get a direct answer and
The
try to, and,
I'm
definitions, yeah, I'm highlighting actual
and when
definitions of
then when
words.
the person made up the word, when she
But
said rich, I was saying, okay, but rich has nothing.
Your approach
Rich.
is so aggressive and
All right, hey,
confrontational.
conscious,
Yes.
baby. All right, so my food is here. My girl
nobody
DoorDash me some
said any
food.
of this stuff
Okay,
to
so you about to
My
get
girl,
us.
off?
so
So
can
you
I
about
do
to
a
get off
No,
now?
she
closing?
got
Can
but
I?
she has been here
Can
for
I
7
use
hours,
it?
y'all. It has been 7 damn
But
hours.
Jesus Christ, though,
Okay,
conscious, come on.
can I
People do
please
have
do a
other
This
closing
things to do.
argument?
behavior
And
is infantile.
can I please play the video that I've been trying to play for the last 4 hours and do a closing argument? Because I really want to
Conscious.
have a dialogue.
Christ.
I really want to have a
Okay, we're always
dialogue.
irritated
Hold
that
on,
people
No, you
can't just
Conscious,
know
don't.
wait.
what you know.
You don't want
No,
to have a
you
dialogue.
don't, because
Yes,
you kept
You don't
if
want to
you
have a
wanted to have a
dialogue.
dialogue, you would have met
Look.
Conscious where he was at. He told you
No,
specifically.
to
He told you
y'all
specifically.
having a dialogue means agreeing.
No,
No,
no, it
That's
doesn't. No,
to
it
y'all.
doesn't.
That's what
you
it
like
No,
the
is.
it
Because
sound
doesn't.
of
I
your
bet if I
own
didn't
voice.
disagree with one thing that
No,
Conscious
it
said,
doesn't.
I would have never got interrupted by him or y'all.
You like the
So keep
sound
it
of your own.
real.
That's not
Now,
true.
hey,
Conscious was
I'm gonna
giving you
let y'all talk.
clarification.
I'm getting ready to leave. Why won't y'all even let me say my piece and
Because
go?
because
Because you have
because
said
because you don't get
enough.
to
Because
exit
you
the conversation
and you
because you
acting like
ready.
white
And when the
supremacists right
conversation
now,
ain't really
and you
done, so
acting
you
like a
don't get
white
to
supremacist.
put it on the
You're
closing. You don't get
quieting
to
my
But I
you
voice.
don't
thought I
get
You're
was
to
a
you don't get to
quieting
put
my
it on the
voice.
closing. You
You're
don't get to close
quieting
out
my
shit.
voice.
You don't get to close out
You're
shit in the middle
quieting my voice. This is
of a
not your show.
conversation.
This is Conscious
You don't
show,
get
and
to
he invited
you
me
don't
over
get to
here.
close out shit
So
in the
yes,
midst
and you.
of
This is
y'all
not your show,
conversation. You ain't
Muffin. We was doing good. What happened?
no.
Why you always flipping
You
up
were
so
doing good,
fast? Like we was
bro,
just
because
doing good.
because
flipped out.
you.
Because you flipped out.
Conscious,
Because
out
you
of
flipped out so
respect
fast.
for the relationship that me and you develop over time. the respect that I have for you, because you clearly see,
You
even
don't
though I
respect a
disagree
thing
with
about
you on a
anybody.
lot of stuff,
Nothing.
baby,
Yes.
you know I have a lot of respect for you, and
No, you
the
don't.
proof
Of
is in the
course.
pudding. You behind me
Y'all
on
stop
my
it. So,
screen, so we can agree to disagree. But
of
you
course.
know, after that
And I,
conversation that me
yes.
and you had on the phone, I have a level of respect for you,
Of
baby,
course,
and
of
you
course, of
know it.
course. And you ain't
So
even gotta
I'm
go all,
asking.
and you ain't even gotta do all of that, Anio. The reality is this show, it was centered around you. So of course you get to close out the conversation and all of that. Like,
But she
of course.
don't get to speak to people like that, though, Conscious.
Oh
I
my
never
God.
spoke to her like that. Ever. In all of this time, this woman has sat here and she has called me disrespectful ass name. She has said a million disrespectful ass things to me, and I haven't called her out
And
her
you
name
got
once.
nothing to mention
And
her
I have
name.
the ability to do
I
so.
just wanted to just chime in before we go into that conversation because y'all were doing so good. And one thing I just wanted to speak to, manhood and womanhood is subjective. It will vary per
Yes.
culture. Because there's something that I have said, like, okay, and hear me when I'm saying reducing your womanhood to your womb or anything like that, okay? But this is something that I've always said. In a patriarchal society where the males are supposed to be head of the household, males will procreate with everything and cultivate nothing. It takes men to cultivate something. Males can go fertilize these eggs and cultivate not a damn thing. There are plenty of females who do birth, but they are not women in the construct of how they chose to take care of their
Yes,
children,
exactly.
regardless of if they're married or not. So it just really, there is a definitely say men and women. It does come from a subjective, because even without the influence of the LGBTQ in a patriarchal society, and I think biological females should do the same thing. I look at plenty of males who, yes, they exercise masculinity, they exercise performative masculinity, they exercise aggression, all with maleness. However, if you ask this motherfucker, do they have a bank account? No. If you ask them what is going on in their household and what is the upkeep of the financial upkeep in their household,
Couldn't tell you.
they don't know. So when people, keep in mind that is a very much subjective identity when we say man and woman. It is not a one size needs to be a man here. In Ireland, men wear longer kilts that to us look like skirts, right? And other societies, that doesn't take away to us in the West, that seems feminine. But to the culture paradigm of the Irish, guess what? That's masculine. Same thing with the peacock and the peacock. The female peacock is very elaborate, has all of the designs, that's being very flamboyant and seen. The female is not. That did not change sex or autonomy because of the simple fact that what we register manhood and womanhood. And that's the problem that everybody has, all people here underneath the spectrum, homosexuality, transgender, cisgender, we are all influenced and put out of proper context when it comes to biology. Not to the point of people who are transgender. No, how we associate assertiveness, movement, masculinity. Baby, the way that Nia and China went at each other, that shit was masculine as fuck. Now, I don't know China is man, baby, or you a masculine presenting woman.
Black lesbian woman.
Okay, because I didn't want to misgender you, but see the way that y'all two went at each other, that shit was that was plenty of masculine energy there. Just because I saw your aggression of assertiveness with each other, I didn't equivocate because y'all are females and being aggressive, dominating with each other. That didn't take away from your womanhood. That doesn't take away from your femaleness. So we have to really try to deconstruct these identities and ideals of what we have all been told. Sometimes trans women are inspiring to be the ideal of a woman based off of what a male said a woman should be. Because males have created womanhood based off of their needs in a patriarchal society and not just biology. So, I just wanted to say that manhood and womanhood even just from my opinion, it's not just about the biology. You can exercise maleness, you can exercise femaleness, but when it comes to the sophistication of socialization and psychology, that is something for humanoids. You have to exhibit traits within behavior and function, not just genitalia or sexual reproduction. Y'all have a nice evening.
All right, thank you, brother.
Oh, beautifully said.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much been saying that all night, but I guess it's better when he say it. But okay. So again, can you now? I'm finna play this video. You see, you have no respect. And I'll be wrong if I say you act. You know, I ain't even gonna push
Respect
that. I
is
ain't even gonna
given to
post that
those
here.
who
I
earn
ain't
it. You
even.
have
Girl, you just
disrespected
hate
me
me. Just shut the fuck
I
up.
don't
You
know
just hate me.
you.
Yes, you do.
You
You
gotta
won't
speak to
even
her
respect.
like that,
You
bro.
won't
Why you
even
gotta speak to
respect
her
me.
like that?
You won't even respect me as a
Neo,
human being with a
what?
different opinion. I'm literally asking you, let
No,
me
I don't
lead.
Neo,
disrespect
you so
people who
sensitive.
talk
All she did was
with
make a
That's
you.
noise, bro.
fine.
All she
I
did
don't
was make a
care
noise.
what
You
y'all
could have kept
call me.
talking.
That's
You could have
fine.
kept talking. Why you
That's
had to go on
fine.
this tangent
That's
and start
fine.
crying and
That's
whining
fine.
about all the
Okay,
shit?
thank you. Thank you, Stud Muffin. Thank you, babe.
There ain't
Thank
no stud muffin. See you
you.
being
So,
disrespectful as
You need to
fuck. Didn't I
grow
tell your
okay,
up.
ass
thank
not to
you,
call
Stud
me
You
that,
need
you
to
Muffin.
grow
dumbass
Thank
bitch?
up.
you.
Didn't
Thank
I
you,
tell your
Stud
ass not to
Muffin.
call me that?
Don't
The
No,
mind.
most
no, I'm not letting
Thank
your
you,
ass
Stud
speak now.
Muffin.
I'm not
Okay,
immature.
letting
why
your
is
ass
you
speak
so
now.
upset? Why is you getting so mad? Like, calm down.
You are
Calm down.
Letting
absolutely
I'm
you speak
literally
about
trying to
immature.
shit.
lead.
I'm not letting you speak about shit now.
Yeah, because
Fuck
you're
what you talking
angry.
about, motherfucker. Because
So
you
which sex
disrespectful
are
as
you
fuck. We
identifying? Why
already
you
went through this shit though. We already went through
which
this
sex
shit. I
which
told you
sex
what
are
my
you
pronouns was,
identifying?
motherfucker. I told
Which
you what
one
my
are you
no. This is why you.
identifying?
This is why.
So are
This
you
is why.
experiencing manhood or womanhood? Why are you talking to me like that?
If I'm
Okay.
experiencing man, I'm experiencing.
Why are you talking to me? Which one are you
See,
experiencing?
this right here is
Stop calling
why.
me.
Did the
Stop
universe
calling
just
me.
take
Stop
you?
calling me. And the universe ain't did shit.
Right
Hey,
here is
Shut the
why
conscious
fuck.
baby,
you
can I
can't
please exit out? I don't know why they want
you
to
can
argue with me when I
only
don't know.
Okay, y'all. Hello,
I
y'all. Okay,
don't want to
y'all.
argue
conscious
with them.
Okay,
I
y'all.
don't know why there's
please.
such
Okay,
an
yeah.
aggression here.
Okay, y'all.
Like,
So let me take the wheel a little bit here. So I do have another live stream lined up. We
yes.
do need to close it out. So let's go ahead and get to this video
But
and then
conscious, wait a minute, please.
Oh
Let
my
me say this
God,
one last thing
you
to
being
you.
yes.
controlling. I'm starting to assume what I think you might be.
See that right there, conscious. See that's the part I'm talking about. It's
Like,
okay.
I
It's so.
mean, I'm starting
Oh
to
Lord
assume. I'm
Jesus,
just making an
conscious,
observation. You can't get mad at me how I'm
conscious,
perceiving you, just like y'all
conscious,
keep perceiving me as transphobic.
conscious.
You
Please,
can't get mad how I'm perceiving you. I'm basing it off how you're treating me.
I promise you
conscious.
that
Come
Please.
Bro,
on.
ain't
You just
nobody
I
want to
talking
let
up
you
to me
promise
finish
like
speaking
I
I'm
on shit, bro,
talking.
because you
I
kept
just
fucking
want to
with my
get
pronouns.
out.
Now you gonna call me by what the fuck I want to be called, and you ain't gonna do that stud
I did
muffin
not call.
bullshit no
I
more.
don't even know what pronouns to call
We
her. She
already
wants to
I
call me
motherfucker, the
promise
motherfucker already,
y'all.
the motherfucker who
I
asked,
promise
who was
y'all.
on here, she asked.
I promise y'all that
Y'all are funny.
were
Y'all
to
some bullies over here.
if
None
they
of
were
y'all
to
must know
hook
how to
if
fight
they
in
were
real
able to
life.
hook
Cause y'all
if they
some
were
bullies.
I promise you that if the medical community were able to hook me up to an EKG or a goddamn hot blood a blood pressure machine, that all of my biology would qualify me for a goddamn disability check right now. I
Me
would be
too.
qualified based
Me too.
upon the way them numbers look on them screens, point back and appear. Okay, so can we just, Andrea, please, whatever you about to
Yeah.
say, do not hear Neo, so we can finally also get to the video and
I
everything
just hope
else.
y'all be able to hear me.
Yes.
Only thing I'm saying is, in order to have, especially a conversation like this, like I said before, there has to be a level of one, respect. There has to be a level of maturity shown. There has to be a level of understanding that you don't know everything. I don't know everything, and they don't know everything. But what you can't do is is throw out all of this bitterness and this venom, and then don't expect bitterness and venom to come back to you. That's just not. I mean, you're not gonna. I hate it for anybody that's gonna like listen to parts of this conversation, because there are gems sprinkled out throughout this entire conversation, but they're gonna be lost in if I can't have my way, I'm going to overtalk everyone so that nothing gets out, so that nothing gets understood, so that no one's point but mine gets heard, so that I am the loudest voice in the room. I've got to show that I'm the smartest, I'm a noted expert on everything. No, that's just no, none of us are going to get there that way. I've learned so much from everybody here. I'm the person who came on here and admitted and saying, okay, we need to start having this conversation by first admitting, hey, I was raised this type of way. I was raised to be homophobic. I was raised to be transphobic. So that, and I have unconscious biases in those areas that I am trying to unlearn. And so now that I have acknowledged that, why was I, what made these things trigger me or what made that trigger me? And then get to the root of those issues so that we can all get past this. If I can admit that about myself, that does not make me a bad person. It does not make anybody else a bad person. What makes it a bad person is for me to not acknowledge that. And all I'm saying is we can think we know everything, but the facts are that we don't. And when we come across as unapproachable and the insights start flowing and all of this, when we are presented with a difficult conversation, nobody, you can have everything, you can know everything, but I promise you nobody is going to listen to a word of it. Your delivery. Now I'm addressing her, but I'm addressing her in love. I'm not fussing or
No, you
arguing.
can keep that love. I
Sweetheart,
don't want your love, ma'am.
I'm 48
That love
years
is
old.
disingenuous. That
Sweetie,
love is very disingenuous. I
I'm
don't need your love.
48 years old, and I'm trying to tell you something. You seem like somebody who really does want to connect with people, and you want to get your point across, and you want people, and you want knowledge. It seems to me you like knowledge, you crave knowledge. You're that kind of person. I totally get it. I really do. Like right now, you think I hate you. I don't.
You do, and I'm gonna prove it on my show.
Sweetheart,
That's
sweetheart,
fine. You do.
sweetheart, I'm just frustrated because I know I've been there. I know that it seems to me that you are about knowledge. It seems to me that you are about research. It seems to me all of that kind of stuff. What I'm trying to tell you is you're not going to win anyone over to understanding what you want them to understand or to hear your points of view. There's no sense in preaching to the choir. The choir saved. If you are trying to get someone else to understand and hear your side of any argument, talking to them the way you do, berating them the way that you do, telling them that they're ignorant or they don't know this and you know this and they just need to hear what you have to, that's not going to get you anywhere, even if you are right. Nobody wants to be talked to or spoken to in that way.
Yeah,
Especially when they're not.
Nobody wants to be shut down and they want to be heard. And I'm not trying to dismiss you, but I am hungry. I've been on this live for 7 hours. I have not ate all day, y'all. I just want to say my piece.
Yeah, y'all. I gotta get out of here too.
Like I'm not even trying to dismiss. You can perceive me and all that. It doesn't even matter, ma'am. Honestly, you can sit up here and say it's my approach or whatever. People gonna like you and they're gonna dislike you. I mean, you 50 something years old. You just said it. If they like you, they're gonna perceive it. Well, whatever, ma'am. Whatever.
Man, don't waste your breath on her because she ain't worth it no more, man.
All right, now I'm worthless. Now I'm worthless.
Don't add to it now. Don't add.
Look, Conscious,
she
ain't worth it. She ain't worth the piece of shit on the street.
Then I'll be worthless. I'll be worthless, but I'm still always stand on true.
Hell no.
So okay, ma'am. All right,
because we don't. Because we
have
have
bitch. What did I tell you?
What are you gonna do? Beat me up?
Conscious, you
What
you sure
like,
right. Don't add two more
what
years
you
on
going?
me.
What are
You
you really
said
gonna
that
do?
picture knocked doctor. You see me, girl. I look good for 48. Don't play.
What
You
are
do. You
you
sure
really
do.
gonna
She's
You
a
do?
look
gorgeous
beautiful,
child.
and your voice is
Exactly,
You can
sexy.
get
nothing. You
any
ain't
of
You
gonna
these
do
20-year-olds to
beautiful.
nothing.
run for their
You
money, child.
Thank
beautiful.
you.
You
Don't play.
Child,
beautiful.
Don't play
please.
with it.
Hey, conscious. I
Come
argue
on.
with men all day.
Come
This
on.
shit right here was a piece of cake. This wasn't
I
even a
Okay,
can't tell
challenge.
how
okay.
soft and sensitive your
So
bitch ass was. How
hey,
you was
y'all
doing
the
all
one
this
who won't
whining and
keep
crying
attacking.
over
Now I'm a bitch
shit.
So
ass.
can we
Yeah,
I'm
get
a
to the
yeah,
bitch
video,
ass.
y'all?
yes,
So
I
can
You
we
was.
want a box?
Yeah,
You want a boxes? That's what you want to do?
sure.
can we
Nah,
get
I
What you
to
want
the
to
want to
fuck
video,
do?
you. I want to fuck you.
y'all?
I want to bend you over and fuck you. That's what I
Well,
want to do.
I don't.
Lord,
I
That's
that
what the
got
fuck
don't
I want to
like.
freaky.
do.
My
I'm not
That's
God.
into
the fuck I want to
studs.
Get a
do. I don't
room
give a
I'm
trying to
fuck
not
what the
into
fuck
NDO.
you
Jesus.
into.
studs.
I don't give a fuck what the
Conscious,
fuck
I
you
don't want.
into,
I don't
bitch.
want
I'm
to do
not
this.
Send
into
me an invite.
I don't
studs.
give a fuck what the fuck you into.
I'm
You is a
not into
woman. I don't give a
studs.
fuck what the fuck you into. I'll bend your
I
I'm
ass
not
hate
over and
into
this.
I'll fuck the
studs.
fuck
So
out of
I
you. I eat
decline.
that pussy. It's all right. It's
I
all right.
Oh,
decline
It's
your
all
session.
right.
I
It's
like
all right. It's all
having my
right.
pussy ate. You can
This
ask my
stud
girl.
muffin. This stud
Now I
muffin will do
love,
it.
you know, not
Will
only
do it.
studs
This
eat
stud
pussy.
muffin
You
will too.
understand that, right?
I do.
My
Yeah, yes.
girlfriend
I
must
got
be
a
mute.
pussy
Okay,
too.
so
She
I'll
must be
fuck you
mute.
too.
I
I'll fuck
just
Girlfriend
you
must
want to
too.
be
make
mute.
sure that was
I'll
clear.
fuck you and your bitch at the same
So,
time. I'll fuck both of y'all at the same time. What's up?
hey,
What's up? This
stud
stud muffin to
muffin,
do it. This
stud
stud
muffin.
muffin to do it.
It's
This
not.
stud
If
Shout
you
out
muffin
to
to
the
find
do it.
me
This
girlfriend
stud
attractive,
mute.
muffin to
that's
do it.
on
This
you.
stud muffin to do it,
If
motherfucker.
you find
This
me
stud muffin will
attractive,
do
that's
it.
on you.
Guess
But
what?
I don't
Guess
find
what?
you
Guess what?
attractive,
She's talking
so
about
That's
I'm
Tuesdays and
fine.
not
That's
Thursdays,
fine.
y'all.
interested.
Nigga, no, I know I'm
So
fine.
I'm not
No, I know I'm
interested,
fine. I'll fuck
sis.
you and your bitch. Keep calling
Go.
me stud muffin.
Hey,
Keep calling
sis.
me stud muffin. This
Hey,
stud muffin will
stud
fuck you and your
muffin.
bitch.
Who
Hey,
y'all? The
girl,
girl
Stud
get
talking
your
about
bitch on the
Tuesdays and
line. I don't want to
Thursdays
talk
at
to you.
noon.
Get your
muffin.
bitch on the line. Get your
The
bitch on the
stud
line. Get
muffin.
your bitch on
Stud
the line, bro.
muffin.
Get your bitch on
Calm
the line, bro.
down.
Get your bitch on the
Calm
line, bro.
down,
Now I don't
stud.
gotta
Stud muffin.
stud
Stud
muffin,
muffin.
stud
Hey,
muffin,
conscious, can you
stud
please
muffin,
just gain
stud
control of
muffin.
your
No,
panel so I can leave, baby,
That would
please?
be
bitch,
nice,
you can just
right?
leave.
Child Libra girl, I
So
don't know who's
That
still
would
here,
that's
be
what it
girl.
nice,
is. Now,
right?
that's what it is. The
Okay,
aggression is because she likes me.
And
And
no,
you find
okay,
me
that's what it
attractive.
Oh,
is.
Oh, you
okay,
like to have
y'all.
sex,
You
so
I
that's
hate
what
that
it
she
is.
like
It
you.
literally
It's
comes
all
to
about
light. The
you.
universe will reveal. You let people talk, the truth come out. The thing is, you
Y'all.
find me attractive
No.
sexually. But I'm not into studs, baby. I'm not. They too masculine for me, and I like feminine energy. And I'm sure I'll put $1,000 that I can fuck any bitch better than you.
China
Oh
wants
my
you,
So
and I
God.
hate
let's
you.
go ahead and
Not
get
the
that
dick
straight. If you
swinging
want to have a
competition.
competition,
Oh
if
my
you want to have a competition who can
God.
fuck better, I promise you, baby, on that
Everybody,
Y'all,
love, you ain't gonna
y'all
never
drawing
be able to do
blood
it
out of
better
each
than
other
me,
right
baby.
now.
So,
everybody.
Why
man,
y'all
you ain't
drawing
gonna never
blood out
be
of
able
each
to
other right
experience it.
now?
I know you
And scene.
desiring
You're
it.
right,
Y'all
breakdown.
putting
I
And
bullets
know
in
you
each
scene.
other
desiring
right
it, but
now.
I'm telling you for a fact. I know for a fact you ain't gonna be able to do nothing I can do in the bedroom, baby. It's a
Bedroom?
reason why they
How did
go
we get
crazy.
here? How
It's
did
a
we get
reason why
Hey,
they go crazy. But you ain't gonna never be able to experience it, baby.
here?
So that's what it is. You
What
desiring,
the
you want
happened,
something that you
y'all?
can't have. So now you hurt.
What
oh,
It's
now,
cool.
happened?
Trying to sound like a
immaturity.
Okay,
nigga to
You
myself.
know,
She gonna fuck me. Child,
vocabulary,
please.
vocabulary,
I'm ready,
vocabulary
Conscious.
and
Can I please finally
discussion
close
is
out?
yeah.
Ma'am,
aligned
you
with
can say
level
whatever
of
you about to
Okay,
say
intelligence.
y'all. Okay.
The lower the
after I
level of
leave.
intelligence, the lower the conversation.
So, that's fine. So now, can I say what I have to say, Conscious? I'm
Yes.
finna play this video. And I really believe, because I came across this video, it's funny. I actually came across this video an hour before you contact me and asked me to join your link. So I believe in purpose and I believe in destiny. And I believe the Most High, the creator of us all, purposely gave me this video because it was giving me tools to combat the shit that was going to be said to me. The lady with the master's degree, degree, or well, let me
Yes.
start saying lady, the person with the master's
Andrew.
degree
Yes.
and the bachelor's degree
Yes.
literally
Oh.
kept saying that I come off as I know everything.
No, I said
And
you
I'm
come off like
going
you
to
think
show
you know
y'all
everything.
that when people
I
who
come
say
off.
that,
You come off like you
that's a
think you know
defense
everything.
mechanism. That's a defense mechanism because
Is
they're
it?
really jealous or
I'm jealous.
lacking what the
Jealous.
person is
I'm
saying.
jealous.
So,
I'm jealous.
Conscious, can you play the video,
Girl,
my
I'm
daughter?
jealous. I'm
Can
jealous
you play the video?
of what?
You're jealous of my intelligence, ma'am, and I'm gonna prove it.
Girl, very big headed.
I mean,
Yes.
coming from a woman who says she'll call a woman free.
Man, I gotta
So,
go.
Conscious, can you please play the
Yes.
video? I
Yes.
believe. Can
Okay,
you
y'all.
play the
I
video?
want us to.
God
I want us
gave
to
me a
all pay attention
blessing.
to this video, y'all.
God
Okay.
gave me a blessing to combat these demons. They sound like demons yelling at me, like really.
Oh, Jesus.
So, but like, I mean, I'm keeping it
Ooh, I
real.
got
If I was
tears
a
on that
Christian, I
man.
would think y'all were demons. How y'all acting?
No intelligence.
See, you know, a
Say it again.
demon. See,
Say it
because
again.
Conscious is
Say
a
it again. What
Christian,
am I?
he'll tell
Say
you
it again.
that the Bible say
Say it
that
again.
the
I want to hear it again.
adversary
I'm
accused
jealous of what?
y'all
Please say it
accused me
again.
of a lot of shit today, and then God sent that man with the dreads to
He
come
did?
as my defense to show that y'all are liars. So
Oh,
now I'm
okay.
finna play a
He didn't
video
really
that
come
was
to your
given
offense,
to me.
though.
Say it
Now I'm
He didn't
gonna
come
again.
to your
show a
offense,
video
though.
that was given to me an
Really?
hour before I even
Say it
hit this
again.
link to show
Say it
that the
again.
Most High is favoring me on this situation,
Say it
regardless
again.
if
Tell me
y'all want
again.
to accept this or not. So, Conscious, please
Okay.
put the video up and play it so I can say what I gotta
All
say
right,
and
y'all.
go.
I
Hold
need
on, hold on.
everybody.
One second.
Please.
Can I say something before this
It
video
should
gets
Yeah,
actually
your
played?
show us a
audience
TikTok
ready for
video.
me to leave. Conscious, like, come on,
It
baby,
should
let me
show us
just
a
play it
TikTok
out.
video,
man,
and
just
it's
get the
supposed to
fuck
prove
on, bro.
everything.
Nah, yeah, you don't want the truth, huh? You don't
Y'all
want the truth.
know we gonna get this video out of the way, y'all. So let's
Thank you, baby. See, that's
all
why I love you.
say,
That's why you my
let's all
goddess.
do
You
this
can
video,
see.
y'all.
Conscious,
That's
this
why
girl
you
been
my
begging
goddess.
us.
You can
This
be
girl been
fair.
begging
You
us
can
to
be
Y'all,
fair when
because
it's right. You
I'm
can be
hungry
fair.
too. God damn it! Hold on. Let's just get this video straight. So
Thank you, goddess.
okay.
Thank you, goddess.
Okay, so here we go, y'all. Here we go.
Wow.
Okay? You're always irritated at people for not knowing what you know. You're just kind of a know-it-all. Okay? You're always irritated at people for not knowing what you know. I'm never irritated at anyone for not knowing what I know. Okay, I'm irritated at them being irritated with me for knowing what I know. No one's irritated at you for knowing things. Okay, well, anytime anybody asks the question, I wonder why such and I have the answer, why does it seem like they're so annoyed? Because you're a know-it-all. Okay, but again, that's you being annoyed with me. I'm not annoyed with you. It just seems like such an obvious defense mechanism to go around claiming that you don't like people that are know-it-alls because they think and act like they're better than everyone. And it clearly has nothing to do with them thinking they're better than anyone, and that's such an obvious projection. It has everything to do with you just not liking them knowing things. But you're always so frustrated that people don't know what you know. Wrong. I'm frustrated that people don't want to know what I know. Especially
Girl, you
when
gotta
they
be
ask.
embarrassed.
Okay, here we go with your word soup. I'm not really a know-it-all. I'm more of a wonder-it-all, okay? You'd actually stop to think about it for a moment. The funny thing about you calling me a know-it-all is that you would realize I ask more questions than anyone you've ever met. Okay, so I have no insecurity around admitting that I don't know things. I'm not threatened by other people offering information and answers that I don't have. The thing I'm aware of and know the
I
most
know
is
we
how
did
much
not
I don't
sit
know.
there.
Never occurred to me to think that someone who knew something that I didn't also thought they were better than me. Like, truly, what is this obsession about? I don't find it comforting to think that there's no one I can look to and trust for answers. If you're the best one in the room, then you're in the wrong room. Okay. The sheer number of times somebody has said to me, why do you want to know so much? Why do you need an explanation for everything? Why do you have to ask so many questions? It's just the way it is. Because a fundamental part of my being will always want to know what I don't know. And maybe that's how we're different. I think that's beautiful. It's all necessary. I'm not mad at you for not knowing what I know. I'm only ever mad at you for getting mad at me for knowing what I know. So you don't think know-it-alls exist? I definitely didn't say that. I'm sure they do. Whether or not know-it-alls exist is not dependent upon whether or not I am one. I'm just so sick of people thinking that they're better than other people.
Okay.
The cognitive dissonance that we just
So
watched
to the
is
Most High, God, thank you for
Jesus
sending me
Lord.
that video. Thank you, Lord. Thank you to the
What
Creator.
Baby, that
video
video
actually
doesn't
Now,
do what you
happened?
think
now
it
I'm finna
does.
close out. I'm finna close out my statement, and then y'all can say what the fuck y'all want to say. And
It
I
doesn't
and
do
it
what
makes
you
sense
think it
to my
does.
damn thing. And it still wouldn't change, and it still's not gonna change. Is a being a woman is a feeling.
Can I
Still not
please
gonna
Girl,
change.
just
real quick?
So,
sat here
Conscious, can you
these
please
hours.
politely ask your guest? Let me say it's going to be a
Yes,
short
y'all.
closing, and I'm out of
Yes,
here.
let's do
I
closing,
know y'all
please.
tired of me, so let
Please,
me.
y'all, because I'm
I
hungry. I
mean,
got a
y'all tired
headache.
of me,
I'm
so let me
starving. I got another
go.
live stream. I might have to reschedule my next, like, because
Like,
so, baby,
thank you, God. That was God
this
who sent
broccoli
me that
done,
video.
honey. This broccoli done. Put a fork at me.
All right. So here's my closing
Yes.
statement. All
Conscious,
right,
can I say
and
something before she says
peace to the people in the chat that did not disrespect me and lied to me. Peace for anyone who hit the panel and did not disrespect me and gaslight me and try to make me question my reality. Peace,
AKA people that
Hold on, y'all.
stroke their ego.
Hold on, y'all. I'm
peace
gonna have to.
to
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. 'Cause it's a lot of feedback, so I'm gonna just temporarily remove everybody so Neo can do her stuff.
that's the you the goddess, you the goat baby right there. All right. Peace to everyone who in the channel, regardless if you disagree with me or agree with me. I just want to say thank you for anyone who did not gaslight me, did not try to control the conversation, understood my perspective, even if you didn't agree, but was respected about it. I feel like I was trying to be a voice of reason on this panel, and I see that for some reason that's not the culture over here, and that's fine because I still love and enjoy Consciouztv. I support him. I watch him. He's literally right here. So he has some form of influence on me. I want y'all to know that I had a show scheduled today at 1 o'clock that was called The Civil War in the LGBT Community. And we was going to talk about the trans topic. I was going to bring on somebody I knew, show some videos, pull some sources to say that there is a bias that when people say certain things. And we can agree or disagree with what those things are. There was a lot of things that was said about me on this panel that simply was not true. But because someone doesn't like you or they hate you or they have a bias or a subconscious bias, things get lost in the sauce. I really don't have a dog in the fight when it comes down to how a trans person decides to live their life. I just said to get more understanding of what they're saying. Neil X believe being a woman is not a feeling. And I challenge y'all to ask any biological female and ask them, do they feel like a woman or do they just know that they are a woman? And there's another point that I want to make real quick and then I'm out. Social constructs is something that you're born into. You can be born into a particular race. You have no control of that. You could be born into classism of money, rich, poor, middle class. You have no control of that. You can be born in a different country and experience womanhood and manhood on a whole nother level that's opposite from the west side to the east side to the north side to the south side. That's just what humans do. But at the end of the day, humans come up with words to describe behavior or physical things that exist, that's tangible, that you can touch. The world, the whole world is not based on how you feel. Because as much as I feel like I'm a rich person, ain't no rich person coming to my sector or coming into my apartment and saying, okay, Neil, as you feel rich, I'm going to support you and I'm going to put you in a mansion. I'm going to give you all the tools you need so you can feel rich. They're not doing it that way. You feel me? Because it's not how that works, because it's a reality thing. I literally kept saying over and over that I will call a trans person what they want me to call them. But at the same time, we have to have respect for the other side. If biological women are collectively saying they don't want to be called cisgender, then we have to respect. If you want respect, it has to go both ways. I literally kept asking for y'all to stop calling me transphobic because no one brought a valid point to prove that I was transphobic, except what y'all perceive what I was trying to define what a woman is. And a woman is defined a female adult. And you cannot feel like a female adult. You just are. So I really feel like as much as everything that happened, I'm cool. I done been in worse hostile places. But over here, I think it's obvious it was a lot of biases. I feel like the Most High gave me a gift and sent the guy with the dreads to come in to also be the voice of reasoning and call out when I am being treated unfair. You guys been on here for years and months. Y'all have relationships. Y'all know each other in real life. Y'all don't fucking know Neil. I'm just a person with the hat that comes on here every now and again and worship my goddess and then take the fuck off and go to my platform. I'm telling y'all, a lot of trans women do not think like intersex, do not think like One Love. They are not calling me transphobic. And I'm just curious why. Because only thing Neil X is doing is using the word in its proper term. But I never said I don't want to be around them. They should not exist. We should not give them their civil rights. Hell, we all Americans on this fucking platform, right? We all American. In the Constitution, it says we have a pursuit of happiness. We should be able to pursue our happiness. I would never come between somebody's happiness. But I'm not going to take away somebody else who experienced a form of happiness just to make one group of people happy. That's not how that works. You got to find a way to come to a common ground. How can we all coexist together without it being you this, you that, you hateful, and then attacking each other with words? Y'all can sit up here and keep playing them games. Neil's rude, Neil's disrespecting. But just like the last show, when the playback game watched it, everybody saw it in live in the color. I was not rude to One Love at first. I went rude after she gave me energy. Then I gave it back. It's the same thing that happened again tonight. But because you're blinders, because you're biased, or you hate me, because you think I'm siding with the people that's oppressing trans people or killing trans people because you have so much hate for them. You literally don't even see a person who can be the person to bridge the gap between what they're saying, what you're saying, and then come together and say, okay, what is it that we're actually saying? I really believe that trans people are transitioning into a social construct. That's basically, that's how I feel. Until I can get a proper conversation with a trans person who would like Sable. And sis, if you ever see this, I really wish you was here today because I would talk to you all fucking day. But the two females that I've been dealing with, not the two trans women that I've been dealing with, you see the conversation ain't get nowhere. It became personal attacks, Neo this, Neo. Everybody was more concerned. They wanted me to know how they felt about me. But nobody wanted to talk about what the problem really is in the community. Why is this an argument? Why are the LGBTQ community, why are we not all on one accord on this? Why is there disagreement if we all under an umbrella of a group of people that's being oppressed by the same people we're trying to convince to accept you? Nobody want to have those conversations. So that, with that being said, to a trans person, for anybody who's watching this as trans man, trans woman, or non-binary, I sympathize with you. I can't empathize with you because I'm not trans. I'm not transitioning to anything. But I sympathize for you. And I sympathize for you because I know society is not going to treat you as human. People are going to have their biases. They're going to misrepresent you. They're going to attack you. They're going to murder you. You know, things like that is going to happen. But I say that the person that if you should be upset with somebody, be upset with the system that make these people think like that, and also be upset with the creator who put you in that body. Some people believe that you are the creator, your consciousness, your mind, you are the creator. Some people literally believe that. But that's who you need to take this fight up with, not with Neil X, a black philosopher on YouTube. The issue is if you have a problem with who you are, you want to accept who you are because you keep letting your feelings determine who you are instead of letting your experience determine on who you are. Feelings change. That's why the transitioning, when we even talked about that, regardless of whatever reason you think these people are detransitioning, we don't know that the facts say they are doing it. Their feelings change. You can love somebody and then you can hate them. It's a thin line between love and hate. Maybe it's a thin line between the gender constructs or gender identity. Maybe it is really a thin line. But there is no thin line between biological. We can argue about intersex, what it is or whatever. We read the definition. Some people got it, some people did not. At the end of the day, my purpose of coming over this show was to spread the awareness of the civil war in our community. It was not here to convince or change anybody's mind. It wasn't even for me to be likable on this channel. I know people, I've seen y'all, I've clearly seen plenty of times where somebody was absolutely right on what they were saying on this channel, and a lot of people was disagreeing with them. I've seen y'all be biased to other people, so I'm not even going to take it personal that I was the big bad wolf tonight, because I seen y'all do the same shit to other people who were right? And then some of y'all only agreed that they were right once Conscious gave them validation or confirmed that he agrees with them. And then some of y'all switch y'all tune and agree with Conscious. So I'm a little concerned that some of y'all can't even think for yourselves over here. That's a little disturbing, but that's okay. Everybody has to grow. But Neil X is on a whole nother level, y'all. If y'all cannot see that, then you just cannot see that. But the Most High, the creator of us all, made sure she or whatever looked out for me by bringing that guy on here with the dreads and then giving me that video, because I literally got attacked over some bullshit, arguments that I never made, and people lying on me, and then people don't want to hear my voice. The same shit that white supremacists, the racists, do to black people. They quiet us, be quiet, or they lie and then kill us. How you gonna sit up here and act like you against a system, oppressing the system, when you literally are oppressing somebody that's in your own fucking community and oppressing my voice because it disturbs your comfortability or it disturbs some of y'all delusion? Like, it's not that hard. But with that being said, I am out. You can't control where you're born. You damn sure in control when you die. I believe in purpose. I believe in destiny. And if you like what I said tonight, or if you want to have a conversation, you can join me on my channel. Hit the link, and I promise you, it won't be all this. I promise you it won't. We can have that conversation. Like the channel, subscribe to the channel. You're welcome anytime. I do this whenever I can, but I do have a full-time job. So this is not my full-time job. But my purpose today was just to bring awareness. It was not to be perceived as likable. Niggas don't, men hate my guts. White people can't stand me. Trust me, a bunch of gay people and their feelings about how I use words not liking me is not going to disturb no sleep. Not going to disturb me at all.
I got a question for you, Neo.
What's up, my honey bunches of oats?
Intersex said she had a question. Are you willing
I would
to answer a question?
I would definitely answer Intersex question, and this is why. When I first interacted with Intersex, and if y'all find that live, everything that I said about Intersex, I still stand by. I still stand by it. I showed you respect, I showed you love, and I showed you support. It just seemed like something went wrong between me and you when I got into it with One Love. But you know, I was willing to send you some dollars to help you get through this life comfortably. So I was on your side. Regardless if you don't see it that way, I am on your side. I just don't agree with everything you say or what you believe, but I'm on your side. All right, baby. What's the question? I gotta go. My baby ordered me some food, and I'm trying to get to it.
So you went through this live for almost 8 hours, right? So you heard different how different people felt. How do you think how you think the gap can be bridged?
Honestly, and I'm gonna keep it real. I really think the gap of the bridge can be, it can be, we can bridge that gap, number one, by recognizing that we're all human. People can be right, people can be wrong. Acknowledging that the Most High, the Creator above, gave us all a gift, and it's called being conscious and being aware of our existence. I believe life is about experiences, and I feel like we should allow people to experience their life, regardless if we deem it to be correct or incorrect. It's their life. That's why I would never tell a trans woman not to transition. You feel me? So I really think respect goes both ways. Even if you disagree with somebody, you should respect them. And I also feel like to also bridge that gap is to accept that people are not going to accept you for who you are. Because number one, they don't understand it, or they fear it, or they simply just don't care. It's not important to them. So I think we got to accept the fact that the world is not painted with one brush. We are multicolored. That's why we literally having this argument. Who's right? Who's wrong? I never said I was right, I was wrong, or who's wrong. But it seemed like that energy kept getting thrown to me. I literally was just calling stuff what it is. And I was called the other shit. You feel me? So I really feel like to really have the bridge to the gap, we got to have decorum and cordial conversations and not be biased. I love Conscious to death, but we gonna talk. I felt like Conscious was being biased, but he'll disagree with me. But that's how I perceived him. But he'll disagree. But guess what? Him being biased ain't gonna change my love. When I told Conscious if I hit that lottery, I'm sending his ass to college, back to college to finish and get that damn degree. It still ain't gonna change from when my first impression of who he is and what he stood for and how he helped me with my relationship with my baby brother who's struggling with his identity right now. So that's how you bridge the gap. Accept that people are not going to agree with you and still be cordial or still continue to love on them. Don't dismiss them. They're human. And then take a consideration Intersex. I am not walking in your shoes. I have no idea how it feels to look down there and know that things got changed. I would never know how that feels. So you got to take that in consider. And then you can take in consideration that I was raped at 4 years old. So I am one of those women who have a bias towards men And I'm a type of woman who want to be in a place where I feel safe. I was raped at 4, and then there was attempted rape at 16, and then a motherfucking nigga pointed a gun in my face. A man. So I have a bias of where I want to be safe at, but it's not, that shouldn't take away from your experience. And I really think you could be sympathetic. You can't be empathetic because you didn't go through it, but you can be sympathetic, just like I can be sympathetic because of your personal journey and the life you walk. So honestly, it's that's it. Viper said we all have stories, absolutely. But Viper, your ass was in this chat talking all types of shit about me. You weird. I don't know if you're a male or female, but Viper, you are a weird one. That's all I gotta say. So I know you don't care. And usually, I'm not trying to be funny, but usually when I talk about me being raped, y'all can get mad, but it's always men, biological men, seem to dismiss it. They're not being empathetic or sympathetic to my experience, but it happened. I was violated at 4. 4. It's kind of hard fighting off a big man. I couldn't fight him off at 4. But like you said, no one cares. It's cool. If somebody in the chat say nobody cares, that's cool. But I'm literally proving that it's really hard to get through men. It's really hard to get through to some of y'all. And I really think it's what the science say, what the biological makeup of versus a male brain versus a female brain.
Okay, I thought that the conversation that you had, because I feel like you were on the panel when we had the discussion about trans women playing sports. You did not agree with most of the people. Well, it wasn't a majority. It was majority men on the panel at that conversation. You didn't agree with what I agreed with. But when you spoke, I didn't hear no transphobic in what you said. So it's not about you agreeing. It's about your demeanor. Like I heard you had said a couple things that was disrespectful to me. First of all, you said the intersex person who's a real intersex person, that was disrespectful. But you didn't care. You didn't care how that made me feel, but you want somebody to care about you being raped. That's crazy.
Did you know the story about me being raped before I made that comment? Even though I don't know, I'm not saying I didn't say that, but I don't think I was taking a shot at, hold on, because I want to make sure, because that's why I said my words continue to get lost in the sauce. Y'all, I can't tell you how my comment made you felt. I can't control how it made you feel, but I'm just going to tell you if you want to respect it or not. My intentions when I made that comment, if I made it, because I don't recall, I wasn't trying to offend you, and that was not a shot.
And then your in your statement, you say you talked to 2 trans women. Who was the 2 trans women? Because I'm not trans. So you do not.
Well, there's one person I'm a little suspicious of, but I mean, you can say you're not trans, but in the beginning of your statement, when the other intersex person who entered the chat, you keep saying you're intersex person and you're living a trans experience or something like that. Like
that's not what I said. That's not what I said. See, that's not what I said. That's
okay.
Why
we can
and exactly with the definition in every article.
We can agree.
That's not what
we
I
can
said.
agree to disagree. We can
while I was quiet and listening to everything.
We can agree to disagree, sis, but I know you say you have a trans experience. Regardless if I'm saying it that like in the exact way you said it, probably not, because it was 7 hours ago when it was said. But you definitely, because I comprehended it the way I did, you definitely said you having a trans experience. You said that.
So ma'am, if I found out that I was intersex at a later date, no matter what date or what year it was or how old I was, no matter what, I had a trans experience before then. I don't identify as a trans woman, but I had that experience. But if you didn't listen, clearly you don't listen, because I never said that I identify as trans. I never said I was trans. I never said I was living the trans experience. I said I experienced it.
Okay, so I'm afraid to ask this because I think it's gonna piss you off. Did you or did you not? Hold on. Did you or did you not tell me that you had a fully functional penis that worked? Did you not tell me that?
No, I did not say it was fully functioning.
You did, ma'am.
Well, I misheard your question then. Just like you misheard what
If you
I
wanna,
said I
if you wanna
identified.
go with, if you wanna go with that, that's fine. I just want to recall that when I asked you, because I asked you that
Well, I
specifically,
misheard your
but you
question.
told
I'm
me
gonna
that it was.
rewatch
You
it.
said you had a full functioning penis at one point. You said that
Okay.
in the beginning of this live, actually.
All right.
So with that being said, I kind of took it
And
as
even when the track star was born with XY. You just said that the track star was born with XX. I looked at 100 while you were sitting here quiet. I had listened to when I was quiet. I looked at 100 articles saying that this person was assigned female at birth. I looked at 100 articles said that she was born with XY, but yet you said she was born with XX and she was born a male.
I said she was born XY, and that she has testicles. If we talking about Castor, the track star, I literally said that she has
So now
testicles.
you're saying, but then that goes back to
And then
now
I
you're
said that
saying
she has
intersex people are
SY and she's
men.
biologically a male. That's what I've been saying. That's what I said. And it's not going to change because that's what the facts say in the article. So I don't see
I don't think
what
that
is the
article is credible, but yeah, have a good day. Enjoy your
wait,
food.
you don't think the article is credible? You don't read the Guardian?
No, I don't.
Oh, well, it's a very credible. It's very
Credible to you, I'm sure.
Well, if you have a bias and you don't want to accept other
No, I
information
asked you
that
to
goes
send.
against
I
what you
asked you to tell me
believe.
the link, and you didn't tell me the link.
I will do it again. I still have it up. I dropped that for you like twice. I literally put it up there and I will do it again. I have dropped this and I will do it again. That lady is biologically a male. I don't know why that's hard to accept. That's what she is.
Okay.
But you see how I'm not misgendering her because she identifies as female? You see how I can literally do what y'all asking me to do,
Not
but
only
for
that,
some reason,
not only do she identify as a female, she was signed female at birth.
yeah, she was misgendered. I agree. I never made that argument. Y'all tried to get me in that argument by asking me what was she when she was born, and I kept saying she was a male. Y'all didn't ask me what she was assigned, and if you would have asked me what she was assigned, I would say she was assigned female, because that's what the doctor identified her because she didn't have a penis. The penis was missing. It was a hole. So he said it was deformed, but he said it was a vagina, or she. I don't know what the doctor was. But I literally, y'all keep trying to make me have these arguments that or have answers to
No, I don't
questions
want to
that
have
I
an
never
argument. You
stated.
said your closing statement. I'm going to say my closing statement. I don't need you to respond. I didn't respond to nothing you said in your closing statement. I asked you your question. You answered the question. Go and enjoy your food.
Thank you. And like I said, I meant what I said on my first interaction with you. But if your feelings changed about me because we're in disagreement, that ain't nothing I can do about that. But my feelings have not changed about you.
Why wouldn't my feelings change a little bit when you said no matter what I get or what I search or whatever you pay for or help pay for, no matter what, you still gonna look at me as a man. So it really doesn't
I
matter.
did not say that. I said I will call you what you want to be called. I literally said that. Like, I mean, I never said I'm. You know how the lady with I can't remember her name because there was so many of y'all, but the one who had the pink writing, the one when she said it, I said that you're a biological man and I'm gonna call you a biological man. I did not say that to you, so I don't know why y'all keep saying I'm saying things that I'm not. I never said. So I don't know, but I'm telling you, I will call you what you want me to call you, and you told me you identify with a woman or female, so I've been using the proper pronouns. I've been saying she and her. Like, I don't know what else do you want from me, sis. Like,
I don't want nothing from you. I want you to enjoy your food.
Well, I've been trying to get to it. But I thought that you did want some type of peace because you asked how can we bridge the gap, and I'm literally telling y'all to accept other people's perspective because God made us all unique, baby.
So you know how like when someone told you what cisgender woman meant to them, and
I can't hear you. Hold on, let me close this door. Hold on.
You understood it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. The TV's out. Now say that again.
Don't you know how you said that you initially didn't know what cisgender was, and then when somebody informed you, and then you went back and got informed again, and you like, oh, women don't want to be called this, then if a trans woman don't want to be reminded what they were born as, if an intersex person don't want to be reminded what they were born as, or you saying that they are male, and they saying that what those words and how you explain it hurt them, you're not willing to change constantly saying it, correct? But you want people to change their viewpoint on cisgender women.
No, I don't want people to do anything they don't want to do. And again, let's clarify the cisgender thing. When I first heard the term being used, I asked this panel what it meant because I never heard it before. And I thought it was some trending thing that, gay people were saying. And stud and trade. And I thought it was some shit like that. And then somebody told me that it was a medical term. So then I said, okay, well, cool. I'm thinking it's some type of thing that's written in medical books. So I didn't give no pushback. I had no opinion about it. And then when the whole Just Hilarious thing happened and, the internet lost their mind with all this trans versus women and all that stuff, I went and did the research because I said, why are a lot of biological women pushing back on this term if it's just medical? I was thinking that I really went doing the research so I can explain to women that, hey, I understand you want to be called that, but it's not offensive. It's a medical term. And then when I did the research and found out it wasn't a medical term, it's a word that was that a trans woman came up with because she felt like trans people were being marginalized. She came up with a word to, balance that stuff out. And unfortunately, it just wasn't received well because, the way that it's being used when certain people use it, it just come off as, offensive. I don't believe
just
it's
like
offensive.
a person
I
I
don't believe that it's offensive. I don't believe it's offensive. But when a woman tells me she don't want to be called cisgender,
just like when you remind trans women they were born male,
I'm not reminding them of that. How am I reminding them that they are born male? Who does that? So do you really think Neil X go around every time I meet a trans person and say, when they tell me they're a trans woman, and I say, yeah, okay, she, her, sis or lady, every time I give her the proper pronoun, do you really think I'll follow that up? But you really biological man. You think I really do that? I don't. Only time I have to remind them that they're males, and when we have these arguments, when we have these arguments on social construct and what is a woman and what is a man. But I never follow that up. I never acknowledge somebody who told me what their pronouns was. Neil X never followed that with but genetically you're a male. No, it never happened. And I would never do that. That's stupid. But the only time I had, just like y'all said, the only time y'all use cisgender, so when some people are not everybody, some people just use the shit all the time. But somebody literally
you did not
on this panel said that the only time they use cisgender.
You did not remind Will that he was born biologically woman.
To prove that Will has to go through womanhood.
Exactly, my point.
But was I wrong?
If a person say that they're offended by it,
Will was not offended by my question.
Oh my God, you don't know what Will was offended about.
He didn't tell me he was offended.
Girl, all right.
No, I'm saying I'm telling he didn't tell me he was offended. So the way I'm perceiving and when I walked away from the conversation, I didn't know I offended. He did not say, Neil, you offended me. And I would have definitely let him know I was not trying to offend him, but I was literally trying to show y'all that y'all are transitioning to social constructs. Because no matter how much of a man he identified his anatomy is going to force him to experience womanhood.
Definition of trans women.
Again,
transition to
the point of me bringing that up to Will is to show y'all that y'all are transitioning into a social construct. Because no matter how much Will feels like a man or believes that he's a man or wear man clothing or go into man places, his anatomy is going to place him in a situation where he's going to be forced. The key word was forced to experience a form of womanhood. That's not an opinion, honey. That's a fact.
Where's it written in? Where's it written?
And it says, look, I don't know what it is. It seemed like, Whew, I ain't got.
Y'all, I just want to
I
insert.
almost said something, but I'm gonna just
I
keep
just
it because
want to
I.
insert this, y'all. I was hoping that
She
Neo
just
and the
want to
Conscious.
argue.
Girl, I'm kind of gagging right now because I was hoping that the Conscious Crew and Neo would get along a lot better because y'all know I'm turning the Consciouztv soon into a network, and girl, like I wanted to make a Neo a whole like face over chair.
Oh hell nah, baby. That's all right. That's all right, Conscious. But I appreciate that. But I mean, it's already
Okay, hold up. So
I
I want
don't
to.
believe that majority of your audience hate me or have a dislike for me. I feel like the people who constantly keep saying the same shit in the chat is obvious. But if you watch your playback game, there are people who catch the playback and they were agreeing with me.
Oh, for sure. I've seen it.
So I do feel like your audience is not agreeing or perceiving me the
That's
way
the
that.
thing, though. I don't like.
So,
I've seen, like the way that the way that any subject is going to work is people are going to agree with certain things and they're going to disagree with other things. Like that's just kind of going to be like the natural fallout. Because it was even things that you said and Corday say that I definitely agreed with. There were things that I didn't share the same perspective on. I didn't feel like I had an obligation to necessarily side with anything just for the hell of it because I consider myself a rather intelligent person. I choose to be as informed as I can about things. So, and I'm also very open to information. But, like I just think that that's just going to happen in dialogue where people are going to just fall where they fall. I was also going to say, what's interesting about transgender people who transition medically is that can it be argued that trans people who transition medically have more so of a androgynous experience at that point of their biology because now that system is being disrupted. It's being disrupted by estrogen. It's being disrupted by testosterone. I think I had One Love also talk about the way that her chart, her medical chart looks now as a trans woman as a result of transitioning. She doesn't have the same biological makeup entirely now as a result of medically transitioning. So
but if she stopped taking that artificial medication, she will. She gonna go right back to her biology.
She won't.
So if she stopped taking that medication, she's gonna go right back to the reality.
But since she don't plan on it, her biology.
But no, even
what happens if One Love decided this transition? What about that? So we can't speak for the future, y'all.
Okay, so if you listen to a lot, hold on, because I'm glad that Neil said that because a big part of the testimonials from the transitioners, a part of their regret is the fact that irreconcilable, irreversible damage has been done as a result of transitioning because they can't fully transition all the way back to their sex.
That is true, baby. And some of them, because I got a whole video presentation on it, and some of them, you're correct on that, and some of them saying that they identify with the gender that they was assigned to. They changed their identity. So it's both. There's different. There's not one reason why these people this transition. But I know that I always encourage any trans person who's considering surgery. I always encourage them to do the research, find the best doctor possible. Do not take shortcuts. Do not go for the cheap doctor. Save up that money. Get the best care possible because there are a lot of horror stories where these doctors are butchering these people because they are literally an experiment. They have not perfected how to transition someone physically to the opposite sex. The science is still out there, so they're practicing how to do it. And unfortunately, I've sympathized with the trans people I've met who have literally been butchered. And they're in pain and they suffer and they have to take medication or antibiotics for the rest of their life. So I'm way more sympathetic and I have a lot more knowledge about trans people than y'all actually think I do. You'll be surprised.
So funny too. I got friends who have detransition as well, but the way that impacts me personally is that is what makes me talk so deeply about this subject, because if we just actually affirm all people and we to your point, Anio, because I can see like the remedy also in the whole dismantling of the social construct altogether. That would definitely save a lot of people who do transition. At the same time, when we open the whole conversation to talk about gender and we affirm it, it actually saves everybody. It affirms the trans folk, intersex folk, and it keeps people from, it can lead to keeping people from making decisions that they may regret later. So
Yeah.
I go the fully affirmational route because it'll just take care of itself if we just talk about gender and sex and its complexities, and because intersex people, it's a whole thing. So, but to your point, it is very heartbreaking. It's very traumatic. It's also extremely traumatic to be trans and to exist in this system where people have strong binaries and they use those binaries to reinforce hurt and violence economically, physically, sexually, etc. upon trans bodies. So the whole shit is just like off the chain and over the top. So we just got to make sure that we take care of like everybody in the pot and not necessarily like we just got to take care of everybody in the pot.
Yes,
but we do got to get out here. I got to go. Like I got to eat.
100%. I really wish you would have put that comment though. Somebody made a good point. Letitia Lachey T, and you know what she just said. So because that's a different conversation. Even though I'm scared to come over here and have that conversation about kids transitioning, I'm a little scared now to come over here because I don't know if I'm actually get heard. So, but
look,
but anyway, I mean what I said.
If you want to do that show, I'm gonna let you do your thing
over
here, and I'm gonna let you deal with
but to
with all that.
I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. We'll talk about that in the future. But like I said, I'm still gonna support the show. I'm still gonna do whatever it is. If you need me, Conscious, you know I got your back. We can agree to disagree. Healing with Breeze. She said just use the right definition. I don't know what that's about. But if you talk about what's the definition of a woman, it's a female adult.
Man, woman,
so
female,
that's what you're talking about. I definitely been using the correct definition, but people have, keep talking about social constructs that IG literally keep telling y'all that men made up. So males, biological males made up. But I love y'all. I really do. I really do. That's why I do. I mean, I really do. Agree to disagree. I do. I love y'all. Y'all can hate it or whatever, but I love y'all.
I love you. It was a great Discord, and it is hard to be here and to deal with, perspective and all of that. So I appreciate you actually being willing to talk to intersex, even though y'all obviously exist on two separate sides of the spectrum. But I appreciate it. A lot of people found the Discord to be very healthy. People take the meat, they spit out the bone. So
I love that.
Was so you gonna eat the meat and spit out the bone. Okay?
I love that. I love when you said that. Yes. Hey, Mary, thank you for Mary been coming over rocking with me. Thank you for supporting the show, sis. But you're right, I used it both times, sis. But when I made the definition of a woman, when I said the womb, that was a philosophical and how the word was made. But it's both, sis. So, all right, I'm out, y'all. Whew, God, this is. I mean, it wasn't a workout, but it was a little.
It was a mental and emotional workout. I definitely lost some emotional calories.
Let me check. Let me see if I broke a sweat. Nah. But it was a little. But I didn't break a sweat because I've been in tougher environments. I felt the burn. I felt the burn. I come from a toxic environment when it comes down to debating in these panels. So yeah. But all right, y'all. Peace and love.
All right, y'all. That was a Neo X.
I'm sorry, and I do have a philosophy, y'all, that I'm trying to coin. Remember, your life is your holy book. That's all I have to say. So y'all meditate on that, what you think that means, and live your purpose, live your destiny. And I'm out.
Okay, y'all. That was Neo X Philosophy and Me. I have her channel linked in the description box below. So with that being said, intersex and trans folk, with that said, your life is your holy book. Period. Intersex, thoughts on
I have thoughts, but I have a question for you first. So I did send you a picture like around the time when I found out I was intersex.
Yes.
And before I medically, started hormones and et cetera, et cetera. When you looked at that picture with no makeup on, no breasts, no hormones, what did you see?
Woman, female.
Okay. All right, so my closing remarks is when a person shows you who they are, believe them. When I got into this conversation, I did not think I was going to get disrespected by her. I did not.
I remember what I told you.
Intersex. I did not think I was going to get disrespected.
Prepare yourself, baby, because Dio, she gonna be in it. She gonna
be. But the crazy part about it is, she could have made all those points when she first was introduced to me. When we were having a conversation about it, she didn't even feel this way, or if she did, she never voiced it. She didn't feel this way when we had our first interaction. So my whole thing is, how could you be an ally to someone that if a person telling you that your words is hurting them, the way you're explaining something, it comes with hurt. Your words is weaponized. When somebody tells you that they feel, I never said that she was transphobic. I say some of the things that she said makes me think that she's transphobic. Now, after this conversation, when she just lied and said that the person had XX and the person was born with XY, and to me it felt like an intersex person, if your P worked, well, dang, I was trying to not be nasty with it, but if your penis work and your vagina don't work, you're a man. That's disrespectful.
And it's also not.
But what if
either?
Yeah, but what if both work? But what if you get an erection in both areas? Yeah. Then what would you think?
Because even with the even with the Guevedoces, like even though they go through a male puberty at 12, they still have issues with their genitalia, their sperm count, like the whole nine. It's like a lot of complications because of the ambiguity of their sex, etc. It's not like a perfect biological transition. So it's not as like black and white as it was framed. Mm-hmm.
Right. Just like when I shared my story, I said before I took hormones that I already transitioned like naturally. Like I naturally started transition without me trying to force it. And some of the times I got tongue tied, and when I got upset, I really didn't want to take it there because being in this experience, it messed with my education because how I was treated. I don't know how to put words in or how to word it in the right place, and that's why when I come to your channel and you don't have to always, you haven't said everything that I agreed with. Majority of it, yes, you have, but even the way you explain it, it's just so refreshing. Like, I went through, like being on this channel, I have survived a lot of things, and I owe that to you. But for her to know that she remembered my experience and asked me about my paperwork, that was even, sis, you. And then when I started the conversation, I said initially I heard me and her interaction was great. She heard otherwise. How did you come in the conversation and you heard that I didn't say our interaction was great when that's what I said, but you heard otherwise? So I don't really think that you came in the conversation wanting to conversate with me, wanting to learn something from me, wanting to bridge any gap. Because if you wanted to bridge any gap, how didn't you not remember me sharing my experience? Did I feel comfortable sharing my experience today? Absolutely not. So when she was asking me questions, I was getting tongue-tied. I'm like, what did she say? And just like when she said that she heard me say that me and her had a disagreement, when I said me and her had a pleasant interaction, it was just like you heard something that I didn't even say. So did you really how you gonna be an ally when some of the things you say out your mouth, the ones that's killing them, is saying the same thing in the same tone, joking about it, laughing, like even the last panel when One Love left, she then went and Googled about the disadvantage of when women get sex change, and she brought that up when One Love was not on the panel, when she wasn't even interacting with One Love anymore. Well, the way she had got a sex change, and God knows what the struggle she might have. What? Disrespectful, insensitive. But you want somebody to be, a man punched me, a man raped me, all those things. Yes, I'm insensitive about you with that. But when you're not insensitive about how I feel, you're not insensitive about what trans women stand on and how they feel. And I started the conversation saying that all of us is different. So why is you banging on your chest that you about to get like 5 trans women to come on live and say their experience? Their experience doesn't represent the whole trans experience. That's their experience. What? Every female is not the same. Every male is not the same. Every gay guy is not the same. Every stud is not the same. Every lesbian is not the same. Every trans woman is not the same. So you can have 100 experience saying agreeing with you, but you can have 1,000 experience of people not agreeing with you. But that's all I wanted to say. I wanted to say a lot more, and another reason why I got aggressive to her is because every time I was on the panel, I was submissive. I was waiting for my turn. I fell asleep on the phone because I'm just waiting, being respectful. That don't get through over here. It don't. It don't. It was times I had written shit down, conscious and alive. I'm like, I got something to say. Hold on, let's go. So the whole you acting like a man thing, you already know that that's a disrespect in yourself. You know how many people who think like you, who also think that you shouldn't be wearing male clothes, but you're not praying about that experience. So it's really disgusting. I definitely missed a family event by doing this, but the family event probably would have been with people who think like Neil X. So I probably didn't really mix nothing.
Yikes. No, I think that you because it did take a few hours, to both you and Neo's credit. It took a few hours before it tumbled. I think that y'all did really good. And I do think when we aren't the phenomenon itself, I think while of course we all have an opinion and it's okay for us to also share our perspective or knowledge base, I do think if you're not the phenomenon, we should listen more, because I also don't like when straight folk tell me and act like they're the experts on the gay thing, on the homosexual thing. And I can remember at different times in my life, and even when I have participated in discussions about this topic over the course of my social media life and in real life, etc., I remember feeling like, damn, like, are you having the lived experience, or is it me having the lived experience? Because I don't know how you can talk so emphatically about something that you don't live or wake up to, etc. And I do have to remind folk, when it comes to trans and intersex people, that we like, it's only but so much you can. There's only but so much you can do from the outside in terms of trying to understand. Like, you, at the end of the day, you have to remind yourself that you have no idea what this feels like. Nobody does. A natural born woman don't know what it feels like to be trans. Natural born men don't know what it feels like to be trans. Nobody knows what it's like to also navigate gender as an intersex person, but an actual intersex person. And so I think it's a great learning curve when we get to have people who don't who not us afford us their life story and their lived experience, and to consider all of that data, consider that information. And like I said, you know, it's 5.6 million Americans walking the earth as intersex. It's 1.6 million walking the United States as trans, and there's a lot of people who are experiencing and living this reality, and that many people having a experience of their consciousness and their sex and their gender. I definitely think we ought to be a lot more human about the discussion and be very sensitive to that, as we would be when it comes to talking about any other group of people, even when it comes to talking about handicapped people or disabled people. It's just like people's whole lives revolve, a big part of their life revolve around these type of intersections. So, you know, I want to thank you for having the bravery and the courage and the willingness to share your experience, to educate, to be vulnerable. I know that that's very, very hard to do in a very binary system, and I can just only imagine what it's like to try to get people to really understand who exists from the outside in. And even and to Neo's point, we also know those who are on the inside don't all also have necessarily the same views, etc., which is perfectly fine. But like I said earlier, if we're going to legitimize and act like what detransitioners have to say is the holy grail, then that's fine for them to be the authority on detransitioning. Let trans folk be the authority on transitioning. Let detransitioners be the authority on descending. Let trans folk be the authority on ascending. So detransitioners can't speak for trans folk who are affirmed, who are living in their truth, who are happy and complete and whole within themselves. They can't speak for the T.S. Madisons. They can't speak for the intersexes. They can't speak for the Laverne Cox. They can't speak for the Janice Mocks. They can't speak for the Hope Giselles. They can't speak for the Wills. They can't speak for all of the intersex and trans folk who are happy and productive. They can't speak for the Flame Monroes. They can't speak for any of those persons. They can only speak as a detransitioner. So yeah, of course, there's something valid to hear there. There's something valid to understand there, but we're not gonna act like detransitioners get to, or that their experience has anything to do with the affirmed trans and intersex folk, because those are two different individuals and they exist on two separate sides of the reality and the subject itself. And it doesn't have to be a one over the other. It both of those perspectives are valid, and I actually empathize too with these transitioners once again, and I empathize with them because I know how stubborn Americans have been on the subject of sex. So no wonder people are confused. No wonder folk then regret their choices. It's not really them, really. It's like for me, for like as a same gender loving man, I never woke up inherently feeling like there was anything wrong with being with being same gender loving. I only experienced and conflicted with myself because of what the fuck I was taught from other people, from what Christianity said, from what the culture said, from what my family said, from what my peers said. I personally did not have an issue. I didn't wake up looking at my own desire and there was something organic that said this is wrong. What that it's wrong was a man-made conviction. It wasn't a organic conviction. I would have never known that there was anything abnormal or morally wrong about my desire had I not been taught that it was inappropriate, that it was against God, that it was whatever it was. It wasn't. So a lot of us as trans and same gender loving individuals, like we spend our whole lives wrestling and agonized over things that over cancers the culture created, over poison that the culture inserted into us, and then we're left with the burden of dismantling all of that shit and uprooting and unearthing all of that shit that is leading us to taking our lives or leading us to having a less quality of life because you deal with the mental health issues and the struggle. And then the same society want to convict and condemn trans, intersex, and queer people, and then at the same time make them 100 responsible for their own choices. And that is just not intelligent. How can you create an anti-culture and then browbeat folk into conforming to what's considered normal and what's considered right? And then when they attempt to give you that, but fail at that because it's not right for them, then you condemn them for living a lie. You condemn them for trying to assimilate. You condemn them for then trying to marry the opposite sex or trying to be something that they're not, like Caitlyn Jenner, who lived as Bruce for so long after coming to the realization that she was Caitlyn and not Bruce, and tried to give everybody else what was easier for everybody to understand, which was so-called normal. And then when she had to be in the middle of the night wearing her wife's gown downstairs just to have some experience of her truth and just to be able to exhale and breathe that out and have some capacity to stand in that truth, you know, then that's met with scrutiny. And God forbid if Caitlyn also would have been same gender loving and would have cheated, then this same society would have dragged Caitlyn, as they drag all DL people, as they drag, and cheating is not right. But nothing also happens within a vacuum. And the way people are treated deeply impacts the way they perceive things and the type of choices they make, including making very, very poor choices. And so if we like saving queer people saves everybody, saving queer people keeps folk from marrying the wrong person, it keeps families from having to unnecessarily become undone as a result of your man coming out to you as trans after 20 years of marriage, or your wife coming out to you as same gender loving after 10 years of marriage. This actually affirming queer people saves everybody, because if queer folk have to be forced into complying with what's normal, everybody is going to have something to lose as a result. And I can only imagine the wives and the husbands of individuals who signed up for who they thought was the authentic self and decided to marry and all of that just to have their lives disrupted because this person was finally able, for whatever reason, to become vulnerable enough to stand in a truth, or unfortunately had to discover that truth. Kind of like how this recent story with this down low Michigan man and his wife finding out that he was on the down low because of a Facebook page that's meant to expose men for their infidelities, for their down lowness, etc. Like, these are horrific, traumatizing ways in which people have to live, and it's unfair. It's unfair on both ends. It's unfair for people to live and to be beat over the head by dominant society. And then it's unfair because that defaults other people who have nothing to do with this being victimized, because they're being used in somebody else's confusion. They're being used in somebody else's trauma. They're being used in somebody else's experiment. It's fucked up on both ends. That's why we have to transcend our short, minuscule, immature, stupid ideals around orientation, no matter how we personally feel. The reality is, if we don't want liars, and we don't want people hurting themselves, and we don't want people hurting other people, then this society is going to have to intentionally burden itself with being more loving, regardless of personal view. And just like my grandmama can have the Bible and she can know what the Bible says and she can know what she believes, but still also lead from her actual humanity, everybody too can have their personal views and keyword is personal, okay? Because a lot of us who feel like this is my personal view, it's no longer personal when it's shouted out of the window. It's no longer a personal view. A personal is personal. It's on the, that's the only thing that should be on the download is your personal opinion. Okay? Like what should exist in the open society is love and dignified living for all human beings, period. All humans. For all humans, for all people. Black, white, black woman, black man, intersex, trans, gay, queer, etc. That's the only thing that's going to cure this up. So hats off to you, intersex. Thank you for being you and for living in your truth. And that takes a courage that a lot of people will never know. A lot of people will never know that courage and will never know that self-knowing and that self-love. And I'm looking forward to what else you unmask about your past and how that then shapes your experience and perception of yourself, etc. As so much of the research says, a lot of intersex people don't even know that they are fucking intersex. They don't even know. They were never told. They were already altered and surgically altered, etc. before a lot of them even had the chance to know for themselves or have any say so, etc. And as the research says, a lot of intersex people also just die without ever knowing that they were intersex. So shout out to you on your journey. And if you ever need any help getting any information, if you ever need help funding anything, because I know this type of shit is costly, like, you know where to find me at, child, and you know what to do, and we can make it do what it do.
Am I still coming out on Intersex Day on here?
When is Intersex Day?
October the 26th.
Okay, October the 26th. We'll make it a day. Intersex Day. We'll make it a day. We'll make it a day. I love you. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna shoot you a message. I love you, love you, love you down, Boots.
Okay,
and
can I say one thing before we leave?
Yes, of course. And your phone kind of breaking up too.
Oh, you
it's like static in your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Still a little static, but we can hear you.
Oh, well, I'm gonna just
okay.
You
sound good now. You sound good.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah, you sound good.
I just want people to understand, if you did not live the life of a trans woman or an intersex person, and someone is on a panel sharing their experience and sharing what the experience go through, what you go through in the experience, just sometimes just sit and listen. I mean, not just on your panel. I've been on listening to panels about the subject, and the people who don't know about it, they're doing more talking than they are listening. I've been in the community for 19 years. I know a bunch of trans women who detransitioned because of God, but retransitioned and shared their experience. I just know a lot of trans women of trans experience. I know a lot of trans women who went through the surgery and who don't have the surgery. And that's just not just in my state. Like, I know these women. Like, I had conversations with these women. These women cried on my shoulder. So when someone is telling you about something that you live and something that you really support, it's really a slap in your face. But when you lead with love, and love is all you lead with, we wouldn't have none of this. That's how we bridge the gap. And when a person of trans experience tell you, don't remind me I was born a male, or a person with intersex remind you, don't remind me of my past, it makes me want to unalive myself. You reminded me of my past. Listen, you know the past. She knows the past. It don't have to be brought up in every conversation. Lead with love. I love y'all.
Love you, baby. That was a perfect ending. I love you, boo. I sent you a message too. I think Intersex don't went out, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here. I do have a live stream set up. It's supposed to be me, Reckless, Tremel, honey. We coming through. Y'all already see the thumbnail, girl. Let me tell you, I do got a headache, but I'm gonna try to throw some water on my face. I'm gonna try to put some energy in my body, and I'm gonna try to see what I feel like an hour from now. Right now, I feel like the live is going to happen. I'm not going to be visual, though. My plan was to be visual because I thought this conversation was going to be no more than an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours tops. I had no idea we would run into the 9th hour, child. So definitely hour and 10, considering that I ain't did anything to myself but wake up and brush my teeth and wash my face at 11:30. It's not enough time for me to get myself dressed and to turn on all these goddamn lights in the studio and to just get fully situated. Or we could do the Hot Topics live tomorrow, but if we did, Reckless wouldn't be able to join us because he got to work tomorrow. He's off today. So what y'all want to do? Y'all want to still push through with the Hot Topics at 11, or what's tea? What's tea? He honey. Tonight, girl, y'all saying tonight, don't forget to feed yourself right. I'm about to go do that right now. I got DoorDash hitting right now, girl. Shout out to all y'all who paid me for my pain, honey. Shout out. Oh my God, I just got another. Come on, honey. Thank y'all for paying me for my pain. Because, baby, we are working, honey. This is what working looks like, girl. Shout out to my baby mother, Cheryl, for the old nasty piece of Cash App. Yeah. Thank you, baby mother. Thank you to my baby mother, Rumors and Tea. Thank you. God bless you down, baby mother. Thank you to Cheryl, who says for bravery. I just couldn't have dealt with this. I know it's isn't it? It's a lot. Thank you, baby mother. God bless you. Thank you, my Ken Goddess, for your very large donation, child. Thank you. Thank you, my baby mother, Sabra. Thank you, Stacy, and thank you, Monica. I think Monica's from yesterday. Thank you all. You guys know that PayPal and Cash App is in the description box below. Oh, and also shout out to Sister Hallie for the PayPal donation. Thank you, darling. Y'all know where all information is. We'll also be we did a really good Patreon live. Was it last night, girl? We got into Venus retrograde, and then I completely opened up about what the fuck I've been going through under this Virgo and Venus retrograde, girl. I was just, dropping some gems, girl. We got into some real anecdotal experience, girl, and some stuff that's been coming up in my consciousness that I've been also healing. So if you're interested in learning how this Virgo retrograde is going to impact your personal zodiac, and if you're interested in kind of understanding, what it looks like, what you look like under a retrograde, what that experience can be for you, then check me out, because you may find out like, oh damn, no wonder I was feeling like this. This is the type of shit that's like consistent with a retrograde experience. So check it out. If we're not in the Patreon again Sunday, we'll obviously be in the Patreon next week, etc. Make sure you have your notification bell set to all. Please tell a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend about the platform. We do it all over here, girl. We roast, we gag, we entertain. We also get into, once again, these deep type of discussions, girl. It goes down. And also shout out to Neo X. I have Neo's link in the description box below. I do think we definitely need to protect the most vulnerable. We know that that's Black children. We know that that's Black women. We know that that's Black trans folk, Black queer folk. Okay, and then somewhere in there is Black men, Black cis hetero men. Okay, so we do have to protect the most vulnerable. I also think that we're obviously going to be on a journey as a Black community when it comes to some of these things, and even myself. Like, people always say, CTV, I applaud you for your patience. I try to make space to be in relationship to everybody and to understand mentality, to also respect mentality, especially if it's not overtly destructive. But I'm also trying to be like better at also just being, you know, like saying in relationship to everybody, not necessarily, you know, throwing everybody away because they don't think like I do or believe like I do. I literally try to practice being open-minded and being fair and respecting those liberties for folk to have their personal views. I just wish as a collective that we could just be more respectful in our opposition, but you know, and not be so polarizing and not go out of our way to be so polarizing when we are standing against someone else for whatever, you know, especially when what we're using to stand against them is a belief. It's not even rooted in any actual objectivity. It's just out of our sense of normality and our sense and our doctrines and just like subjective shit, you know, like, you know. So community looks diverse, and yeah, so love everybody, support everybody. I love you all, and I'm gonna get my damn food. I'll see y'all at 11. Bye.